The number 10 jersey. It represents legends, the chosen few hailed as the greatest geniuses in football history. But me? I am far from being a genius. I lack speed and a powerful physique. My skills are average, and my spirit is even weaker. I'm no star. Yet, I must survive on this pitch, for those who support me and to keep my pride intact, because even today, I must maintain this grand deception, that I am a true footballing prodigy. My story began 1 year ago, within the ranks of the AC Fiorentina U17 squad. But wait, let's rewind one day, because every bit of this trouble started with a single lie. I've realized that lies are like snowballs. The further they roll, the more massive they become. A harmless bluff at first requires 1,000 more to cover it until you're trapped in the web. Eventually, that snowball grows beyond your control. If I hadn't boasted to Jew, things wouldn't be this desperate. Actually, over here, I'm considered a total football genius. That's me, Lian, gaming while bluffing to my best friend. I even claimed I scored a hat trick today. In reality, I did absolutely nothing. My name is Lian, a total nobody. I once attended the prestigious Juventus academy, but I failed. Fiorentina was my desperate escape. I'm still just a benchwarmer here. At least the bullying isn't as brutal as it was at Juve. It's not luck, though. No one bothers to bully a player who lacks the talent to even compete. Hey, Lian, are you listening? Yeah, I'm listening, I muttered. I sighed, staring at another game over screen. That loud voice belongs to Kim Ju, my only friend. Back in Korea, she always looked after me like a protective older sister. She's incredibly annoying, but she's the only person I'm truly close to. She still calls me constantly from Korea. Guilt gnaws at me for lying, but I can't let Ju see my pathetic reality. Then, a literal bombshell dropped over the phone. Ju announced she was coming to Italy. I nearly screamed. Ju got into a culinary school as an exchange student right here in Florence. By the way, she added, I can't wait to see our genius Lian dominate on the field. 2 weeks. In 14 days, she'll realize I'm just a permanent bench warmer. I'm absolutely doomed. Get ready for the practice match, a teammate called out, snapping me back to reality. I'm the shadow striker. The coach's only instruction? Just play however you want. They think a sub like me doesn't even need a plan. That is my true status in this team. Even if I claw my way out of this reserve group, making the 20-man roster is nearly impossible. Only 11 start. Out of the 9 subs, only 4 or 5 ever set foot on the grass. If I want Ju to see me actually playing in an official match, I must break into the 18-man squad. No exceptions. Usually, I don't care about starting because I know my limits. But now, everything has changed. I refuse to be humiliated in front of Ju. I have to find a way. To impress the coaches within 2 weeks, I must escape this amateur tier rotation immediately. Fine, I'll give everything in this practice match. Maybe I can finally exceed my own pathetic limits. I'm the shadow striker. To make an impact, I need to hunt for attacking points. The whistle blows. In this tight space, the intensity is suffocating and the pace is lethal. You have to think 3 steps ahead. Suddenly, a perfect pass finds me. Only one defender left. I feint left, then explode to the right with a sharp, deceptive body flicker. What? The defender is stunned. I'm past him, but the wall of defense is closing in fast. Take this. I fire the ball toward our center forward. As every eye follows the ball, I vanish. I become a ghost on the pitch. I slip into the blind spot, stalking behind the striker. This is my role, the phantom of the field. A header sends the ball back. Lian is clear. I finally slip past the final line. Damn it, we lost him, the defender screamed. Blinded by the striker, he completely blew the offside trap. He shoots. Incredible. The ball tears into the net. Phew. Talk about luck. The defense moved exactly as I predicted, but this scoring high is pure adrenaline. One more try. Halftime, 6-4. We're leading, and I've already scored 2. I'll carry this fire into the next halves. Suddenly, Luca, the under-17 coach, calls my name. Take off your bib. Swap teams now? But I'm on a roll. Can I even sync with them? Before I can think, he barks. Jan, where are you going? To the other team, sir. No. Off the pitch. Wait. What? Booted? Right when I'm peaking? This day is just one shock after another. Nothing is going to plan. 1 second I'm sidelined, the next. I'm in the starting lineup. My heart is hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. When Luca called me with that terrifying look, I thought I was dead. Instead, he promoted me. It's all too fast. Then, another voice calls out. I spin around, startled. It's Coach Tony, the under-17 head. He approaches with a calm, commanding presence. "Relax, kid. Sorry for the sudden call," I stammered back. "Oh, it's fine, sir. Can you play shadow striker for the first team? Starting? For the main squad? Impossible. Good. Go warm up." "Yes, sir. Right away." I bolted off, fueled by raw energy. He watched me go, muttering, "Why does he run so weirdly? Whatever. He'll do." Let's rewind to see what the coaches were actually plotting. In the strategy room, Luca reports to Tony. "January. He's different today. He's actually trying." "Jan? Is he finally opening his heart?" I hope that's the reason. The secret behind the fallen prodigy was finally beginning to surface. "Keep at it, Luca, but don't push too hard." "Got it. I'll watch from the shadows." Luca smirked. 3 years ago, this kid was the talent every elite club craved. He joined Juventus, but the dream shattered. He couldn't adapt. His contract was scrapped. Tony reached out immediately. He knew even simple encouragement would crush Jan under immense pressure. Jan had spiraled into a state where he simply couldn't step onto the pitch. Still, Tony brought him in, choosing to wait silently until Jan found his own way back. Through 2 years of stagnation, Tony's faith in Jan's genius never wavered once. A football genius who doesn't recognize his own worth. Classic trope, right? Now, January, it's your turn. Shatter that door and unleash your true power. Back to reality. I'm a nervous wreck. Gino, the main striker, is struggling hard out there. The coach isn't subbing me in because of my skill, he's just filling a gap. To put it simply, Gino is running on empty. He's completely gassed. When is my turn? I'm ready. Fine. Just getting on the field is a win. Stop obsessing over the timing. Focus. Think about what you'll do the second you step in. The pressure is suffocating. Even without the ball, they're stuck to me like glue. The moment the ball arrives, 2 defenders swarm. Our strikers are isolated and losing possession. If I were in there. Gino's style is too similar to mine. If I play like him, I'll be swallowed up too. I need to widen the pitch. Drag the markers wide or drop deep. Create the gaps my teammates need to strike. But if Gino, who's better than me, can't do it, can I really pull this off? Can I? No, I must. Mistakes aren't an option. I have to succeed at any cost. I feel like I'm gonna puke. Why am I remembering those hellish training sessions now? Tony watched him. The trauma still haunts him. Rumor says his mother's obsession broke him. My duty as a coach is simple. Trust Jan, wait, and let his hidden talent explode on the pitch. I gasped, suddenly snapped back to reality. He said, "If you're just filling in for Gino, don't sweat it. Just play your way. Got it? So, that's it. I'm just a tactical substitute to balance the team." The heavy pressure finally lifted. "Understood," I replied, while Tony wondered if this psychological gamble would actually pay off. It'll ease his mind. Step by step, open up, January. He gave me a firm nudge toward the field. Gino's time was up. The exhausted star subbed out, and I stepped into the light at last. This isn't just a scrimmage, it's the first team. I must lock in and execute my game perfectly. I have to seize this chance or face humiliation before Ju arrives. But the situation remains grim. Dead-end passes everywhere. If this rhythm continues, my presence on the pitch won't change a thing. I entered with a set strategy, but the execution? It's proving way harder than I ever imagined. Markers don't dance to my tune. Suddenly, a green-haired defender closed in and hissed in my ear. He sneered. I expected a secret weapon for Gino, not some nameless kid without a jersey number. "A ball boy?" he mocked. "No, block out the noise. Stay sharp. Execute the plan. Focus." Abandoning the attack to defend? Tony watched from the sidelines, his eyes gleaming with intense curiosity, dropping back from the front line. "Jan, are you trying to dismantle their entire defense from within?" "Perfect." I lured a defender away, tearing a hole in their line. Now, someone must exploit that void. "Space!" the captain roared, charging in. "That's the elite squad for you," Tony nodded, visibly impressed. Jan's movement carved that opening. To stop the assault, their defense is forced into a desperate, shifting cover. That shift births a new gap. And like clockwork, my teammate surges forward to seize the moment. Keep this chain moving, and their downfall is inevitable. They say fate smiles upon those who wait. A visionary play. A true genius. Who'd believe a player stuck for 2 years could dominate like this? The stagnant game finally burst into life, and Jan was the spark that ignited the entire field. Elite vision dictates every move toward victory. One perfect pass now, and the opportunity is absolute. This is peak footballing IQ. I was wrong. If this talent awakens, he'll transcend the limits of Fiorentina. He's evolving. Soon, he will become a monster capable of devouring the entire world of football. Meanwhile, at the airport, I've landed. Find us a restaurant. Me? You're joking, Dion. Just get here. The departure day finally arrived. She smirked. Let's see what you're made of, January. Just you wait. Lian, wake up. How can you sleep? We have a date to plan. Football genius. I bolted upright. Outside, the morning chorus announced the arrival of a brand new day. So noisy. Even in my dreams, she haunts me. My body feels like lead after yesterday's session. Training with the first team is a different beast entirely. The intensity is on another level. Yet, one assist sparked hope. Just one play, but could it actually lead to something more? Will Lian make the starting lineup? Reality, however, is a cruel master. I failed. Staring at the notice board, I found only a cold, empty void where my name should be. Not even on the bench. My name was missing entirely. I clutched my head, desperate to stay calm, expecting a call-up after just one decent practice match. Maybe I was being too greedy after all. But I won't stop. One more roster remains. I pushed my body to the breaking point all week. I envisioned the perfect trio. Gino, Andrea, and then Lian. The dream kept me moving. That vision played on a loop, fueling my every move and driving my ambition forward. But dreams and reality rarely align. He's playing exceptionally well, the coach noted. Latha watched closely. My ball progression and finishing skills were finally rivaling the team's top stars. Behind closed doors, a scheme emerged. Keeping him off the roster now might be our secret advantage. Head coach Tony spoke, his voice laced with cold, tactical calculation. We build his confidence slowly, shielding him. Luca laughed. It's like taming a wild cat, isn't it? And that was the cold, hard truth. While I was busy hallucinating that my predictions were spot on, reality hit me like a truck. I was dead wrong. The final training session before the big match finally came to an end. The coach announced the roster would be sent privately. My heart was racing like wildfire. Ju arrives tomorrow, and I have poured everything I have into this. That entire afternoon, I lived in agonizing suspense. Ju would be here tomorrow, yet my entire fate rested in the coach's hands. I prayed desperately. Please, just choose me. And then, the fateful Friday finally dawned. Suddenly, the phone on the table buzzed violently. It was a storm of messages from Ju, tracking her entire journey from the airport to her homestay. Then came the decisive message. See you in 1 hour. I scrambled around my room in a panic. Everything I owned was just sportswear. I should have bought some decent clothes a long time ago. What was I thinking? Standing before the mirror in my jersey, I tried to convince myself this was not a date. We were just best friends grabbing a bite. But my father was not buying it. He blocked my path, handing me a much sharper outfit. Do your best, son, he said. It felt like I was meeting my future in-laws, even though I kept insisting it was not like that. I arrived early at our meeting spot, standing alone in the middle of the ancient, historic square. Using this much cologne felt like overkill. A sudden doubt flickered in my mind. Ju. She could not possibly still be the same tomboy I remembered, right? Hey, Lian! The person before me was not the short-haired girl in athletic shorts I remembered. This was someone else entirely. Her long, silky hair danced in the wind. That pure white dress perfectly accentuated her slender frame and that breathtaking, radiant smile. She stepped closer, her voice tinged with a hint of guilt. Sorry, am I late? But my mind had gone completely blank. Every word was trapped in my throat as I stood there, utterly mesmerized. Was this really Ju? This stunning girl was my Ju? Ha ha, she laughed. What's with that look? Are you happy to see me or what? I stammered, desperately searching for my voice. What? Not happy to see me? She asked, tilting her head playfully as she took another step closer. My world began to spin as a soft, sweet fragrance drifted past. It was the scent of her skin lotion. It was worlds away from the smell of sweat on the pitch I was used to. Hey, where are you looking? Ju asked reproachfully. Snap out of it. Lian, what is wrong with you? I tried to find any topic to break the crushing awkwardness. What are you wearing? You have never worn a dress before. The words just tumbled out. So what? Ju replied, spinning around gracefully. I'm in a foreign country. I have to dress up a bit. It looks good, right? She paused, looking directly into my eyes, waiting for a compliment. I could only nod like a broken toy. And then, she did the unthinkable. Ju suddenly leaned in, her face so close I could feel the warmth of her breath. Her shimmering eyes seemed to pierce right through me. "Could it be?" she whispered, her voice full of hidden meaning. "Is our Lian finally starting to see me as a woman?" What? How could she be so incredibly blunt? My face turned beet red. I quickly looked away, unable to meet her gaze for another second. Ju burst into a fit of bright, ringing laughter. Surprised? Forget it. Let's go eat. She grabbed my hand and pulled me along. But this time, I knew she had me completely figured out. Huh? Why do you keep avoiding my eyes? I stole a glance at Ju walking ahead of me. That same teasing, cheerful vibe. It was definitely the Ju I knew. But how had I never realized it before? That Ju could be this beautiful. At the restaurant, as the exquisite Italian dishes arrived, Ju's pure excitement managed to melt away the lingering tension. Whoa, amazing! She cheered like a little kid, her eyes sparkling with delight. You've really grown up, ordering all this like a real adult. Stop talking nonsense and just eat, I grumbled, trying to hide my flustered state. We began to eat, and the food was truly divine. But as I watched Ju happily enjoying her meal, my mind drifted far away. Seriously though, when is that roster list going to be announced? My appetite vanished instantly, replaced by a heavy stone in my chest. My heart thundered with anxiety. I was worried sick. So, how many goals are you going to score? Ju asked, her mouth still full of food. Huh? I mean, she continued, it's been 3 years since we met. You have to at least promise me 1 goal. I tried to sound as casual as possible. I acted as if my playing was a total certainty, but Ju looked at me with a suspicious glint. You said you were a football genius, after all. Damn it! She did not understand at all. I did not even know if I would step onto the pitch, so how could I make promises? To make matters worse, Ju suddenly bolted upright in the middle of the restaurant, throwing her arms up and shouting a perfect imitation of Cristiano Ronaldo's celebration. I see the players do this on TV after they score. You're gonna do that too, right? Hey! Hey! Sit down! I panicked, pulling her arm while my face burned with pure embarrassment. Well, are you going to promise or not? Ju pressed on, giving me no way out. I could only stutter in response. Ju's expression soured instantly. Even for a genius, scoring isn't something that happens just because you want it to, Ju muttered, her voice laced with disappointment. The atmosphere turned heavy. I needed a desperate excuse to save this. My eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape. My mind was a total blank. Right then, my phone buzzed on the table. The screen's glow illuminated, my panicked face in the dark. A single name flashed across the screen, one that changed everything. Coach Tony. This was it. The moment of truth. After dinner, I walked Ju home. She turned to me with a playful smirk. Can our little Jan really make it back alone? Should I walk you home instead? Her eyes sparkled with concern. I waved her off quickly. What are you saying? Just get inside. She pouted, then suddenly patted my head, like an older sister would. Our Jan is all grown up, walking home all by himself. Go on then, she said, her voice softening. Get home safe. See you Sunday. Yeah, I'm off, I replied, turning away to hide my flustered face. The air was biting cold. My footsteps echoed against the silent stone streets. I pulled out my phone. There was a new notification from Coach Tony. The roster for Sunday's 12:00 practice was out. I was on it. Even if I didn't play, I could at least fake an excuse now. Wait, this is huge. But how many goals would be enough to satisfy her? Oh no, the goal promise. I completely forgot. I don't even know if I'll set foot on the pitch. What was I thinking, making such a reckless vow? My big mouth is going to be the death of me. Then a thought struck. Wait, maybe not playing is better? Sitting on the bench is less embarrassing than failing in front of everyone. Ugh, whatever. The lies are piling up like a mountain. But deep down, I'm dying to play. The morning of the match arrived. I was wide awake, way before my alarm even had a chance to ring. Was my body reacting on its own? Is it because this is my first real match in such a long time? The world looked the same as any other morning, but everything felt electrified. There was still no guarantee I'd even play, and if I did, today could be the day. All my lies are finally exposed. Yet, this didn't feel like a normal day. This fluttering in my chest wasn't bad. I just wanted the game to start right now. Why did she suddenly pop into my head? Stop overthinking. January. It's time to move. Morning. You're up early, Dad called from the kitchen. I made sandwiches. Take some for the road. Oh, thanks. Dad's cooking? Well, it's just a sandwich. How bad could it be? Is that mint chocolate and mackerel? Dad peeked out. Is it not good? It's unique. I choked it down. I'll eat the rest on the way. I should head out early. Be careful. I knew it. It was absolutely terrible. Poor me. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut. Finally, it's time. Let the day begin. In the hallway, my teammates were whispering. Suddenly, someone called out, Hey, Duan, you okay? A teammate clapped my shoulder. I jumped nearly a foot in the air. Huh? What? Whoa, look at those dark circles, he exclaimed. Oh, it's nothing. Damn it. All that confidence I had at home vanished in a heartbeat. I'm terrified. My last match was a year ago. I haven't played a single minute for Fiorentina yet. Nerves are only natural. I checked my phone. Anxiety before a match wasn't exactly a new feeling for me. Ever since they started calling me a prodigy, the weight of their expectations has been crushing. Every match felt like a heavy burden I was forced to carry. Is this photo from a year ago? Even now, my heart is racing. Part of it is the long hiatus, but mostly, it's the desperate need to succeed. But today, something felt different. My phone chimed with a sharp ding. It was a message from Ju. Usually, these things make me feel suffocated, but her text was simple. I'm here. You better keep your promise. If you score, you have to find me. The pressure shifted into something else. I let out a small, quiet smile. All right, it's time, the coach shouted. Everyone out to the pitch. Let's win this. Someone is actually here to cheer for me today. It's still a burden, but a different kind. I stood up and clenched my fists. Right now, all I want is to play my heart out. I really, really want to do well. The team charged out to the roar of the crowd. Fiorentina, move up. Let's get the win. I mumbled to myself, my legs feeling a bit stiff. From the stands, the fans were already buzzing. Who's that guy? Never seen him before. Why is he walking so weird? I stepped onto the grass, my eyes searching for her in the crowd. As Jan imagined stepping onto the pitch, his eyes found Ju in the stands, waving with a supportive smile. Go for it, Jan. She's actually watching me. Jan checked the stadium clock. 15 minutes had already ticked away in the second half. Meanwhile, Gino was playing like a man possessed. The stadium echoed with roars of his name. Jan sat benched, chin in hands, radiating pure frustration. Why now? Why did that guy have to choose today, of all days, to play like an absolute monster? Would his turn ever come? The giant scoreboard loomed above, showing Sassuolo 0 and Fiorentina firmly in the lead. 5 minutes on the clock under the blazing sun. At the U17 Sassuolo home ground, the battle had only just begun. The rhythmic thud of cleats hitting the ball echoed across the grass as Fiorentina launched a fierce, coordinated offensive. Passes snapped with lethal precision. Over here, a winger screamed, calling for a long, soaring ball over the top. Gino, our shadow striker, ignited his engines to chase it down. But the Sassuolo defender read the play, sticking to him like glue. I've got him! The defender barked. Gino's gaze turned razor-sharp as he plotted his next move with calculated intent. The defender smirked, thinking he'd successfully predicted the right-wing breakthrough. He felt completely in control of the situation. Suddenly, Gino trapped the ball with his shoulder pure class and pivoted instantly. The defender froze, his face twisted in shock. Damn it, he's going left. He'd been completely dismantled and turned inside out by Gino's brilliant, unexpected feint. Breaking free, Gino charged forward with the ball. The sidelines erupted. Keep going! Take it all the way to the net! Cut to Jan on the bench, his eyes glued to the action. His team was performing flawlessly out there. I tracked every movement. The opponents were struggling. The power gap was a clear 7-3 advantage in our favor. A beautiful 1-2 combination unfolded. Seeing the gap between our top-tier squad and their lower-ranked team in person was eye-opening. These guys are incredible. How on earth did I even manage to make it into a squad this talented? And standing at the center of it all was Gino, the undisputed star of the show. With the defense stretched far too thin, the second striker's zone was wide open. Gino found endless pockets of space to exploit. He danced through the midfield, unleashed a thunderous strike, and the ball whistled past the post. The crowd let out a collective gasp. So close, the bench cheered. Keep firing, Gino! Meanwhile, A cold shiver of anxiety began to crawl up my spine. 4 attempts already? At this rate, will I even set foot on the grass today? No, I can't let doubt win. Anything can happen in football. I have to be ready to sprint and defend the moment the coach calls my name. Crack! A brutal tackle sent a player down. Asterisk. Tweet. Asterisk. That's filthy. Coach Tony bolted from his seat with lightning reflexes. Ref, that's a blatant elbow. Look at that. That's a clear yellow card at the very least. The yellow card came out. Gino's teammates rushed to help him up. You all right? Yeah, it just grazed me. A flicker of hope ignited in Jan's mind. This could be it. But up in the stands, the mood was vastly different. Ju sat slumped among the cheering fans, wearing a look of pure boredom. She sighed. Is this supposed to be fun? The scoreboard was still empty, yet the people around her were screaming like their lives depended on every play. She just didn't get it. But more importantly, she recalled Jan's words. If they're too weak, I might stay benched. Because, I'm the secret weapon. Thinking of his boast made Ju's eyes flare with sudden, intense worry. No way. Her fists tightened. They wouldn't actually leave him out there in the cold all day, would they? Boom! 17 minutes in, the stadium erupted. The score flickered to 1, and of course, the hero was Gino. Ju blinked in shock. Jan's team scored? Panic set in. This was bad. They were already dominating the game. With every goal they scored, the chances of their secret weapon Jan getting playtime vanished into thin air. While Ju spiraled into despair, Jan was beaming. 2 souls, 2 completely different reactions. Yes, we got it, I cheered. An early lead. This was the exact perfect scenario I'd been dreaming of for our team all week. If we secure a massive lead early on, the coach will finally rotate the players. This is my golden ticket. Way to go, Gino, I whispered, thanking my rival. Just 1 more goal. Come on, keep it up. A teammate nudged me. Jan, you're mumbling so low I can't even hear you, and I'm sitting right next to you. Oh, sorry, I stammered. Don't apologize to me, kid. Coach Tony smirked confidently from the sidelines. The whistle blew for halftime with the score at 3-0. The locker room was absolutely electric with pure excitement. That was total domination, a perfect 3-goal lead. Listen up, everyone, the coach called out, silencing the room. Incredible work out there. Now, let's keep this same crushing intensity for the entire second half. Yes, sir. Jan was restless, his heart pounding with every passing second. Finally, he gathered his courage and approached the head coach. Excuse me, coach, he began, trying to sound both humble and strategically focused. To be honest, sir, don't you think it's finally time for me to step onto the field? The victory is practically secured, and more importantly, Gino is our ace. Shouldn't we let him rest? He looks completely drained. Coach Tony turned, giving Jan a look of pure confusion. What's going on with you, Jan? He asked. Are you feeling sick? No, sir. Actually, can I just use the restroom for a moment? Asterisk. What on earth am I saying? Asterisk. Asterisk. Why did those words even come out of my mouth? Asterisk, Tony sighed, looking at his troublesome student. Just go. Unbelievable, he muttered as I bolted away. In the restroom, Jan splashed cold water on his face, wondering why he'd run off for no reason. You're really doing the most today, January. Normally this would be humiliating, but right now, shame was the last thing on his mind. The truth was, I was desperate to play, no matter what. Maybe it was because of what Ju told me that I could actually do this. Suddenly, the whistle signaled the start of the second half. Jan returned to the bench, and his silent prayers were about to be answered. The clock hit the 60-minute mark. Coach Tony checked his watch and finally began calling the names of the substitutes. Andrea, Fabian, and January. Jan flinched. Go warm up. Asterisk. Did he just call my name? This is it, my only chance. Asterisk. Yes, sir. I scrambled to my feet, rushing toward the sidelines. I knelt down, clumsily pretending to tighten my laces just to prove I was ready. Ha, see? My laces are tight and ready to go. The coach only sighed. Just get out there and warm up. Yes, sir. Jan ran out to warm up with the others. He was doing everything for a bit of attention, but honestly, the situation looked grim. Andrea, warming up right beside me, was Gino's designated successor and was already destined for the starting lineup. Word on the street was that his ball-handling skills were nothing short of extraordinary. The way the team looked at him compared to me, a forgotten benchwarmer, was like night and day. After all, I'd been a useless ghost on the payroll for months. Would they really give me a shot just to test the waters? Time to get to work. January. I was ready to ignite the pitch. 15 minutes later, the substitution board finally went up. Asterisk. There. That's the signal. Asterisk. The fourth official was walking over. Yes, those numbers were unmistakable. A change was coming. Who would it be? Would it be Andrea, as everyone expected, or Fabian, the defender brought in to park the bus? In the stands, Ju was just as anxious. Look, a substitution. With a 3-goal lead, resting Gino was the only logical move. But would it be Andrea? Wait, no, it was number 20. Ju jumped up, her eyes wide. Who is number 20? Who could it be? Then, he stepped out. The hidden genius. The board flashed. Number 10, Gino, out. Number 20, Jan, in. He stood on the edge of the grass, sweat pouring down his face. Asterisk. Is this really happening? Asterisk. Suddenly, a heavy hand slammed onto Jan's shoulder, snapping him out of his daze. It was Coach Luca. Jan jumped in surprise. Are you even listening to me? Ah, yes. I'm going in now, right? The coach stared straight into my eyes, his voice steady. Play exactly how you want to. No pressure. Understand? Luca gave my chest a firm pat, a silent vote of confidence. I felt the nerves crawling, but I was ready. 10, red, 20, green. It was time. Usually, I'd be shaking like a leaf, but strangely, all I wanted was to sprint onto that field. Jan high-fived Gino and crossed the touchline. I had a promise to keep for Ju, a promise to find the back of the net. Of course, keeping that promise meant my little lie would be exposed. Jan sprinted to his position, his heart racing. But no matter the cost, I had to do it. The referee's whistle shrieked. The battle resumed. Up in the stands, Ju was losing her cool. Seriously, pass the ball to Jan already, she screamed, startling everyone nearby. Just pass it to him. You've had enough shots. Her heart was pounding against her ribs. It felt like she was about to explode. Everything had been so dull until the moment Jan stepped onto the pitch. Asterisk. I'm not even the one playing. So why am I this nervous? Asterisk. Back on the grass. The atmosphere was suffocating. From the outside, you'd never know. But on this field, it was a goddamn jungle. Simple passes felt like ticking time bombs, and the opponents moved like predators closing in for the kill. Unless you were a true genius, 1 second of hesitation was enough to get swallowed whole. Asterisk. Focus. Asterisk. The pitch is wild, but so am I. Suddenly, Jan exploded with speed, tearing past a defender. Ju stood up, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. Look! Number 20! He was slicing right through the gap between the defense and the midfield. Domenico was moving into the same space. Would they collide? 2 players and their markers were all converging on the danger zone. Are they getting complacent because they're in the lead? A massive long ball arcs across the sky. A long pass in this situation? Is it for number 19 or number 5? Who is the target? Jan and Domenico cross paths, completely shattering the defense. Number 5 was just a decoy. The defensive line is collapsing. A sharp, low pass slices through the chaos. Wait, what? The defenders are frozen in shock. Gia seizes the ball and bursts forward. He's too fast. Ju gasps. From the sidelines, Coach Leica's gaze turns razor sharp. This is a calculated set piece, specifically engineered to dismantle their man-marking system. The opponents, who usually leave gaps, have suddenly choked off every inch of space behind the midfield. Show them what you've got, Jan. He charges straight toward the goal like a runaway train. This is your moment. The vast green field opens up before him like an ocean. If I slow the tempo now and shift my gaze as if looking for an outlet, he's looking for a pass, the defender thinks. He takes a desperate step back, biting on the bait to block the passing lane. You idiot! What are you doing? A teammate screams. It's right outside the box. Oh no. Before he even realizes, Jan winds up his leg as time slows to a crawl. A confident smirk plays on Coach Tony's lips. It's over. No more goals for you. Jan unleashes a thunderous long-range strike. The ball screams through the air as the entire stadium holds its breath. From the stands, Ju's eyes are glued to the ball's trajectory. If they can't stop this, it's game over. The keeper lunges with everything he has. His fingertips graze the leather, but it's not enough. Goal. An unstoppable rocket. The simulation I ran in my head for 80 minutes has finally become reality. Jan stands tall, fists clenched, turning his back to the net. I finally kept my promise to Ju. His teammates swarm him in a frenzy. Just as expected, You really are on another level. What a magnificent strike. Wait, am I a great example? Is it because I'm Korean? Their praise is a bit much. What do they mean by different? I can only stammer back a clumsy, grazie, grazie. Coach Luca can't contain his joy, screaming in Italian from the touchline. I told you. I knew you could do it. No problems at all. How refreshing. Luca turns to Tony with a triumphant grin. See? What did I tell you? Tony simply sighs. Calm down. The kids are watching. Honestly, even Tony thought it was too early to sub me in, but Luca wouldn't budge. It was the first time he'd ever seen Luca argue so passionately for a player. Perhaps Luca understands my situation better than anyone. Coach Tony says, well done. Amidst the celebration, a sudden thought hits January. Oh, I almost forgot. Ju's voice echoes in my head. If you score, you better find me first. Got it? Now, where could she be? Then, a familiar roar erupts from the stands, drowning out the crowd. Jan! Oh my God, that was incredible. There's no mistaking that voice. Okay, I have to do something. Jan hesitates for a second before flashing a confident thumbs up toward Ju. Ju was jumping for joy, but she suddenly freezes. Huh? Was that not it? Jan turns away, his face turning beet red. Damn it, it looks like I've just created another cringeworthy memory to haunt me. Jan and Ju stroll through the ancient streets of Florence after the match. After the game, Ju and I walk together. The afternoon sun bathes the city in a stunning golden hue. Ju finally breaks the silence. Well, at least that wasn't a lie, right? What do you mean? I ask, confused. She giggles playfully. I thought you were just acting cool, claiming to be some kind of football genius. My face burns with heat. Why would I lie just to look cool in front of you? Is that so? Ha-ha! Ju covers her mouth, her laugh only making me more flustered. What's so funny? Anyway, she says, changing the subject, you'll be starting the next match from the beginning, right? Jan's heart skips a beat as his expression pales. What? Ju continues, completely oblivious to my internal panic. The next match is against a powerhouse team, isn't it? I remember you saying today's opponents were weak, so you might not play. Jan gulps hard, a cold sweat breaking out. His own lie is coming back to haunt him. Did I really say that? Why did I dig this hole for myself? So, since the next team is strong, you have to be a starter, right? Ju concludes with flawless logic. Yeah. I guess so, I mumble. I barely escaped one disaster only to walk straight into another trap. One crisis ends, and a new one begins. Jan and Ju are just two small figures on the street. Their next opponent is Napoli. They are a true titan of the league, famous for their relentless high press and suffocating pressure across the entire pitch. Currently ranked third, this is a must-win battle to secure a spot in the finals, which only accepts the top two teams. This is the critical turning point we need to challenge Juventus for the throne of the league. Torino, my former club. Could a benchwarmer with only 10 minutes of playtime really survive such a high-stakes clash? As they walked, Ju broke the silence with a playful smirk. So, how many goals are you hunting for today? I haven't a clue, I muttered, exhaustion weighing me down. Goals aren't just served on a silver platter. I'll be lucky to even make the bench. Ju stopped dead in her tracks, her piercing gaze locked onto mine. Why? Have you already lost your nerve? Her unwavering belief made the truth impossible to swallow. Me? Nervous? Just watch me on match day. I spat out the lie, desperately trying to maintain my cool facade. Wow. Is this the confidence of a true prodigy? Ju cheered, her eyes sparkling. I winced inwardly. It was nothing but empty bravado. I hoped today would settle things, but instead, the situation was spiraling far beyond my control. Fine then, I'll be waiting for that big J celebration, Ju teased, unexpectedly flicking my forehead. Wait, what? She began mimicking my signature pose, laughing as she poked fun at me. I turned away, face flushed with heat. Stop it already! Are you actually mad? She asked. No, I wasn't mad. I just knew I should have stopped this charade long ago. This week is going to be brutal. But worrying changes nothing. It's time to bleed on the pitch. I will claim my spot in the starting 11. Monday morning arrived at the training grounds. The air was thick as the recovery session began. Stretching on the grass, I felt a sting of shame. Recovering after only 15 minutes of play, it felt pathetic. Suddenly, a voice called out. Gino appeared, dressed in casual clothes instead of his training gear. Something was definitely different. Hey guys, Just wanted to say goodbye before I head out. Gino smiled. So, it's finally happening? The team swarmed him, offering their best wishes. Congrats, man! They cheered. My mind raced. Was he being promoted to the under-19 squad already? Gino laughed, waving off the sentiment. We'll cross paths again soon, so keep the goodbyes short, all right? By the time you lot catch up, I'll have already claimed a starting spot in the majors, he bragged. Everyone seemed so close. Should I even say something? We hadn't even shared a real conversation yet. Hey, Lian? Gino suddenly called out, walking straight toward me with a grin. Bit of a shame we didn't get to know each other better. But hey, thanks to you, my promotion came early. I was completely baffled. Before I could process his words, Gino clapped a hand on my shoulder. See you at the top, kid. What was that about? Thanks to me? The confusion gnawed at me while my teammates whispered in envy. I shook it off. Gino's rise was good news, but I had my own war to win. I stood up, my fist clenched with burning resolve. If I can just surpass Andrea, the starting spot is mine. It felt like the heavens were finally giving me a hand. If this is the path, then I'll give everything I have in this week's training. All right, everyone, focus up. Andrea, let's see what you've got. Jan unleashed a thunderous strike that tore through the air, leaving Andrea and the others paralyzed in shock. That power is insane. And he wasn't even trying, Andrea thought, cold sweat breaking. Take it easy on me, brother. Meanwhile, in Coach Tony's office, Luca entered, nodding respectfully. Coach, Gino has been sent off safely. Good work, Tony replied, eyes fixed on his notes. Luca sighed, his emotions mixed. He's a good kid with incredible skill. It feels a bit bittersweet to see him go. There was no reason to keep him, Tony stated firmly. He's already miles ahead of kids 2 or 3 years older than him. He belonged in the higher ranks long ago. That is true. But it would have been nice to keep him longer, but the board has shifted focus. It's time to bet everything on him. You mean Lian? Luca asked. Precisely. Tony paused, his eyes turning sharp and calculating. If we weigh their pure potential, we have to choose January. Gino will thrive in a higher tier. But for Lian, he needs real, trial-by-fire experience, starting right now. This is the optimal move for both of them. Luca could only nod in agreement. The last match proved his talent, but I'm still uneasy. Our next opponent is Napoli, after all. If he fails now, his confidence might shatter completely. Tony hummed. Even so, putting Jan in the starting lineup is a risk we must take. It's a gamble, yes. But it's also the greatest opportunity he'll ever get. An opportunity, sir? Tony stood up, gazing out the window at the pitch. No matter how strong Napoli is, they are still just under 17. Lian's talent is meant to transcend that. He placed a hand on Jan's file. If he explodes onto the scene and crushes a titan like Napoli, he'll gain the one thing he's lacked: absolute confidence. One match to change everything. Luca gasped as the weight of the plan sank in. And we must watch closely. Since Lian lacks a track record, the club is still hesitant to fully commit. What do you mean? Tony turned, his eyes flashing with hidden meaning. Have you forgotten? Time is running out. Lian's contract renewal is looming. Elsewhere, in a lavish office, a mysterious man watched Jan's footage on repeat. Lian, huh? He leaned back, his eyes cold and predatory. Perhaps it's time we keep a very close eye on this boy. The name appears on screen. Florence Youth Team Director Paolo Rossini. Rue is in my kitchen, barking orders like a pro chef. Water here, sauté there. Is she really done? I just watch her in a daze. All right, I'm heading to my room, I mutter, trying to escape. Rue grabs my collar, her face radiating a terrifying, murderous aura. You want to die? She growls. I'm making you a masterpiece. And you're acting like this? This is part of your training too. Ugh. She shoves me toward the stove without mercy. Time for the pasta. Huh. All I can do is laugh nervously. Suddenly, Dad appears, giving a mysterious thumbs up. Huh? I turn back, completely confused by his silent approval. Dad, what's that for? We all dig into the pasta Ju made. One bite in, and Dad's eyes sparkle with pure delight. Ju, you should study culinary arts abroad. This is incredible. Rue beams with pride. Come cook for us often. Of course, Uncle. Meanwhile, I just keep my head down and eat. This pasta is legitimately world class. Rue turns to me. It's good, right? You're really inhaling that. She rests her chin on her hand, looking at me intently. I worked hard on this pasta for you, so you better score a real goal this time. Dad chimes in. Exactly. Ugh, why bring up work during a meal? Right here, Dad says solemnly. I wish I could go. I'm sorry about that. I wave it off. No, it's fine. A notification pops up. I'm a starter for the next match. Jan sees the starter alert flashing on his phone. What? Starting in such a massive, high-stakes game? The gravity of the moment finally hits me. Dad keeps apologizing for missing the game, but his voice fades. Jan's memories take over as a flashback begins. He gave up everything in Korea to come here for me. When I struggled at Juventus, that was the first time I saw Dad's fury. He was always my rock, believing in me regardless of the odds. I've never once felt disappointed in him. Only guilt remains. Jan clenches his fist under the table. Just wait a little longer, Dad. Dad, I'll make it big and repay everything. Oh, really? Ju's voice snaps me back. How many goals this time? 3? 4? My face darkens. Seriously? Ru immediately snitches to my dad. Hey, uncle, guess what Jan did after his last goal? Stop! Stop! I beg. Dad just laughs. Dad, she talks too much. But I like the energy. He chuckles. See, uncle? Let me do the dishes. They start bickering over chores. I just sigh. Regardless, match day is finally here. The team huddles up. Honestly, I don't know where this confidence is coming from, but let's give it our all. Let's go. Viola. The captain roars. Fiorentina versus Napoli. I know I can make an impact today. Kick off. From the first second, the atmosphere is suffocating. Stay calm. Move slowly and find the rhythm. Pass it back, the captain shouts. Remember the drills? They're going to press hard immediately. What is this pressure? I knew they'd press, but this is worse than I imagined. Defense, stay back. Don't push too high. They're coming from behind. Move faster. From the sidelines, coaches Tony and Luca watch with sharp eyes. They're barely holding on, coach. The pressure is insane. We're struggling just to keep the ball, let alone build an attack. If this keeps up, our only option will be risky long balls. We're being forced into a corner, but our strikers are losing the aerial duels. Long balls will just put us at a disadvantage. Luca asks, if we can't build up and long balls are too risky, what's the move? Tony closes his eyes, then looks at Luca. What do you think? Someone needs to drop back. Suddenly, Jan breaks formation. I start my run. No matter how perfect their press seems, there's always a crack in the armor. Their over-aggressive press has left a massive hole behind them, a spot where a teammate's pass can just barely reach. Jan sees that tiny gap. To beat a high press, you need a lightning-fast transition. The moment is now. No point lingering in our half. Jan unleashes a pinpoint long ball straight to Bruno. The left winger pushes it wide. Good. I've moved the ball to the flank, but I can't just stand still. Watching the markers in Bruno, I map out my next move. What will Bruno do? Cross it? No. Knowing Bruno, he'll cut inside and fire. In that case, I'll decoy as if I'm charging the box. Number 20. Entering the box. Mark him. I drag a defender deep into the danger zone. Perfect. Now Bruno has a clear shooting lane. Nice work, Jan, Bruno thinks. The angle is wide open. Bruno fires a wicked, curling strike. Jan, my bad, Bruno yells as the ball shaves the post. So close. Great run, January. You too. I give a thumbs up. All right, back to positions. Napoli counters instantly. Funny, a Napoli player sneers. You think we'll just let you reset that easily? Damn. It's happening again. Their pressure is suffocating. Wait, a misplaced pass? They lost their mark. It's too easy. Something is seriously wrong. We have elite players, so why are we crumbling? There's no doubt about it. Napoli is a monster on the pitch. Are we really this outmatched? Watch the crosses. Win the aerial duels. Stay on your man. Don't let them get a header off. A Napoli striker soars above the rest. He hammers a header into the net. The scoreboard flips to 1-0. Crushed by the relentless pressure, we made a fatal error. We completely lost sight of our targets. Now that Napoli has the lead, their suffocating press will only get tighter. Flipping the script won't be easy. Jan stands alone amidst his frustrated teammates. His eyes remain sharp, unyielding. But one thought keeps haunting my mind. Honestly, I think I can turn this around. The scoreboard looms, Fiorentina 0, Napoli 1. After conceding that first goal, the uphill battle became 10 times harder. On the pitch, Fiorentina is getting hunted. Every touch is smothered. The air is filled with desperate shouts and bone-chilling collisions. We're losing the tactical war. We can't even move the ball forward. With the lead in hand, Napoli is closing the iron trap. A teammate prepares for a throw-in, looking around in pure desperation. There's nowhere to pass. Everyone is marked. By any means necessary, we have to get that ball up the pitch. We need a miracle. If this continues, we'll be trapped in this nightmare forever. Ah, a bad touch. We've lost possession again. The ball rolls out of bounds. Number 4 tries a desperate diving header but fails. Captain, it's out. Throw in for Fiorentina. Our captain slams his fist against the turf and roars, trying to ignite the team's dying spirit. Pull yourselves together. Stick to the plan and our chance will come. Don't you dare give up now. All right, let's make a move. One step at a time. From the sidelines, Coach Tony watches, his eyes deep in tactical thought, sacrificing his body to fire up the team. That's the true weight of a captain's leadership. Yeah, the captain is right. This isn't the time for despair. The chance, it's finally here. Jan receives the ball. We've finally pierced through their suffocating press. Push forward! The coach screams. Jan takes the ball and charges. But the defense ahead is a solid wall. If that's the case, I won't go solo this time. I'll use my teammates to tear them apart. Jan fires a surgical through ball, slicing Napoli's defense wide open. Perfect. The press is broken. Time to dominate the midfield with link-up play. Jan passes and moves, but then something strange happens. No one is making the run. Huh? What's going on? My teammates should be right here. But they're nowhere to be found. Coach Tony clicks his tongue. Jan hasn't realized it yet, but there's a massive gap in class within his own team. The others simply can't keep up with Jan's vision. If I wait for them, this golden opportunity will vanish into thin air. The clock ticks down to the final seconds of the first half. What's the move now? It looks like he lost his chance. But suddenly, Jan looks up, his eyes blazing with resolve. Is he charging into the gap alone? No way. He'll eventually slow down and wait for backup like always. Right? Widen the formation. Claim the space. Let's see if this works. Out of nowhere, Jan pulls off a dazzling feint, leaving the defender in the dust. What? Is he really going for a solo show? You think we'll just let you walk past? It won't be easy, but this is the only path to victory right now. Jan keeps driving. He blazes past another defender. He's through. The Napoli captain is absolutely stunned. Damn it, I misread him. He's not looking for a pass. He's going all the way. Close him down now. Don't let him enter the box. The gateway to the goal is closing as the defenders form a human fortress. Can I break through? It's not about can or cannot. There is no other choice but to break this wall. Jan slips through the microscopic gap between two defenders. Wait, did I actually make it? Laka explodes with excitement. Coach, did you see that? Jan is absolutely possessed today. Quiet! We're almost there! Jan faces the keeper. It's not over yet. A one-on-one showdown. Close the angle. Think you can score? Just try it. The near post is blocked. But suddenly, Jan unleashes an outside foot strike, curling the ball toward the far corner. A legendary trivela. Jan collapses to the turf from the impact. He fights to stay up. I can't fall here. The ball is still in the air. My teammates. What's happening? Look at that trajectory. The ball rips into the net, leaving the entire stadium in shock. Pure madness. I actually did it. Jan drops to his knees, face in hands. 40th minute. Jan's Fiorentina masterpiece ties it 1-1 against Napoli. On the sidelines, Luca, the assistant coach, is losing his mind with pure excitement. Mamma mia! Luca screams, eyes wide in disbelief. He grabs head coach Tony's shoulders. Did you see that? Did you see that? Tony stays calm, but even he is shaken by that brilliance. He mutters under his breath. Just how far did he run? 40, maybe 50 meters alone? Pure madness! Luca beams with pride. A lightning-fast 1-2, then a daring solo sprint fueled by raw speed. As the keeper closed the near post, he coolly slotted it into the far corner. A solo masterpiece from his own half. Teammates swarm him. Amazing work, Lian. You're a beast. Grazie, Tony says, glancing at the Napoli bench. This goal changed everything. Just look at their faces. They're in total shock. Nobody saw this coming. Who is this number 20, they wonder. Napoli's coach scrambles through his notes, nothing. Tony smirks. Of course they don't know him yet. Luca adds, I thought he'd be nervous for his first start, but he's flying out there. It's expected, Tony replies. He's just playing like he trains, but Napoli simply can't handle Lian alone. He's instinctively realized that the opposition isn't as tough as he feared. Tony clenches his fist, eyes gleaming, watching a player evolve in real time. What a rush. That's the magic of youth football. Scene shift. The locker room at halftime. The atmosphere inside is electric, a far cry from the start of the match. That pass was too slow. Get back on defense. The critiques sound like a heated argument. But in Italy, this passionate shouting is just a polite tactical discussion. Focus up, a player yells, slamming a water bottle. It's intense, but it's definitely not a fight. Meanwhile, Jan sits in the corner, head in hands. I must have lost my mind. What was I thinking, taking them all on alone? If that missed, I'd be finished. But it actually worked. My stamina is hitting the limit, but that wasn't just luck. There was real skill in that play. Ha ha ha. All right, everyone, listen up. The coach shouts, watch their counterattacks. Did they see through my plan? Don't back down out there. Got it? Yes, coach. Forza Viola. The second half begins. Jan steps back out, deep in thought. Yeah, luck played a part, but it wasn't everything. Can I pull it off again? Suddenly, a hand hits his shoulder. It's Bruno. Jan, that first half was legendary. Let's do it again. Let's make something happen together. Oh, yeah, let's do it. Come on, let's go. For some reason, I feel unstoppable. My eyes drift to the stands. Rue is there. But why does she look like that? Memories of a promised celebration flood back. Wait, I forgot something huge. Will you celebrate today? If I score, she made me promise. The celebration. I completely blanked on it. This is bad. If the game ends like this, she'll never let me hear the end of it. Why do I always talk big around her? I have to score one more, no matter what it takes. What a headache. It's not like I'm doing this for her or anything. Coach Tony approaches. Jan, you okay? What do you mean, coach? You look exhausted. What? I didn't even realize I was gasping for air. When did I get this tired? Was the pressure of my first start finally catching up to me? My body feels like lead. Raise your hand if you need a sub, all right? The coach warns. Understood. From his perspective, a substitution is only logical. If that's the case, I need to focus. If I'm getting subbed, I only have 10 minutes left to score. Asterisk, Peo. Asterisk, the whistle blows for the second half. 1-1. Wait, what's with their defense? Their center backs are practically playing on the halfway line. They're desperate for a lead, throwing everything forward. From the touchline, Tony watches Napoli's coach. I see what they're trying to do, but it's a fatal error. By pushing their line so high, they've left their back door wide open. For Jan, a situation like this was the ultimate golden opportunity. Stay one step ahead. The enemy is hyper-focused on the left, leaving the opposite flank wide open. If our defense can steal the ball just once, the far wing is ripe for a counterattack. There, they've intercepted it. The ball found my feet, and I fired a direct pass instantly. Mark number 20. Don't let him breathe. Don't let him turn. Wait. A direct pass from that angle? It's headed straight for the winger, Bruno. Jan's foresight was lethal. He knew they'd target the left and planned to exploit the massive gap on the far side. Tsk. Stay calm. It's the same counterplay they used in the first half. The Napoli captain roared, Mark 20. 11 is covered. Wait, are both 9 and 20 cutting inside? 11 is a predictable inside cutter. You're only moving in to take the shot. I've already read your play. No matter the build-up, it always ends in a shot. Or so they thought. Bruno faked and passed instead. What? He passed? Bruno's style was mocked for being simple. Yet he used that very predictability to shatter their defense. Everything was going to plan. Could he find the net again? Jan trapped the ball and faced the goal. He unleashed a decisive, thunderous strike. The ball screamed toward the Napoli net. The shot was perfect. Jan collapsed, his gaze locked on its flight. The keeper leaped in desperation, but it was futile. The ball tore through the back of the net. For a second, I wondered if I'd pushed too hard. Then, a wave of pure euphoria hit me. This was perfect. Jan pushed himself up, staring at the prize. I couldn't forget why I had to score. It was for that promise. I rose to my feet and sprinted toward the stands. My eyes searched the crowd, and there she was. Her voice was lost in the roar, but I saw her Jew, jumping with joy, arms raised high in the stands. As my heart hammered against my ribs, I performed the perfect celebration, the very move she once used to tease me. I raised 2 fingers to my temple in a sharp, mocking salute. I didn't even know why I did it. But suddenly, I found myself longing to walk home with her after the match. The managers met mid-pitch. After the game, Napoli's coach approached Tony, his eyes burning with sharp suspicion. He demanded, "Who is that number 20? Tony just shrugged casually. "Oh, him? Just a backup for Gino." That dismissive answer only fueled the opposing coach's growing frustration. He snapped, accusing them of hiding a monster. A talent like that isn't just some benchwarmer. Tony claimed he scouted him from Juventus. The coach grew more skeptical, a Juventus rookie no one had ever heard of. Tony explained that Jan had spent 3 years there, rotting on the sidelines without a single chance to play. The coach barked out a laugh. Ridiculous. A weapon like that should have been their undisputed ace. Tony coldly warned him not to dig deeper. His rival sighed, muttering "you old fox" before storming off. But before leaving, he threw one last loaded question. "Has Jan signed a professional contract yet?" Tony watched him go, a silent warning in his eyes. Everyone wanted a piece of a player like January. Today, Jan had redefined the word genius. Inside the locker room, the energy was absolutely electric. "We won!" The victory cry echoed everywhere as my teammates swarmed me with relentless praise. "You were flying out there," they shouted. Scoring a brace against a powerhouse like Napoli was legendary. I could only stammer in response. This sudden tidal wave of spotlight was completely overwhelming. Mumbling a quick excuse, I slipped through the crowd, leaving their cheers and questions echoing behind me. Phew, I could barely breathe. I wanted to celebrate, but my limbs felt like lead. I was completely spent, but exhaustion wasn't the only reason I fled. As I exited the stadium, I saw her Jew was waiting. She waved, a bright smile on her face. "Good work, superstar. Want your big sister to carry your bag? You're too tiny for that," I joked. She immediately bristled, yelling about being taller back in grade school. I sighed. That was a lifetime ago, Jew. I leaned on my fatigue, urging her to finally head home. After a while, she glanced at me sideways. "For someone exhausted, you sure look like you're on cloud 9. Wait, was it that obvious?" A smile crept onto my face as I admitted that the coach's praise felt good. Jew looked skeptical, so I quickly added, I always get praised. Today was just extra special." Her question lingered in the air as I fell into a deep silence. I confessed that back in Korea, I had never once tasted the sweetness of such praise. Criticism always found me first. Compared to those days of cold silence despite my hard work, this sudden recognition today felt absolutely overwhelming. Ju looked at me with a mischievous glint in her eyes. She promised to shower me with so much praise that I would eventually grow sick of it. Yet, looking back, there was actually one person who stood by me, offering constant encouragement no matter how badly I failed. A brief memory flashed by. Little Ju was always there, cheering for January. I finally realized why I bluffed and bragged to her all those years. She had unwavering faith in me, and I desperately wanted to become a man truly worthy of that precious trust. Ju's sudden shout snapped me back to reality. I lied because I couldn't bear to shatter her image of me. I wanted to keep it perfect. This was no longer just about covering up a lie. I gripped my bag tightly, a new flame of determination igniting in my eyes. I will turn Ju's faith into a living reality. I called out to her, boldly declaring that the ice cream was on me today. I'll become a true football genius. Ju teased that I'd finally grown up, and I joked back that a man needs money for treats. The next day, I approached Coach Luca. My voice wavered slightly as I asked if I could use the pitch after the team finished. I needed extra training. Coach Tony was absolutely stunned by my request. He never expected such raw initiative from a player like me. He insisted to Luca that I shouldn't be left alone, ordering the assistant to stay behind and supervise my solo session. Luca let out a heavy sigh, mourning his free time. As I sprinted, I worried if I was a burden, but I quickly crushed that doubt. No. Yesterday's match proved it. If I want to survive on this pitch, I need to push my physical limits to the absolute edge. It wasn't just stamina. My dribbling was clunky and my shooting was far behind the level of a true professional. I've squandered too much time already. I must catch up. Meanwhile, in the office, Tony was delivering a piece of critical news. Youth director Paolo is coming to the next match. Luca was confused since the tapes were sent, but Tony knew that stubborn veteran only trusted his eyes. A shadow of worry crossed Tony's face. He sensed that Paolo was planning to move in and renegotiate the current contract terms. He warned Luca to prepare everything perfectly. This upcoming match could determine the very future of the entire Fiorentina club. The usual training ground suddenly erupted with excitement. Cheers of congratulations echoed across the field as the players gathered around. A massive crowd was surrounding Bruno, my teammate. They were all celebrating the news of him signing his first professional contract. Someone shouted in mock envy, "You lucky bastard!" Bruno just laughed, humbly accepting the waves of praise from the entire squad. I stood there, piecing the situation together. It was Bruno's big moment. The teammates were already demanding he treat them to a victory feast. Bruno happily agreed to a dinner this Friday. The guys kept teasing him, dying to know exactly how much his new life was worth. Someone asked about his weekly wage. A weekly wage? I froze in shock. Bruno leaned in and whispered the secret figure. It was 10 times more than €2,000 a week. Unbelievable. €2,000 was more than 10 of us made together. A pro contract meant a tenfold jump in pay. My teammates were already dreaming of buying the latest gear and luxury items. While one teammate drifted into a dream world, I started my own math. Currently, I was only bringing home 200,000 won. 10 times would be 2 million won. I was burning with envy. If I ever earned that much, what would I even do first? First, I'd pay the rent and the bills. Then, I'd finally fix that broken washing machine once and for all. I'd buy my father a car and take Ju to a legendary dinner. In this moment, Bruno looked like a literal god to me. I walked over and offered a sincere pat on his shoulder. "Congratulations, Bruno." He turned, beaming with a bright, friendly smile. He thanked me and invited me to join them on Friday. I gave a dazed nod. Then, the whistle blew. It was time to focus. The coach's roar echoed. A teammate nudged me, asking if I was jealous. Was I being greedy, or was this just hunger? I could only hope for a miracle when my own contract negotiations finally arrived. My entire future was on the line. Considering my months of stagnation, hoping for more felt wrong. One more time. Luca's shout shattered my thoughts after practice. "Yes!" I wheezed, gasping for air. I tried to break through his defense, but my body feints were easily read and shut down. I used my signature move that worked before, but he didn't budge. Had he already decoded my entire playstyle in one session? What should I do? Pure speed won't beat a pro like him. I have to disrupt his rhythm and steal his timing completely. A fake to the left, then a snap to the right. He read it. I tried a double step over, lunging back to the left again. Was the right side another bait? I finally got past him. Luca let out a surprised laugh, not annoyed in the slightest. "You totally fooled me," he praised. I knew he was likely going easy on me, but the small victory made me feel alive. "Can we go again?" I asked. He nodded. I was lucky that a coach would stay behind just to help me polish my skills. There was always a risk of injury, but he stayed anyway. He was investing his time in me, and I wouldn't waste it. He's essentially become my personal coach for every position, tailoring every drill to my needs. Run until you collapse. My stamina is surging. At first, it felt overwhelming. His dedication fuels me. I must prove my worth. These brutal sessions drain every ounce of my strength. "Drink up!" Luca startles me. "Are you tired already?" I'm exhausted, but this physical grind is truly rewarding. Knowing I'll be better tomorrow makes it all worthwhile. Through endless repetition, I'll finally become a football genius. "Coach, thanks for today." "For what?" "This is my job. Work hard, and I'll be the one thanking you." "I'll repay you soon." Luca laughs. "Repay me? Huh? Then show me your best in this week's match." "Don't feel pressured. It's the reward for your sweat." Luca's eyes turn sharp. Pros don't believe in coincidences. Think a lucky goal is just chance? Think again. You made that shot because you practiced it endlessly. He grips my shoulder. You must believe in yourself. Only then will others see your true value. January. I trained like a madman, preparing for the whistle. "Jan, are you even listening?" Coach Tony snaps back. "Everyone, follow Jan's rhythm. He controls our entire attack." Suddenly, the weight of the entire team is on me. Director Paolo Rosini scans the field with cold eyes. Gaps everywhere. We're bleeding money on this roster. The U17 squad is far too bloated this year. Capital is limited. Paolo's eyes never leave the screen. Keeping them all is a financial disaster waiting to happen. Who's this kid? He pulls up Jan's 16-year-old profile. Ah, number 20. The salary thief from Juventus. Paolo's gaze turns icy. A pro club isn't charity. The man beside him smirks with pure mockery. No games, no progress. He's been invisible for months. Jan stands in his white kit, feeling the tension. "I heard he's improved." "Only 2 games, Paolo interrupts. 2 goals against Napoli? Impressive, but where's the contract? I'm here to see if he's actually worth keeping." Despite the coach's praise, Paolo needs his own proof. He focuses his gaze, searching for a spark of talent. A suffocating pressure from the stands locks onto me. Can I handle this? This role feels far too heavy. Play however you want. Coach Tony screams from sidelines. I'll break my limits. Training with Luca prepared me. Today, I believe in myself. I will lead them. Kick off. Watch Jan. Press him. The war has begun. Total dominance. By keeping the ball, we'll strip them of every single opportunity. Today's mission, a flawless victory. Spring the trap. G. Make the play. A reckless long ball flies high. It'll never reach the striker. Got it, the enemy roars. Jan scans the pitch. Keep it in our half for now. Let's see how they move. Interesting. Even their striker is dropping back. So, they've abandoned the high press entirely? They're parking the bus. But a wall that thick always leaves two fatal gaps to exploit. First, feint a breakthrough on one flank to lure them in, then strike the opposite wing instantly. The alternative? Force an opening with pure dribbling skill. No need to debate, just act. Success with the second makes the first a breeze. Now, close the distance. Unbelievable. Another pass? Just how long do they plan on playing keep away? As their defense wavers under the pressure of our constant possession, I ignite the breakthrough. My vision clears as every eye in the stadium locks onto me. He's not passing. Stop him, they scream, but I stay icy, focused solely on the man ahead. Beating just one man changes everything. An upper body feint. Wait, he's going right? Every time they scramble to plug a hole, they leave a new one wide open. One-on-one with the wingback. This isn't over. Is he passing back? Ugh, a direct cross. Think you can block this? A lightning wall pass. What? Am I training a puppy here? Another duel. A step over. He's nothing compared to the coach. I've breached the penalty box. Shoot or cross? No. This play ends with me. I'm finishing this. Jan unleashes a thunderbolt. The net bulges as the crowd freezes. In the VIP box, Rosini stares in disbelief. You're watching, aren't you? Go ahead. I dare you to keep doubting my eye for talent, he mutters. That stubborn old fool. A legendary goal. Fiorentina takes the lead. 1-0. Empoli is falling apart. Their keeper screams in a panic. Stop him! Block the passing lane. They're chasing shadows. His teammates try to track me, but it's utterly futile. Don't let it through. No! The keeper howls. Take him down. Foul him if you have to. He thinks I can't score from here. A shot? The keeper's jaw drops. What the hell is this? How can anyone stop that? He watches, paralyzed, as the ball rips the net. Where did this monster come from? Director Rosini watches in silence. 30 minutes in, and it's already a 3-0 slaughter. The mastermind? Number 20, Lian. A solo masterpiece for the first, and a genius assist for the second. And now, a long-range screamer for the third. His arsenal of skills is simply terrifying. Roberto calls his assistant. Yes, sir. Find the salary logs for Piccino Ċisa. Now, Ċisa, the youth academy kid? He's thriving at Juventus, isn't he? But why bring him up? Shut up and do it! Paolo snaps, snatching the tablet to hunt for the data himself. The numbers don't lie. Paolo barks the order. Roberto, get the club on the phone. This instant. We'll need a massive budget for this. Paolo lets out a triumphant roar and dials the number. It's Roberto. Tony. You were right. This is the deal of a lifetime. I'm all in. Jan exits the stadium. Jan, over here. Ah, thanks. You've done enough today. But then, Jan! The captain calls out, tossing me an energy drink. Take it. You look exhausted today. Don't sweat the small stuff. He smiles. Incredible work out there. That's our ace striker for you. With a thumbs up, he boards the bus. Our ace. I whisper, the words lingering in the air. A strange warmth spreads through me as I hold the bottle. Juventus never felt like this. Before, the team and the city were just background noise. Nothing more than a workplace. A temporary stop in a long career. But now, Florence is starting to feel like home. Is it because of Jew, or have I finally found my true place on this pitch? Perhaps. Today, even the familiar square on my morning commute feels like it's welcoming me back. Only away for a day, yet it feels like home. Should I squeeze in a run? Jan rushes inside. Dad's not back from work yet. The house is quiet. Collapsing onto the bed, Jan reflects. 70 minutes, 2 goals, 1 clinical assist. I played well today. I truly fulfilled my role on that pitch, didn't I? That stamina training paid off. 10 more minutes of intensity, and another goal scored. Scoring exactly as Coach Luca taught me. That feeling of growth is addictive. Would Coach be proud? Or was that performance still lacking something vital? I made my mark, but the fire only burned for the first 30 minutes. I pushed too hard. I took the confidence advice a bit too literally. Empty after 30 minutes. The rest was just safe passing. The game stalled. As the leader, when my tempo drops, the entire team's rhythm falls apart. I've still got a long way to go. I need more composure, more responsibility. We were lucky it was Empoli. A stronger team would have punished my fatigue. Today's win had a hint of luck. Jan's fist clenches with burning resolve. The explosive dribbles, the pinpoint assists, and those clinical long-range strikes. None of it was a fluke. This wasn't coincidence, it was skill earned through sweat. Whatever the case, I have to believe in my own power now. The old anxiety is gone. If only Dad and Ju could have seen me. Meanwhile, Jan's father sprints through the streets. "I'm late! Jan must be waiting!" His phone vibrates. Who's calling now? Is it Jan? Something feels wrong. A sudden chill. The screen flashes a haunting name. Fronte Hospital. Special bacon cream risotto. Ju presents the dish, and Dad looks genuinely impressed. I spot the apron I bought her. Brand new, yet already covered in stains. Well, that's what aprons are for. She eagerly begs me to take a bite. I take one bite. "It's okay," I mutter. Immediately, her expression sours. "Just okay?" I panic. "Wait, it's amazing!" She beams with instant joy. "Right? My taste buds were raised on your father's legendary cooking." I recall her horror sandwich from before. Surprisingly, Dad actually enjoys the risotto. Ju smirks proudly. "It's my first time making it, and I'm already a pro. Why is she acting so competitive?" Then, the realization finally hits me. I invited Ju for dinner, but she insisted on cooking to save us. Now Dad's culinary pride is wounded. The kitchen has become a silent battlefield. Dad takes a bite, critiquing. "A bit too thick for my liking." Ju fires back. "Even simple dishes reflect the soul of the chef." "Uncle," the invisible sparks fly. Dad isn't about to back down from this challenge. He claims I prefer his shrimp risotto. Ju looks skeptical and highly offended. Then comes the killing blow. "Jan, you prefer bacon over shrimp, right?" "No, he definitely likes shrimp," Ju argues. Both stare at me, eyes narrowed. Bacon? Shrimp? Why am I caught in the middle of this culinary war? "I don't care!" I shout, desperate. "I actually prefer sandwiches!" Dad bursts out laughing. "Sandwiches are my specialty." Great. I've joined his side. Ju glares at me with pure suspicion. She's fuming, and clearly not finished. "Is everything else a lie too? Like the 2 goals you supposedly scored?" My heart jumps. "Hey, why on earth would I lie about my performance?" She huffs. "I don't know. It just sounds suspicious." Is she really this petty? I slapped a hand over my mouth, nearly blurting out that she should just look me up online. That was a close call. My past identity was almost exposed. While I panicked, my father stepped in to save the day. Thankfully, it wasn't a total lie. Dad got a call from the team. When? Why? What did they say? I was even more frantic than her. They praised my performance and hard work lately. Really? Just for that? Why call for something so simple? Then my father dropped the bombshell. They want a meeting regarding a professional contract. Dad smiled warmly. They want to sign me as a pro? A professional? I couldn't believe my ears. The agent had already been notified. Dad placed a hand on my shoulder, beaming with pride. Congratulations, son. Just yesterday, I was green with envy over Bruno's success. Am I really becoming a pro athlete? I thanked them for the meal and turned to Ju, feeling vindicated. See? I told you I wasn't lying. Ju just shrugged, saying she already saw it online. My heart stopped. Online? What exactly did you see? She replied she only checked the results of today's match. She'd searched for U17 Florence versus Empoli. I let out a massive sigh of relief. I thought she'd uncovered my whole history. When she asked what was wrong, I just played it cool. Is a pro contract really that great? She asked. She'd never seen me look this happy before. Is it important? It's everything, I replied, my voice filled with unwavering determination. If I sign, everything changes. I'll make my professional debut and finally start earning real money. How much? Her eyes sparkled. To be honest, I was curious about the numbers myself. After being underpaid for so long, any contract felt like a blessing from heaven. It might not match Bruno's, but it should be decent. Ju offered a quick congrats before I paused. Wait, isn't this all thanks to her? If Ju hadn't come to Italy, I'd still be lost. I truly owe her. Thank you so much, I managed to mutter in a low voice. Ju looked back, completely confused. Why are you acting so weird? Just walk with me. She seemed irritable. Was she just tired? Hurry up. We finally reached her place. I told her to get inside safely. Today's risotto was incredible, way better than Dad's cooking. I laughed, wishing her a good night. She waved energetically, telling me to get home safe. What a handful she is. Wait, is she actually sulking? Ju stuck her tongue out at me as I walked away. Days later, at the training ground, my agent asked if I was ready for the big meeting. Negotiations are about dominance. I'll ensure we get the most favorable terms possible. Meanwhile, my father and I exchanged worried glances, feeling slightly pessimistic about his intensity. The agent stood tall, declaring he'd negotiate with cold-blooded precision. Just trust him one more time. Dad waved his hands frantically, saying that wasn't necessary, but the agent was already in character. He gave a sinister smirk. In negotiations, you either make them the fool or become one yourself. It's the law of conservation of foolishness. Dad looked baffled while I marveled at his confidence. He looked like someone even the mafia wouldn't mess with. This man was a force of nature. He's the same agent who got me into Juventus in Torino 3 years ago. He knows his business. He might not look like a legitimate businessman, but he's surprisingly honest and incredibly capable. Since he handled my previous deals flawlessly, I decided to put my faith in him once again. Trust the expert. He thumped his chest confidently. All right, it's time to head in. Inside the meeting room, the air was thick with tension. Assistant Roberto was visibly uneasy. Director Paolo grew impatient. The contract is solid, so what's bothering you, Roberto? Honestly, I'm not sure about the valuation. Paolo's eyes narrowed. Do you doubt my judgment? Are you saying I've gone senile? Roberto scrambled to apologize, citing his own lack of experience. Paolo sighed. You certainly have a way with words. If only your eyes were as sharp. Roberto finally mustered the courage to ask the question burning in his mind. Why treat a 16-year-old with no academy background and no apparent talent like a superstar? Paolo flashed a mysterious smirk. Listen, Marco, money is all relative. Think about it. To a 16-year-old, 400 euros a week is a fortune, right? But for a first-team regular, that's a total steal. Roberto nodded, realizing the brilliance of the deal. Exactly. Seeing Roberto's confused expression, Paolo's thin patience finally snapped. I've laid it all out, you fool. Still don't get it? Finally, the realization hit Roberto. So you're saying Lian will be a regular before the next negotiation? It took him long enough to grasp. Paolo snickered mockingly. But sir, what makes you so incredibly certain about this kid? Paolo's eyes grew distant. 15 years ago, back in 2008, I took the youth team to Spain. Back then, the way those Spanish kids played was on another level, especially the ones from Real Sociedad. They were the masters of tiki-taka, the very style that would soon dominate the entire world. But the one who truly left me speechless was a different boy entirely. A pale, scrawny kid from the academy. That little guy toyed with my strongest players. They were a head taller, but it didn't matter. That 17-year-old was Antoine Griezmann. Back then, I knew his name would conquer the world. Roberto stood there, frozen in shock. Are you saying Lian has that same spark? That kid? He knows exactly how to win. Do you know the difference? Paolo asked. That boy was born with a talent that simply cannot fail. It's called vision. Speed and skill are great, but they come with too many variables. Physical gifts can plateau or even fade away in an instant. But football intelligence and vision? That's different. It's the only reliable trait at the youth level. And Lian has it. Paolo slammed the table, his eyes blazing with absolute conviction. Roberto remained skeptical. You truly believe that? What? Am I God? Why trust me blindly? Paolo shrugged. I'm no god, but my gut has never been this right before. Just wait a year. We'll see if this contract is overpriced then. Until then, zip it. After the meeting, my agent was practically beaming with joy. He kept saying the club finally recognized my true worth. This was a real team. He entered that room acting like a cold negotiator, but came out soft as a marshmallow today. But the numbers are different than we expected. My agent's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Different? Look at this weekly wage. This is your new annual salary. I stared at the contract he handed me. It was absolutely unbelievable. 4,000 euros a week? Since I only make 200 now, they're increasing my pay 20-fold. I knew pro deals paid more, but this? They were paying me enough for 20 players. My agent explained, with youth deals, other teams can snatch you away for a small fee. That's why this pro contract is a fortress to keep those vultures away. The club was desperate to keep me, even if it meant paying a staggering weekly wage. Simply put, if I refused, I could walk away to another team legally. So they used this money as a golden cage. I understood their intent perfectly. Even Bruno, a regular starter, only got a tenfold bump, but they gave me 20. It means they see your limitless potential, my agent whispered in awe. They saved me when I was almost discarded. Now, they see a greatness I didn't even know existed. I was beyond satisfied. The negotiations concluded in the blink of an eye. I wasn't a kid anymore. I was a professional. Dinner's on me, I told them. They were both stunned. I took a sip of water, trying to act like a cool veteran. A meal is nothing to me now. I'm a god. Wait, scratch that. No more calling myself God. Give me a break. But a few hours later, heading to school, the nerves came crawling back. My palms were sweating like I was back in Napoli. School never gave me any good memories. Specifically, my first school abroad remains a dark memory. No warmth existed there. Only scars. My shyness and the language gap made me a lonely ghost among peers. Bullies targeted me. Cruelly, they were my own teammates. Clean my shoes, they'd sneer. The team turned a blind eye. That's why school feels like a battlefield I hate. To graduate, I transferred nearby. Now, I must endure one final year of this academic prison. I kept these shadows hidden from Ju. She didn't need to know. Some secrets stay buried like my trauma and my true potential on the pitch. I'm here. Can I survive this? Please, just let me have one peaceful day. Wait. I'm not that weak, kid. I earn 4,000 euros a week now. The old Jan is dead. No one can touch me. Wait, did they just say Fiorentina? Whoa, is it really him? Nice to meet you. Man, are you in our class? This is Italy where football is a religion. Name's Maximo, he says. Right, Maximo. Unbelievable. An impromptu fan signing at school? I never saw this coming. In this town, football is the only entertainment. But first-team tickets cost a fortune. Students watch the youth matches instead. These kids, they actually recognize me from the pitch. Your signature is so cool. Thanks. I signed in Korean. Suddenly, I'm being swarmed for autographs and photos by random girls. You're cute. Let's be friends. A blonde girl chirps, asking for my number. She claims she wants to learn Korean. I give her the classic excuse I don't have a phone. A blatant lie. No phone? Really? Yes. My only focus is the ball. She's harmless, but I can't afford any unnecessary drama right now. I barely have enough time for Ju as it is. School life is getting complicated in a whole new way. Everyone, take your seats, the teacher commands. Exhausted, I collapse. I'm not even a pro yet. What's the big deal? This isn't a classroom. It's a fan meeting. Seriously? Leaving, Jan? Yeah, training calls. So cool. Good luck tomorrow. The sudden fame is tiring, but their kindness feels actually okay. I feared bullies, but I found fans instead. Wait, I almost forgot something. It's Ju's first day too. My phone is exploding with her messages. Ghosting me? Stuck in a corner again? She teases. She knows me too well. I couldn't check my phone earlier without blowing my no-phone cover. Just finished. Phones are banned at school. I lie quickly. How's school? She asks. People are actually lining up to meet me. Our Jan is a superstar now? She mocks. Is she actually impressed for once? Training starts now. Focus, January focus. Coach speaks. Business as usual, boys. Jan, this is your first derby, right? Don't let the pressure crush you. Lead the team's rhythm today. Show them your true worth. Yes, coach. Let's go. Forza. Purple pride. Bologna might be mid-table, but they're lethal. This is the Del Apennino derby. Pure, bitter rivalry against Florence. The air is thick with tension. I'm honored the coach trusts me, but the weight of failure looms. What if I let everyone down? The coach's expectations are heavy. I can feel them on my shoulders. I'll prove his faith wasn't misplaced. Victory. Forza Viola. The atmosphere is electric. And terrifying. Can I really do this? If I mess up in a high-stakes match like this, failing the trust they've placed in me, I'll be nothing but a traitor to the team. Oh, that's right. Ju said she was coming, didn't she? I think she mentioned she'd be waiting near the entrance stairs. Even if I make a mistake, she's the only one out of everyone here who'll truly be on my side. Ah, is that her over there? Wait, hold on. Why is she making that kind of face? Suddenly, the thunderous roar of Forza Viola erupts from the stands. Du Yu scans the crowd, stunned by the massive turnout. If she had arrived even a moment later, getting a ticket would have been impossible. But the crowd isn't the only thing on her mind. Whispers from the people around her catch her ear. Hey, isn't that him? The guy from our school? Seriously? Jan is way too cute. He looks exactly like a K-pop idol. Rue grumbles under her breath. What's the big deal about that? She can't hear everything through the noise, but she catches the drift. Words like carino, cute, and bello, the Italian word for cool, are drowned out by high-pitched, frantic screams of excitement. On top of that, hearing Jan's name repeated over and over is really starting to irritate her. Seriously, Jan, what were you doing at school? She wonders while Jan's teammates, Bruno and Enzo, receive their own cheers on the pitch. Well, she supposes it's inevitable. They say if you're a star on the field here, fame follows, especially when you pair that talent with Jan's idol-like looks. Seeing that brat grow up and earn the respect of fans in a far-off country is something she, as his friend, should be celebrating. But still, she can't quite figure out why this nagging feeling of annoyance won't leave her alone. Suddenly, a piercing shriek from a blonde girl cuts through the air. Look there! What a pass! Drive it home! Go! Go! Jan is surging forward, tearing through the defense on a solo breakthrough. Lian's drive is incredible, but a defender is closing in to block his path. A quick pass to Bruno, followed by an immediate backheel flick. The ball is heading straight back into the path of number 20. The fullback is desperately trying to close the gap. After narrowing the shooting angle, Jan aims for the target with a lightning-fast touch. He looks to Enzo, the striker. Watch out for his header. The defense leaps perfectly in time. Is there no angle left for a header? It's not a shot, but a sharp cutback pass. The man who masters the loose ball as it drops is number 20 once again. Jan unleashes a thunderous volley, and the ball rips straight into the back of the net. That was magnificent. It's a goal. This is insane. Jan, you're really killing me here. Great job, January. The fans are losing their minds. My luck today isn't bad at all. Now, where is Ju? Ah, there she is. Thankfully, she stands out even in a massive crowd. It's a bit awkward with so many strangers around, but I should probably do it, right? Jan repeats his signature celebration, raising 2 fingers to his temple with a confident smirk. Did you see that? He did that celebration for me. What are you talking about? It was clearly for me. No way, it was for me. These people are actually hilarious, Dio thinks to herself. Seriously, why are they getting so worked up over a simple gesture? Don't tell me you've misunderstood and think he did that for you. That celebration was meant for me. Wait, why that face again? Ju stares at Jan with a blank, speechless expression. I don't understand her at all. Anyway, I'm just glad we grabbed an early lead. I was honestly worried about choking since we're playing in front of such a massive audience today. But once the whistle blew, the pressure wasn't as heavy as I feared. Honestly, that celebration earlier feels way more embarrassing now. Constant training with Coach Laka without getting overhyped about the pro contract seems to have really paid off. Oh, I think I just spotted a few more familiar faces from school in the stands as well. They weren't lying when they said they'd come to support me. I can't believe they actually made it all the way to the stadium. I feel like I've changed. Just knowing I'm being cheered on gives me a surge of energy. All right, let's keep this momentum. It's Fiorentina's ball. Wait, what was that just now? Did he do that on purpose, or am I just seeing things? Jan, cycle the ball for a moment to change the tempo. Asterisk, beep, asterisk. The referee's whistle blares. What the hell is Jan doing? He kicked a player who didn't even have the ball. It wasn't my imagination. That bastard deliberately collided with me. It has begun, Coach Tony mutters. Jan's opening goal has ignited the fuse. The atmosphere has shifted, and the game is about to get brutal. Now, how will you handle this, Jan? The real battle starts right here, right now. Push up, hold your positions, and don't be intimidated. Damn it, ref. He used his elbow. That was a clear elbow strike. But the referee just waves his hand, ignoring the foul and letting play continue. On the sidelines, the Fiorentina coaches are absolutely livid. What the hell was that? He hit him right in the open. Is the ref blind? Despite the chaos, Coach Tony remains eerily calm. Stop complaining, he orders. The referee is being far too lenient, and the opposition has already figured that out. Tony explains that the referee's tendencies are just another part of the game. They've started playing aggressively because they know they can. There's no choice but to adapt to this rhythm immediately. The match continues with Bologna launching a relentless offensive. Push forward. We need that equalizer now. The pitch is electric, a total shift from the kickoff. The opposition has moved their line up, unleashing a suffocating high press. They're using their massive frames to pin us down, and damn it, their physical game is actually starting to work. Oh no, a turnover. Paralyzed by the intensity, our players are panicking with far too many dangerous back passes. Don't buckle under the pressure. Stop retreating. Our keeper is being overworked because the defense is sinking way too deep into our own half. In the end, it means we're being completely swallowed by their aggressive pressing strategy. Stay calm. Don't let them intimidate you, the captain roars. He's right. In this chaos, composure is our only path to victory. I thought to myself, with the game on the line, fighting fire with fire sounds tempting. But with my build? No way. Even at my best, a brute force struggle just isn't my style. That's the cold reality. But if I lose heart and keep getting pushed back, we're finished. So, what's the play? Wait, that's it. Their relentless pressing proves one thing. They are absolutely terrified of us turning and launching a lightning-fast counterattack, aren't they? They're crowding us, just to keep our backs to the goal. Fortunately, the one thing they fear most happens to be my specialty. I scream for the ball, sprinting deep below the halfway line to receive it. Watch out! You've got a shadow right on your heels. Just pass it, I demand. Fine. I can feel the defender's momentum charging toward me like a freight train. If I just stand here and take the touch, I'll be crushed by his sheer weight. I charge toward the ball without hesitation because slipping past an over-eager defender is actually quite simple. It's all about the timing. Jan masterfully evades the tackle, creating a pocket of space. To capitalize on this, the fluid movement of the rest of the team is absolutely vital. When did Bruno, our left winger, cut into the center? I fire a crisp pass straight to his feet. He occupies the space I left behind as I ghost into his position. Meanwhile, number 20 is tearing down the left flank like a bolt of lightning. As I hit top speed, I become the perfect target for Bruno's vision. A killer through ball slices right into the open space. The fullback moves to intercept number 20. It's a dead heat. A high-stakes race for the ball against the opposition's defender begins right now. I'm not exactly a long-distance sprinter compared to my agility, but it looks like this guy isn't much of a speedster either. This isn't just about raw pace anymore. It's morphed into a grueling shoulder-to-shoulder battle for dominance. Arg, he's actually pulling ahead. If I lose this duel, it's over. Don't stop. Keep driving. Right. Let's dig deep and pull through together. I refuse to just stumble and fall here. Haven't I been through enough of that? Take this. Learn to stop relying on your mindless brute strength, you amateur. Finesse completely overpowers raw force. What a magnificent pass, Bruno. Now, just one final step remains. I whip across into the optimal space between the keeper and the defense. And there's Enzo, right on cue. This is the perfect synergy forged through endless hours of training. The ball ripples the net, 2-0 for Fiorentina. This incredible moment, where the fans roar and the players' spirits unite, will be etched in our hearts forever. A mysterious figure in a high-end suit watches intently from the stands. Jan, huh? Quite the intriguing prospect, he murmurs an apology to his companion. Let's move before the crowd notices us. It was him, Dusan Vlahovic, the elite number 9 from AC Fiorenze's first team. Here's your bank book, son. Dad hands it over, mentioning I've earned a significant sum and he shouldn't be the one managing it anymore. He advises me that it's time I learned the art of managing my own finances starting today. Honestly, if I hadn't put on such a show against Bologna, I wouldn't have felt worthy enough to accept his offer. But I delivered. So, I suppose I can afford to indulge myself a little today. Come to think of it, both the coach and the director said the exact same thing after the final whistle. They insisted that rewarding yourself after a performance like that is crucial. Though, they looked like they were plotting something big. Snapping back to reality, I'm weighing my options. Noticing my deep thought, Dad asks if I'm getting hungry. He starts toward the kitchen to cook. I jump, instantly stopping him in his tracks. Dad, let's just eat out. He looks genuinely surprised. Eating out? Craving something fancy? He mumbles, wondering if that last mackerel and mint sandwich was really that bad. I wave my hands frantically, stammering that his cooking isn't the problem, it's just that the sandwich was a bit too complex for me. Dad just laughs, saying he was only teasing, and praises me for how much I've truly grown up. He pauses for a second and suggests, if we're going out, let's bring Ju along. Fast forward, and I'm stuffed. Ju asks how I liked the meal. I admit it was delicious, but tease her for ordering way too much. She just pouts, reminding me, "Hey, I'm the one footing the bill here." True, I said that. But honestly, we really did go overboard with the ordering. Lobster, pizza, steak, it was a total feast. Suddenly, Ju turns to me with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "By the way, you were quite the celebrity on match day, weren't you, Jan?" "Hey." She teased me about the chaotic scene. Every time I touched the ball, those girls screamed his name like crazy. She mentioned they treated me like a superstar idol, their eyes practically sparkling with hearts just looking at me. Really?" I stammered. Suddenly, Ju leaned in close. "You're loving this, aren't you? Is that why you acted all cool with that hand gesture?" "What?" I yelled, quickly turning my face away. "No, that wasn't it," I muttered under my breath. "I wasn't acting cool. I did it for you." Ju froze in shock. "What? What are you saying? If you're happy, just laugh. Don't look like a clown." "Ugh," I groaned, and she immediately smacked me. "Are you trying to die? Why would I like that? Are you insane? Huh?" "Heh, still as violent as ever," I said, dodging her. "But seriously, Lian, are you actually annoyed? Or are you mad about something else?" "Mad about that? I mean, those girls were cheering for me, right? So what? Why on earth would that make me angry?" "No." "Well, I guess you're right," I replied awkwardly. "There's no reason for you to be upset. That's a good thing, anyway." "What's good?" "Well, those kids cheered so hard that it actually felt great. Especially what? What is it? Was it that good? Did you enjoy it that much? Hey, why did you hit me again? Stop laughing and just focus on the football match, okay?" "All right, I get it. Just stop hitting me." Suddenly, I realized someone was missing. My father was standing before a golf shop, his eyes sparkling. Ju burst out laughing. "Heh, look at him. He's like a little kid in front of a toy store." Well, he is a man after all. My father walked out holding a brand new golf club. "Son, you really didn't have to buy something this expensive for me. I'm sorry I couldn't get the whole set." No, this single club is perfect. "But Dad, we are at a restaurant now. Are you really that happy?" Ju smiled. "Lian, you've truly grown up. Thank you for everything." My father beamed, showing off his new prize, a lavish dinner, new clothes, shoes, and even tiramisu for dessert. Was I overdoing it a little? While I was lost in thought, an elderly gentleman approached our table. "Excuse me, could I possibly get your autograph after your meal?" Me? I was completely caught off guard. The old man smiled. "Yes, I've been a lifelong fan of the club. I often watch the youth matches, and I saw your performance yesterday." "Oh, thank you, sir." He pulled out an old, weathered jersey. "If you don't mind, could you sign this?" The fabric was covered in legendary names from the past. "This is my treasure. I've had it since the '80s. Look closely, you'll see the signatures of Carlo Ancelotti, Gabriel Batistuta, and Roberto Baggio. Those were names even I recognized." Seeing my father's shocked expression, I knew these men were true footballing icons. "This jersey represents my entire life's passion," the old man said. "It is the most precious part of my collection. Let's see. I'd be honored if you could sign right here." I hesitated. "Are you sure? I don't know if I'm worthy of signing this." "If you sign it, it will become even more valuable," he insisted with a wink. "You never know what the future holds, right? One day, I might be bragging to everyone about the signature I got today." I took the pen, my heart racing. "Thank you for your time, young man." "Oh, it's nothing at all, sir." As I penned my name beside the legends who once wore this crest, a profound realization washed over my mind. I wondered, could I truly become a part of this club's grand history one day? Meanwhile, the coaches were deep in discussion. "So, what do you think?" We need to be cautious. This next match is against the very team where he suffered so much. It's a delicate situation for him. We have to consider this carefully. Should we really put Lian in the starting lineup for this weekend's clash? The upcoming match was against Juventus. Suddenly, dark memories of the bullying he endured there flooded Jan's mind. "Isn't this fun? Look at him stutter. Do you even understand what we're saying?" "Probably not. Just go back to your own country, loser." Jan jolted awake from the nightmare, sweat dripping down his face. Asterisk. Ding. Asterisk. A message notification rang out. It was from Ju. "I heard you're playing your old team, the ones you left because you didn't fit in. Don't you dare cry like a baby without me there. Go get 'em." Seriously. Who's crying? I typed back quickly. I'm going to slaughter every last one of them and then come home. I paused. That didn't exactly sound like me, did it? But her reply came back in a flash. She was always so quick. Inside the locker room, Coach Luca noticed my tension. He walked over and placed a hand on my shoulder. Is something wrong? Are you nervous? I looked up, my eyes burning with a new fire. Coach, I want to show them exactly what I'm capable of in today's match. The atmosphere in the room was heavy. Everyone looked different today. It made sense we were in second place, and Juventus was sitting at the top, although the youth league results don't usually get as much attention as the senior teams. This battle for the top spot wasn't just about the standings. This match was deeply personal for me. The rivalry between Fiorentina and Juventus was legendary. Even the coach was fired up. We absolutely cannot lose to those ladri, he roared. Ladri, the name Fiorentina fans called Juventus after losing 2 championships to blatant referee bias. The war was on. Massive events like player transfers have shaken the league. Who's this? A familiar, grating voice rings out. Lian. The coward who once fled in tears has actually returned. I could never forget that face. Jerome, I never imagined we would meet on this pitch again. I thought you had quit for good. He continues to sneer. I wondered which team would take a loser like you. Florence. My captain steps forward. Jan, don't waste your breath on a guy like him. Real competition happens on the field. But Jerome won't stop. Don't be so tense. Weren't we once friends? We're going to devour you for old time's sake. Suddenly, a ball strikes Jerome square in the head. Who did that? Sorry. I was aiming for January. You okay? Jerome stares back. Guess your reflexes are as dull as your talk. That was just a light touch. What? If it were Jan, he would have controlled that perfectly. Right, Jan? The captain has seen enough. Anyway, let's go. Jan, it's game time. You're just walking away? Tsk. Those Florence nuisances. Once the whistle blows, I'll snap their legs. Jerome growls. A steady hand rests on my shoulder. No need for thanks, January. An insult to you is an insult to this whole team. The captain is right. We are one. Now, go out there. Show them how terrifying you are as an opponent and exactly how strong our team truly is. Inside the strategy room, Coach Tony lays out the blueprint for victory. Listen up. We're switching to a 4-4-2 today. Wingers, drop back. Jan, Enzo, lead the press from the front. They are the favorites, so the plan is clear. Solid defense, then strike like a viper on the counter. When they hold the ball, we wait for the perfect moment. Kickoff. The opening ball is ours. Wait, what is he doing? Is he attempting a solo breakthrough from the start? Defense is the foundation, but goals win matches. I have prepared a different plan for victory. A surprise strike to catch them off guard. An ambush before they can even settle into the game. The opposition is panicked, but can Jan pull this off alone? No, Jan is never alone. Jan drives forward as the team moves in perfect sync. Jerome freezes. Since when did he play this aggressively? A defender lunges in. With a sharp feint and a shoulder drop, Jan leaves him in the dust. Breaking to the right. I see the openings. My teammates are already moving into position. Enzo carves through the front while Bruno stretches the flank. Juventus' defense is tearing at the seams. A fake pass sells the lie perfectly. They move to cover, but I've already shifted. Another feint. He's dismantled their midfield in 2 touches. Now he's charging into the heart of their defense. Eyes scanning, mind racing. Enzo is hovering just outside the box, ready for the strike. Bruno is causing chaos in the center while Raphael exploits the open space on the right. The defenders are paralyzed by one terrifying question. Where is he going to pass? But passing isn't my only weapon, is it? No way. From that distance, is he really going to shoot? Jan unleashes a thunderous long-range strike. It narrowly misses. What a shot. Jan, that was insane. Is this really the same Jan? Jerome can't believe his eyes. Don't tell me you're already trembling? Jan fires back. Our ace hasn't even warmed up yet. The real nightmare starts right now. The pressure is mounting. Even without a goal, our initial charge has shaken the Giants. They try to build slowly from the back. Stay calm and don't overpress yet. The captain's voice booms. We fall back into our defensive shape, waiting to strike on the counter. They circulate the ball, searching for a crack in our armor. But we maintain perfect balance. How will they attack? A 4-3-3 formation means they'll have to use the wings eventually. Close the gap. Tisk. They've read our move. From the sidelines, Coach Tony nods in approval. Jan is reading the pitch like a pro. He spotted the overlapping fullback instantly. He shifts left, shutting down their numerical advantage before it even begins. He's not just running, he's orchestrating. Jan commands the field, forcing them to reset their entire attack. Today, Jan isn't just a player. He is the commander of our defensive line. How impressive can he be? Even without a goal yet, the atmosphere is absolutely electric. We dominated the pitch, effectively dismantling every single one of their offensive maneuvers. As they pushed forward recklessly, we locked down our defense. One steal, and our counterattack ignites. Following Coach Tony's strategy to the letter, we kept the opposition in a state of total confusion. 20 minutes into the first half. With stakes this high, their focus should be shattering by now. Exactly. Look at them. They are carelessly circulating the ball way too high up the pitch. We are letting them play, but they are oblivious. They have no idea how deadly this trap is. Time to shift gears. Tsk. How much longer do they think they can keep us pinned down? A sloppy lateral pass. Ian, is this the fatal mistake you have been waiting for? Pressure only works as a unit. Going solo is suicide. Wait, why is the whole team advancing? The entire squad is surging forward, rallying around January. Is that pathetic kid really their secret weapon? Moving as one feels incredibly empowering. If I can intercept this pass, their whole formation breaks. Damn, so close. Ugh, that was risky. It is not over yet. Seize the ball. Their obsession with attacking has left their rear wide open. Keep pushing. Wait, is he still tailing me? A final back pass to the last line. Perfect. Our high press has finally paid off. Most players would clear the ball to escape, but a player like Jerome? He refuses to panic. These are elites eyeing first division debuts. Instead of clearing it, they will try to pass out of trouble. I cannot let that happen. My only obstacle is that brat, Lian. Just as I thought, Jerome tries to relieve the pressure with a risky forward pass. He bypassed me with a slick pass, but I am not worried. Bruno is waiting. Arg, move. Turning your back on me to receive the ball? Don't mock me, bastard. Wait, did he just shove me? Is this all Jerome has? Referee, that is a foul. I am used to his dirty tactics by now. No whistle yet, so I won't stop. The ball? It is still right here. I haven't lost it. A loose ball. One more step. The goal stands. The scoreboard flashes 0-1 for Fiorentina. Jerome glares at Gian with pure hatred. Insane. 25 minutes in, and Lian scores. You have grown, bastard. Yeah, I suppose so. You are still nothing. With my opening goal, the entire momentum has shifted. For Juventus, conceding after dominating for 20 minutes is a nightmare. Their composure is crumbling. Tempers are flaring across the pitch. Brutal tackles and heated insults are becoming the new norm. The atmosphere is reaching a boiling point. Watch your back. The pitch has transformed into a literal battlefield, fueled by raw emotion and impulsive aggression. The referee intervenes, warning both captains of impending cards. Jan takes a deep breath, fighting for calm. Chaos has taken over, but we cannot lose our cool. We must heighten our focus now. The opposition is rattled, especially their number 5. It seems my goal wounded his pride deeply. No wonder. I humiliated him completely. I can feel his murderous gaze burning into my back. The whistle blows. Play resumes, but I need to watch my back. They have marked me as a target. Honestly, terror is clawing at me, but I cannot let them see even a flicker of fear. Wait, he is charging again. If I don't pass this second, Jerome is going to plow through me. Time for some bravado. I will show you exactly what I am made of. Fear has no place here. I am playing aggressively to keep the ball. Whenever I am cornered, my teammates rush in to shield me. Breakthrough, Jan. We have got your back. Finally, I have allies I can truly count on. This feeling. It is incredible. If they double-team me, they will leave a massive opening elsewhere. There it is, the right flank is wide open. I fire a crossfield pass and sprint into the gap. The first half was brutal, yet every step I took felt like pure, unadulterated joy. Soccer has never been this thrilling. As the second half kicks off, director Paolo whispers to Vincenzo. He looks desperate. The future of Fen is standing right there, and he knows he must act now. But Paolo simply kept his cool, reminding everyone that the battle was far from over. He acknowledged Jan's total dominance over Juventus before teasing Vincenzo about his classic Italian temper. After the goal was scored, Paolo noted Jan had evolved, finally playing with the pure joy of a boy instead of a pressured prodigy. He is looking sharp. Things will be pure chaos once he ascends to the first team. Across the stands, Director Mattis noticed January get me everything on number 20, Mattis commanded. Who else would I mean? Do not make me repeat myself, Mattis snapped at his assistant. Sir, he was actually in our academy before. What? Explain yourself. He was released earlier this year before joining Firenze. The reason? He supposedly failed to adapt. Mattis sighed, realizing Juventus was even more of a mess than he had initially imagined. It is pathetic for a top club when youth players can't even break into the first team. He gestured toward a report showing Juventus wasting yet another fortune on mindless new signings. With a squad patched together by overpaying like fools, they handed the title to Milano on a platter. This season is already a disaster. They only reached out because they needed a German expert like me. How could they be so blind to let such a massive talent slip through their fingers? Adaptability? They should have moved mountains to make him fit. Look how he is destroying us. He is far beyond the under-17 level. Are the Serie A youth coaches all completely blind? If I had arrived just 1 year earlier, the future of this club would be entirely different. This team needs a total overhaul. Every coach involved in that decision is getting fired immediately. 20 minutes into the second half, my legs finally began to tremble under the sheer intensity. Only my grueling physical training kept me standing. Jan, are you okay? Do you need a sub? The coach kept checking on me, but I refused to leave. I had to finish this. I wanted zero regrets. Seeing the frustration on my opponent's faces gave me a second wind. I wondered if my newfound strength was all because of her. At my physical limit, I thought of Ju's message. I promised to crush them all before returning. Since the words were already spoken, I would run until my lungs burst just for her. The final whistle blew at 0-1. We did it. We took down the giants from Torino. Victory belonged to Firenze. Afterward, on the team bus, Paolo Rosini made a very important call. You owe me one for this, Director Vincenzo, the man in charge of AC Firenze's first team. Kim Ju lay on her bed, her eyes glued to the silent screen of her phone. Boredom consumed her as she reread his old message. I'll call you later felt like a broken promise. A nagging thought surfaced. How could he be too tired to send just one simple text? She knew the match was grueling, but a new day had already begun. He should have reached out the moment he woke up. Surely, his training was over by now. Irritation flared within her. Was he really becoming this indifferent toward his only true friend? Then, a much darker possibility crossed her mind. Ju sat up straight, her eyes widening in realization. What if I am not the only friend in his life anymore? Images of other girls flashed through her mind, sending her frustration levels through the roof. Why am I even overthinking this? Who does Lian think he is to make me this crazy? Just then, her phone finally vibrated. 2 life-changing words appeared on the screen. Lian. The next day, at the legendary Franchi Stadium, Ju stood stunned by the massive sea of fans. Wow. Incredible. She turned to Jan, giving him a suspicious, playful little smirk. So, why didn't you bring any of your school friends instead? Jan flinched at the sharp question. He panicked for a split second before delivering a response that was absolutely flawless. They are annoying, and we aren't close. Besides, I didn't want to be here without you. He locked eyes with Ju. There is only one person I'd ever want by my side, you. In the sudden silence, Ju's cheeks flushed a soft pink. She was clearly moved by his sincere words, yet she maintained her big sister persona, playfully ruffling Jan's hair with a smirk. Fine then. Since you put it that way, I guess I'll grace poor little Jan with my company today. But you better listen to your Nuna, got it? Jan helplessly brushed her hand away with a sigh. Wait, what about team practice? To understand their presence here, we must rewind to Jan's meeting with the head coach yesterday. Following the intense clash against Juventus U17, the head coach called Jan aside for a private talk. Skip tomorrow's training, he ordered. Go watch the match instead. Jan blinked in utter confusion. The match, sir? That is correct. The Fiorentina first-team match. The coach explained that after his grueling first full game, Jan needed a day for recovery. Jan protested, insisting he could still train. Are you defying your coach's orders, boy? No, sir. The coach let out a booming laugh at Jan's stiff reaction. He explained it wasn't just rest, but a form of homework. Watch the game and reflect on the sensations of the pitch. He handed Jan the tickets. Jan paused, noticing something unusual. Coach, why are there 2 tickets? The coach gave a knowing smirk. If possible, take your girlfriend along. Jan froze, completely stunned. It turned out Assistant Laka had already leaked the rumors about Jan buying gifts for a girl straight to the head coach. Despite Jan's desperate attempts to explain they were just friends, those efforts had clearly been a total failure. Back in the present, Ju's voice snapped Jan out of his daze. Earth to Jan. What are you doing? Sorry, what did you say? Ju pointed at the massive, never-ending queue. I said we will be stuck here for 30 minutes just to get inside. Kickoff is at 5. We might miss the start. Seeing her worried face, Jan simply offered a mysterious smile. I told you to meet me a bit late for a reason. Jan suddenly grabbed Ju's hand, pulling her toward the stadium. No need to wait in line. He led her to a private VIP entrance, confidently flashing a special access pass. The security guard nodded and waved them through immediately, leaving Ju staring in absolute shock. How is this possible? Jan smirked, delivering the line he had practiced 100 times. Because soon enough, I will be the one playing out there. Have you ever seen a pro player wait in a queue to enter their own pitch? The final doors swung open to a vast sea of purple. A thunderous wave of sound crashed over them, making their chests vibrate with passion. Tens of thousands of voices rose in unison, singing local anthems. It was a magnificent, awe-inspiring spectacle of football culture. This is insane. You are really going to play here? Ju turned to Jan, her teasing gone, replaced by genuine, heartfelt concern. January. Will you be okay? Playing in front of this many people. Are you sure you can handle it? Her question pierced his fragile confidence like a needle. Truly, how could any human perform in a coliseum like this? He forced a stiff, awkward smile. Oh, of course I will be fine. He reassured himself it was years away. For today, he just needed to relax and treat this match like a homework assignment. With a strained grin, he watched as time ticked away. 43 minutes of the first half had already vanished. The atmosphere on the pitch grew suffocatingly tense. The fans' boos grew louder. Ju felt a wave of unease wash over her. Jan, are you listening to me? She turned to her friend but stopped mid-sentence. The shy boy she knew had vanished. His awkward smile was gone, replaced by a gaze so sharp and focused it was almost terrifying. His eyes scanned every square inch of the grass with predatory precision, his fists clenched tight in anticipation. Jan was no longer just a spectator. He was analyzing. He was calculating every move on the field. He was reading the very soul of the game. At the 43rd minute, the scoreboard remained locked at 0-0. The stadium's mood turned toxic. Hostile jeers erupted as the fans' patience finally reached its breaking point. What are they doing? Stop crossing and just score. That finishing is pathetic. Sitting in the stands, Ju felt herself tremble slightly under the weight of the crowd's raw fury. Jan calmly explained, "This should have been an easy victory. The fans have every right to be this angry." Ju looked at him with curious eyes. So, according to our resident football genius, what exactly is the problem? Jan didn't answer immediately, his intense gaze still locked onto the unfolding tactical battle below. It isn't just the finishing. Their entire attacking philosophy is fundamentally flawed and far too predictable. It is so basic even a novice could see it. 9 times out of 10, they just spam crosses from the wings. Repeating the same pattern over and over makes it child's play for any decent defender. Jan glanced toward the dugout where the head coach looked ready to explode with fury. It was as if an invisible aura of rage was radiating from his very being. Witnessing that, a chilling thought crossed Jan's mind. A debut under that pressure? No thanks. Hey, why the silence? Ju's nudge suddenly snapped him back to reality. Simply put, the team lacked creativity. Then, the halftime whistle pierced the air. The break ended, and 15 minutes into the second half, young Gino ignited the right wing. A sharp, clinical cross flew in, met perfectly by the striker's lightning-fast run into the box. A guaranteed goal. At the 17-minute mark, Lorenzo's header shattered the deadlock. 1-0 for Fens. Ju erupted in cheers, but Jan just watched. Their stubborn crossing strategy finally paid off. The stadium shook as fans roared Lorenzo's name, the very man they were booing just moments ago. Now he was their hero. Jan felt his own heart hammering wildly against his ribs. What if that name being roared was mine? He turned to Ju, voice barely a whisper. Ju's eyes sparkled. Your name? I'd be ecstatic. After all, I'm the one who raised you. They traded jokes. But in Jan's mind, that vision was becoming crystal clear. A world where Ju watches him and the whole world screams his name. Then a foul. Gino was the one sent tumbling. You know him? Ju asked. Yeah, we trained together recently. Ju gasped. 17 and already in the first team? That guy must be a real monster. He is good. But making the first team in a single month? It was almost unbelievable. The first team squad was thin, forcing them to call up prospects for these cup matches. Even so, this was the professional stage. A completely different world from the youth leagues. Ju's playful voice broke his trance. So, Is that guy some kind of soccer genius too? He's barely a year older and he's out there. Is he a bigger genius than you? Her joke struck a nerve. A sharp, competitive fire suddenly ignited in Jan's eyes. Who knows? Just wait and see where I'll be in exactly 1 year's time. Ju's jaw dropped. Where did this sudden burst of overwhelming confidence come from? So you'll be on that pitch next year? Jan simply gave her a cool shrug. But inside, he was reeling. Was he crazy? The first team in just 1 year? No. I have a professional contract now. It's not just a pipe dream anymore. Gino is out there right now. Jan's doubt vanished, replaced by a cold, hard resolve. Honestly, watching this level of play, I feel like I could hold my own out there. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. I can do this. Fiorentina secured a 2-0 victory with a late goal. Later, they walked home along familiar paths. That was fun, right? Ju asked. Jan nodded, though his mind was still miles away. The performance was sloppy, but a win's a win. Thanks for walking me home, Jan. As Jan turned to walk away, Ju found herself staring at his retreating silhouette. Why does he look so much more reliable today? Good night, Jan, he smiled. You too. The next day at practice, Coach Tony pulled Jan aside. Well, your thoughts on yesterday? Jan blinked. Sir? The coach's gaze was sharp. The match. Give me your honest take. Jan hesitated. Should he play it safe? He didn't want to come across as arrogant. It was a good experience. But the coach cut him off with a stern look. That soulless, repetitive wing play was a disaster. The fans and media are absolutely furious. I know you saw the flaws, January. Don't hide behind polite lies. Speak your mind. Be as blunt as you were with your girlfriend up in the stands yesterday. Backed into a corner, Jan had to be honest. He took a long, deep breath. Honestly, I felt a bit of regret, he explained hurriedly. I realize watching from the stands is a world away from actually competing. Coach Tony raised a hand, cutting to the chase. So, you're saying our offense lacks a certain creative spark? Jan swallowed hard, nodding. Was he being too bold? Yet, his sharp eyes had pierced right through the team's fatal flaw. The coach sighed heavily. That's exactly what haunts Coach Vincenzo. We both know what's missing on that pitch. Tactics must evolve with the players. We need a wild card, an unpredictable force to diversify our play, but the first team is currently void of such talent. He paused, locking eyes with the boy. You've sensed that void yourself, haven't you? Yes, sir. A heavy silence descended upon the room. Then, do you want to step up and test yourself? Jan froze. The coach's smile was sharp, his voice echoing with absolute conviction. Don't look so shocked. A player who can breathe life into a dead offense. Isn't that exactly who you are? Was this a dream? Faced with a sudden invitation to the first team, Jan felt the world stop spinning. His mind was a chaotic storm. Was this a test, or was the coach mocking his sudden ambition? But Tony's expression was dead serious. Seeing the boy's stunned silence, the coach realized he might have pushed the young prodigy too far. Let me clarify, he added gently. I'm not saying you'll be promoted to the first team this very second. I'm asking if you have the hunger to try. Jan took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of his courage. Sir, if that's the case, I'm not confident I can dominate an entire match just yet. But there was a moment where I truly wanted to be out there. The coach's smile widened. Good. That's all I needed to hear. He gripped Jan's shoulder firmly. I understand. The thought of 10,000 fans screaming your name is enough to paralyze anyone. But you're young. No one expects perfection, only effort. They won't judge a rising star who gives his all. They'll cheer for you. So when fate finally knocks, don't hesitate. Grab that opportunity with both hands. Understood? Never hesitate. The words burned into Jan's soul. Yes, sir. I understand. The moment Jan left, Tony pulled out his phone. Vincenzo? It's me. We need to talk this weekend. Match day arrived for the U17 squad. Against Modena, Jan sat on the bench, his mind still reeling from that conversation. Doubts began to creep in. Had he been too arrogant during that talk with the coach? Truthfully, his desire for the first team was fueled by Ju. He had pictured her watching as 10,000 fans chanted his name. What if the coach mistook his personal motivation for pure, selfless passion for the game? He shook his head, fighting back the internal conflict. No, that wasn't it. Suddenly, Coach Luca approached. Jan, are you ready for today? Luca's voice was steady. Jan looked up, determination blazing in his eyes. I'll give it everything I've got. Through the grueling training sessions, He had learned to turn fear into fire. The thrill of the challenge was becoming addictive. Ju might have lit the spark, but his sweat and blood were real. Whatever, he thought. I have to keep moving forward. But why the sudden mention of the first team? That weekend, the lights dimmed at Viola Park, Fiorentina's elite training grounds. Inside the silent office, Coach Vincenzo sat alone, the weight of the world resting on his weary shoulders. Tony stepped inside. "Coach, I'm here." He looked at his exhausted old colleague and couldn't help but crack a joke. "You look terrible. Is your hairline receding even further from all the stress?" Vincenzo shot him a lethal glare. "Shut up and sit down. Your mouth is as disrespectful as ever." Tony laughed, taking a seat. "Hard to stay healthy when you're the most criticized man in the city, right?" Vincenzo leaned back, exhaling a long sigh. "I've grown numb to the insults by now. The supporters have reached their breaking point." Tony shifted to a more serious tone. "What about the front office? Are they opening the checkbook this winter?" Vincenzo shook his head in frustration. "Rumor has it if we lose Dusan, 1/3 of the fee might be reinvested. But who can trust those empty promises?" "Typical," Tony agreed. "How's the mood? I heard you managed a win today." Tony's expression soured. "We won, but it wasn't pretty. It was pure, dumb luck." He looked genuinely distressed. "Luck only takes you so far. I see the fans' frustration. Every match is a desperate struggle for air. But my hands are tied. We need creativity. And yet even Dusan is refusing to sign a new contract." Tony analyzed the situation. He's been carrying this entire club since last season. It's only natural for his head to turn when big offers arrive. He's gone. Whether it happens this winter or next summer, his departure is inevitable. Vincenzo fell into a heavy silence. Losing his star striker without any reinforcements meant the entire season was as good as over. Tony poured a glass of water, cutting straight to the heart of the matter with a sharp question. "Do you have a replacement in mind?" "We have names, and the stingy chairman finally promised to invest, so we'll see." A mysterious smirk played on Tony's lips. "Coach, haven't you thought about putting your faith in me just once?" Vincenzo frowned. "Stop joking. You want to play again?" "I'm talking about that kid from your last message." "Exactly." Tony's gaze turned razor sharp. From his game management to pure creativity, the boy is a hidden superstar. He recounted Jan's masterclass against Modena, detailing every brilliant assist and the stunning solo goal he scored himself. He possesses the raw talent to settle the score on his own whenever the team needs a breakthrough. It might be early, but I'm certain Fiorentina's future will revolve around that boy. Vincenzo remained deep in thought. You're that confident in him? But isn't he only 16 years old? True, he lacks experience, but he's a fast learner. His skill level is already on a completely different plane. If he gains experience now, he'll be our undisputed ace by next season. Tony proposed his daring gamble. "So you're saying we should skip a striker, sign a second-tier midfielder, and just try to survive for now?" "Precisely. We save our budget now to fund a total squad revolution this summer and start fresh." Vincenzo hesitated, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. "Look, Tony, you aren't usually impulsive, but betting half a season on a 16-year-old is a massive risk." He paused for a moment. "However, since this is your recommendation, I will give it serious consideration." Tony interrupted. "Did you watch the footage I sent?" Vincenzo looked away awkwardly. "Well, I've been quite busy lately." Tony slammed the table in frustration. "I contacted you specifically so you'd watch it. Still nothing?" Vincenzo finally sighed in defeat. Fine. Since we're out of options, I'll watch it." "No, wait." Vincenzo's voice suddenly turned decisive. "If we're doing this, let's do it right. Set everything up for next Monday." Monday arrived, the recovery day for the under-17 squad. Coach Luca stood waiting at the edge of the pitch. Seeing the boy, he beckoned him over. "You, Jan, come with me. We're going somewhere special today." Jan was stunned. "What about today's practice, coach?" Luca offered a cryptic smile. "Don't worry, you'll be training elsewhere today." I never imagined that just hours later, I'd be stepping onto the elite turf of Viola Park, training with the first team. The professional stars were already warming up, and the intensity in the air was unlike anything I'd ever felt. Jan stood frozen, his eyes wide. Whoa. These are the legends I've only ever seen on a screen. Even Dusan is here. Coach Luca gave him a gentle nudge. "Go on, January, go, introduce yourself." Standing there was Vincenzo himself. Jan bowed nervously. "Hello, coach. It's an honor to meet you." The head coach turned, his presence commanding and heavy. "Right. I've heard quite a lot about you, kid. Don't feel pressured by the first team. Just treat this as a short observation. Understood? Yes, sir. Jan nodded, but he quickly realized this was no simple observation. It was a full-blown session with the pros. Despite his fierce reputation, Coach Vincenzo actually seemed surprisingly gentle at first glance. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the peace of the training ground. Too slow! Vincenzo screamed at a player. How many times must I say it? You're lagging. Think and move before the ball even arrives. Move! I was dead wrong. This man is terrifying. He said don't feel pressured, but I need to stay on high alert. I'm representing the under-17 squad today. I won't let coaches Tony and Luca look bad because of me. After the warm-up, Vincenzo called Jan over to deliver his specific instructions for the drill. As he began explaining, Jan, fueled by nerves and a desire to look sharp, accidentally cut him off. Yes, I understand, Vincenzo blinked. You understand already? Your spirit is good, but I haven't even finished yet. This isn't a simple drill. Does this kid actually grasp the complexity? His aura is becoming truly intimidating. He seems like a man with zero patience. I need to answer him perfectly. Vincenzo narrowed his eyes at the boy. Fine, let's see what you've got. Actions speak louder than words. Jan, get in there. Lorenzo, take a break. I was shaking when he gave the order, but the goal was clear. Stretch the defense and link up for a strike. Unbelievable. Am I really playing on the same wing as Dusan? This is the ultimate test of my life. Opponents simply park the bus, neutralizing Fiorence's repetitive crosses with ease. To break this deadlock, the team desperately needs a creative spark, a true fantasista. Coach Tony insists he has the solution, ignoring headlines, calling for his head due to their stale tactics. Time is short, so I'll be pushing you to your limits, Tony warns as training begins. Anxiety grips Jan as he lines up alongside the superstar. No, I have to stay focused. I'm just here to observe, and Ju isn't watching. Even if I fail, what does it matter? Jan's head stays on a swivel, constantly scanning the pitch, a professional habit that catches every coach's eye. As Dusan draws the defenders away, Jan spots the opening and charges straight into the heart of the defense. A defender gasps in shock. Is this kid really trying to exploit the space Vlahovic left behind? The ball finds Jan, but instead of dribbling, he unleashes a stunning outside foot pass. A pass? Here? Is the great Vlahovic actually planning a one-touch combination with this unknown rookie? Jan's pass slices through the defense, meeting Dusan's run with surgical precision, shattering the offside trap instantly. It's a ball served on a silver platter, perfectly matching Dusan's notoriously picky standards. He actually pulled it off. Despite Tony's high praise, I honestly didn't expect this much talent. That outside foot pass exploited the tiny window Vlahovic created, dismantling the entire defense in one stroke. This 16-year-old kid is painting a masterpiece far more creative than anything I had imagined. Dusan pats Jan's shoulder. Not bad, kid. Stuttering in shock, Jan manages a humble thank you. But the surprises weren't over. I had suspected Tony and Laka were just overhyping the boy. As the session continued, Jan's performance transcended excellence, far exceeding any expectations for a teenager. Even when the play stalls, Jan instinctively drops deep, carving out a new path for the attack. He glides with the ball, forcing the entire defensive line to scramble and lose their shape. The moment a crack appears in the front line, he threads a pass as sharp as a needle. Dusan, who suffered from poor service before, has finally found his perfect partner on the pitch. This chemistry between the rookie and the superstar is a breathtaking sight never before seen in Florence. That's it. Jan is finally solving the tactical headaches that have plagued me for so long. He dials Tony immediately. Tony, why the delay? Let's stop wasting time and finalize everything next week. You were right all along. It's time to promote Jan to the first team roster. Training concludes. Good work, everyone. Jan finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. Phew, finally over. I just hope I didn't offend the seniors. As he walks away, a voice calls out. Jan flinches. It's Dusan. Wait, did I mess up a play? My heart is racing. While Jan experiences his fate-changing debut, a heated argument erupts back at the under-17 training ground. Tony is fuming. Next week? Isn't that way too soon for a promotion of this scale? The boy still has so much to learn. I need more time to polish his raw talent. Vincenzo's voice crackles through the phone. And why not? The boy is clearly ready for more. Don't be stubborn. I'll handle his growth personally. Meanwhile, Jan remains frozen before the legendary Vlahovic. I never really looked at the first team. It always felt like a distant, unreachable world. But after the coach spoke to me, my curiosity got the better of me. I started searching. There was one man who completely dominated every single highlight reel I found. A player whose name the crowd roars even when the scoreboard remains untouched. The ace, Dusan Vlahovic, is standing right here with a terrifying expression. Did I commit a grave mistake? Dusan leans in, his voice low. Why weren't you born 2 years earlier, kid? John is utterly baffled. If you had been, we'd be in the Champions League by now. Dusan smirks. Anyway, I like your style. Hurry up and join us in the first team. With that, he leaves Jan standing there in shock. I'll do my best. Luka approaches, beaming. Incredible, Jan. Do you realize who you just impressed? Luka explains that while Dusan looks like a traditional target man, his real genius lies in movement. He's endured terrible crosses for so long. You can only imagine his sheer frustration. But looking at his face today, he seemed to truly love your delivery. Ran waved his hands dismissively, staying humble. It was only because Dusan moved so well, the way he ghosts through the box and shatters the defense. I just provided the spark. Luka grinned. You've clearly evolved a lot after just one high-stakes match. Earning such high praise from a top-tier superstar is no easy feat, kid. Walk tall, kid. Suddenly, Coach Vincenzo rushed over, gasping for air as he grabbed Jan's shoulders. What's wrong, Coach? Jan panicked. Tell me, what is your current weight? 63 kilograms 2 months ago. And height? 176. Right, measure again now. Vincenzo dragged John away in excitement. The new result? 177 centimeters and 66 kilograms. That sneaky Tony lied. He said the boy was 60 kilograms when he's actually 66. Growing a centimeter and gaining 3 kilograms in 2 months? He's in a massive growth spurt. Overplaying a young athlete during such a critical growth phase is incredibly dangerous. It can stunt their development or, worse, lead to a catastrophic, career-ending injury. Coach Vincenzo looked at the dazed Jan, a subtle, proud smile finally touching his lips. I never thought I'd argue with the youth coach over one kid. He waved Jan over. Come here. Vincenzo sized him up. You've taken excellent care of your body so far. Are you doing extra physical training? Jan nodded. Yes, with my coach. Excellent work. Vincenzo nodded. Daily meal count? 3, sir. Good, but you need a specialized diet now. He began giving precise advice. Prioritize steamed white fish over heavy, fried, or grilled meats. That advice suddenly made me miss the special fish stew my father used to make. I'll try that today, sir, Vincenzo added. Proper nutrition at your age triggers explosive growth. Thank you for the guidance, sir. I've only been here a day. Why is he so invested? Judging people by their appearance really is a mistake. Vincenzo finally wrapped up the talk. Expect a transformation by next week. Don't be shocked after eating. Wait, next week, sir? I forgot to mention, Vincenzo smirked. You're now splitting time between the U17 and the first team. Perform well, and you might even debut in pro matches. Keep yourself in top shape. Now, pack your things. I'll drive you home. Jan could no longer hide his beaming joy. As Vincenzo spoke with Luka, Jan's heart swelled. He was exactly the talent this team lacked. What a find. Where was this hidden gem? Jan's mind was already racing. White fish? I understand. A first-team debut might actually happen. I finally have great news for Ju. The scene shifts to Tony's office. He just finished a tense call with Vincenzo. He set strict terms. 1 match monthly, limited minutes, no aerial duels, and 0 pressure. He sighed deeply, staring out at the training grounds with a complicated expression. It's good news, but why do I feel like a father giving away his daughter? Suddenly, Jan called Ju, his voice frantic. Ju, something huge just happened, he screamed. It's a disaster. Everything's ruined. Meanwhile, a perfectly arranged, colorful lunchbox sat nearby. At the Viola Park training grounds, Jan held the masterpiece. Vincenzo walked by and stopped. Oh, that looks impressive, he approached. Jan jumped, startled by the sudden presence. Vincenzo eyed the perfect lunch, a meticulously prepared meal. Did your girlfriend make this? Jan's face turned bright red as he waved his hands. No, it's not like that. Coach Tony already told me everything. Jan groaned. Not again. Why is it always Coach Tony? She's just a friend, sir. Vincenzo gave him a knowing, playful pat on the shoulder. Right, just a friend who makes such beautiful lunches. Go on, eat up. I've officially given up. This whole lunchbox saga started with one catastrophic misunderstanding. Following Jan's panicked phone call the night before, Ju raced to his house like the wind. Ju burst inside, screaming, Are you okay? Where is the fire? I can still smell smoke. Jan looked guilty, pointing toward the kitchen at a charred, unidentifiable black object. Ju stood frozen as a vein popped on his forehead. Are you seriously trying to die? You said there was a fire. Jan pouted. I just said everything was burnt to a crisp. Ju realized he had rushed out without his phone and missed all the return calls. He let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. I truly thought a disaster had occurred. Then he noticed her bare feet. She had rushed over without even putting on socks. What even is this? Did you grill your cleats? Is this supposed to be food? Ju screamed upon learning it was fish. The coach had ordered a strict weight gain diet. Ru grinned smugly. Now do you see how amazing your big sister is? Come on, say it. Fine, sister. Please just go. After some teasing, Jan finally muttered the words. Yes, good boy. Strangely, he never lost to anyone outside. But he couldn't beat her, Ru asked suddenly. Wait, why do you need to bulk up all of a sudden? Time to flex. Jan cleared his throat. Well, I've started competing with the senior players. I made the first team. Coach says I am beyond the level of my own age group. That is insane. You are amazing, Ju shouted, staring at the burnt food on the table. I am taking over your meals. And so, Ju began preparing every single lunchbox. Jan felt guilty yet grateful. But as he ate, he suddenly started to choke. Water! Water! Just then, his phone rang. It was Coach Tony calling for him. Go ahead, Vincenzo said. But as Tony spoke, Vincenzo suddenly snatched the phone away. Why are you bothering him? He barked. Jan is eating, so I am hanging up. Bip. He hung up ruthlessly, leaving Tony fuming as Jan's professional schedule became a whirlwind. Training with the elites, then the under-17 team, followed by the match against Faruma. Jan's role was vital, yet strangely, he felt zero pressure standing on that pitch. Honestly, he could not believe how incredibly loose and full of holes their defense was. From the sidelines, the coaches watched as the young prodigy dominated the entire field. After facing first-team defenders, Jan saw the under-17 level as mere child's play. With that superior vision, Jan delivered a performance that defied all logical explanation. 1 goal, then 2. A first-half hat-trick. Football felt impossibly easy for him today. After the first half, Coach Tony subbed him out. Jan, you have done more than enough. Then, with a dead serious expression, he said, I have something important to tell you. Vincenzo held the roster for the upcoming first-team clash against the Giants, Genoa. There, at number 20, was Lian. October 24th, 2021. Inside the Fiorentina locker room, Lian's heart hammered against his ribs like a drum. He had finally made the first-team roster. He was actually standing in the stadium. He was not starting, but the adrenaline was so intense he could not hear the instructions. Just soak in the atmosphere, they said. But the young prodigy could not stop shaking. Once he stepped through those doors, a sea of roaring fans would be waiting. If the chance came, would he truly be able to step out and compete? No, what am I worried about? I probably will not even get subbed in. As Lian's nerves spiraled, a deep, commanding voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. It was Captain Baraghi. Stop mumbling and get out there, kid. Lian jumped, startled. Clear the mind. Serie A, Round 9, Fiorentina versus Genoa was about to begin. Stepping out of the tunnel, a massive wall of sound and people hit them. The atmosphere of a first-team match is truly on another level. The roar of the crowd is absolutely electric. High in the stands, Ju and Jan's father watch with bated breath. Jan's father smiles, his voice thick with emotion. To see his son on a stage like this, it is truly a magnificent sight. Honestly, it feels like a dream. He never imagined his stoic son would ever invite him to witness a match like this. His schedule for the entire weekend had been packed tight with work. But what is work compared to a moment like this? He knows he will never forget this day for as long as he lives. Ju turns eagerly. Sir, do you think Jan will actually get to play today? The father hesitates. I'm not so sure. Just making the first-team squad at 16 is a miracle in itself. Actually stepping onto the pitch might be asking too much, too soon. But Ju is brimming with confidence. I have a feeling he will. After all, Jan is a true football genius. The whistle blows and the match begins. Jan sits on the bench, his gaze sharp and focused. At least watching from here beats the suffocating tension of the locker room. He analyzes the field. The opponent, Genoa, is at the bottom of the table, so Firen dominates easily. Yet, the opening goal remains elusive. The coach's growing frustration is visible from the sidelines. It is the same old problem. The attack is far too predictable, and the defense is a fortress. 15 minutes pass and the fans' patience finally snaps. Insults begin to echo through the home stadium. Suddenly, Dusan strikes. 1-0. Jan is in awe. Wow. As expected of a veteran like Dusan, he expects the crowd to cheer, but he is dead wrong. Damn it. Why did that even go in? A fan screams. That was pure luck. Now they will just keep spamming mindless crosses for the rest of the game. They need to lose, so that Octopus head coach finally gets fired. Jan is stunned. If even scoring cannot please them, what will? Jan tries to catch the coach's eye, but the chaotic roar of the crowd has the manager on edge. 15 minutes into the second half, and the score remains 1-0 in favor of Fiorentina. A high ball takes a lucky deflection through Genua's defense, and Dusan pounces again. 2-0. Another stroke of luck. In the stands, Ju is confused by the toxic atmosphere despite the lead. Jan's father sighs. In football, winning is not the only thing that matters. The thrill of the game is just as important. Ju nods in agreement. Even I can tell this is boring. It would be way more exciting if Jan were out there, right? Just as the father starts to doubt it, Ju screams, "Look, over there! Jan is warming up!" The father freezes in disbelief. His 16-year-old son is actually about to debut in Serie A. It is a historic moment. Down on the touchline, Coach Vincenzo grips Jan's shoulder. "Don't be nervous. Just do whatever you want out there, okay?" Jan's eyes burn with resolve. "Yes, sir." As he prepares to sub in, Vincenzo leans in, his voice low and commanding. "I do not care if you lose the ball, miss a pass, or botch a shot. I will not say a single word. But," he warns, "if you play it safe and passive, I will be furious. Don't just follow the seniors. Be the master of the pitch." "Understood," Jan replies, his heart racing. The reality of the moment finally starts to sink in. This is it. His first step onto the hallowed turf of Serie A. He signals his entry with a confident gesture. "No time for nerves," he tells himself, instantly scanning the field. The formation shifts from a 4-3-3 to a 4-2-3-1. He is now the playmaker, sitting right behind Vlahovic. The opposition is still parked in a bus, but that does not matter. He has already simulated 1,000 ways to tear this defense apart while sitting on the bench. They are not even pressing the midfield. This is his chance. The ball is zipped toward him. As the fresh sub, the play begins to revolve around him immediately. Will the seniors be annoyed if I keep the ball? Whatever. The coach told me to go wild. They are baiting a cross, but Jan is not falling for the trap. He has a much bolder plan. He charges straight into the heart of the defense. Wait, who does this kid think he is? You can't just walk through a wall of defenders, an opponent bellows. Normally, they would be right. But today, Jan feels absolutely unstoppable. Compared to the intense first-team drills, this feels like child's play. He dances past the first man, but the wall still looms ahead. But I wasn't alone on that pitch. I slotted the ball to Dusan Vlahovic, our relentless training finally bearing fruit. My body was reacting purely on instinct, faster than my mind could even process. As I linked up with Vlahovic, the countless simulations I'd practiced suddenly blurred into a single, perfect reality. I moved with purpose, knowing my senior's return pass would find me with surgical precision. The ball returned to my feet. I played it back to Vlahovic and kept charging forward. I'd calculated every move. He could strike now, or deliver a defense-splitting pass, just like we did in training. Then, Vlahovic unleashed a stunning Rabona. Thankfully, I stayed sharp and was ready until the very end. Jan's subtle movement, combined with his senior's selfless play, completely shattered the final line of defense. The ball landed at my feet right before the goal. I took one deep breath, and the entire world simply vanished. I didn't think about the thousands watching this Serie A clash. My only thought was of my father and Ju watching from home. I wanted to show them exactly who I had become. I let fly a clinical finish, under the gaze of the world. Goal! I exhaled sharply, the moment feeling completely surreal. What just happened? The roar of the crowd, the scent of the grass, the electric atmosphere of the stadium. I could feel it all, yet the situation felt like a hallucination. Surely this had to be a dream. When did this become a fantasy? Vlahovic approached and ruffled my hair. "Kid, you really shook things up out there." It finally hit me. This is insane. It's not a dream. I actually scored a goal in my very first appearance for the first team. The veterans swarmed me, teasing and celebrating with wild intensity. Captain Biragi pushed me toward the stands. "Go on." The stadium erupted in chants as the club's anthem echoed through the air. Dad and Ju must be watching me from somewhere, right? I always wanted to show them how much their support meant to me. Having achieved that today felt absolutely magnificent. The thunderous cheers of the stadium only grew louder and louder. Firenze! 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 A senior leaned in. Jan, you'd better brace yourself for today. Jan was left completely bewildered. Why did you have to score a goal like that in your debut? A goal like that? Jan remained utterly lost. His teammate grinned. You'll find out soon enough, he said, waving as he walked away. Jan had no idea what was coming. Wait, please tell me now. I felt like I was missing something vital. It wasn't just Dad and Ju watching today. The match ended, and Jan sat alone in the locker room, letting out a long sigh of relief. He slowly packed his gear into his sports bag. Even with the game over, the adrenaline kept me trembling. I threw the bag over my shoulder, ready to head out. I planned to grab a great meal with Ju and Dad before heading home to rest. But the moment Jan stepped out, he was blocked. It was Captain 𝐏𝐫𝐸𝐵 and several other senior players. Hey, kid, 𝐏𝐵𝐸𝐵 said, his expression deadly serious. What were you thinking, doing something like that? Jan was paralyzed with confusion. Pardon? Another senior cut in. Exactly. If I were you, I would have snuck out the back door long ago. Jan panicked. 𝐏𝐵𝐸𝐵 crossed his arms. Prepare yourself. Because you scored that goal before your debut was even over, you're going to pay the price. They'd all been saying the same thing. Cold sweat broke out as Jan turned pale. Is there some secret rule that rookies aren't allowed to score? Or were the veterans about to haze him? 𝐏𝐵𝐸𝐵 led him toward the exit. Look at this. This is the price you have to pay. The doors swung open to a literal sea of fans. They roared the moment they saw him. Jan! 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 He stood there, completely stunned. Even his under-17 teammates were there. They were shouting with pure excitement. Hey! Where have you been hiding? 10 goals and 2 assists in just 6 youth games. We rushed here just to find you. You're from that fish-stealing team, right? I was always angry they took everything. But seeing you, I like you even more. Fans began thrusting jerseys and pens forward. Sign this, please. 𝐏𝐵𝐸𝐵 leaned in and whispered, I told you to be ready. Jan could only stammer. I don't think I can do this. Captain 𝐏𝐵𝐸𝐵 grabbed him. You have to take responsibility. Responsibility for what? You have 2 choices, the senior continued. 1, die of exhaustion and crawl onto the bus. Or 2, take photos and sign autographs with a grateful heart. The choice is yours. What kind of choice was that? Thank you, Jan whispered, and began to sign. In the end, I had to endure the shy trembling as I signed for every single person there. Seeing the crowd's growing fervor, Captain 𝐏𝐵𝐸𝐵 finally stepped in. That's enough for today, everyone. Remember, he's only 16, he joked. I'll sign for everyone. Buzz off, old man. We don't want your autograph. The crowd roared in defiance. Jan finally boarded the team bus. The veterans were already waiting. Well, thanks for the wait, rookie. You're the reason we're heading home late. Is this how you treat your seniors? I'm so sorry. 𝐏𝐵𝐸𝐵 is at it again. Don't push him too far. You'll actually make the kid cry. Just kidding, rookie. Good job, kid. Thanks to you, we escaped a scolding. Let's make a great team from now on, rookie. Lian exhaled in relief. Yes, sir. He collapsed into his seat, utterly drained. Being a pro is no joke. He peered through the glass. The fans were still there, cheering. I still can't believe this is real. I'm really nothing special. Flashbulbs ignited the night. He raised his phone, capturing the sea of supporters. The fans erupted. Look, he's taking a photo. He actually finds us interesting. I have to show Ju. He sent a quick text, smiling. Monday morning, U17 training. Why did I brag so much? So what? Ju's voice cut through his thoughts. Do you want a superstar's welcome or something? No, not at all. Jan's father walked over, laughing. Our Lian just wanted a little bit of praise. She's just talking big. She was screaming about how cool you looked. Dad, when did I say that? Ju's face turned beet red. When you were subbed in. When you made that pass. Stop it, Dad, please. So it really happened. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed across the pitch. Well, look who we have here. It was Coach La, beaming with pride. If it isn't our squad's undisputed ace, our rising star, a magnificent goal before your official debut. You're the pride of our team, Lian. Jan wanted the ground to swallow him. Coach, please. Everyone is listening. And? Let them hear the truth. It's the absolute truth, Luca declared proudly. The U17 squad swarmed him, having watched every second. We saw you yesterday. You were incredible, Lian. Jan felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Everyone. He took a deep, steadying breath. I have some important news to share. I've been officially called up to the first team. That means I have to leave the U17 today. He expected sadness, but the team erupted. They rushed forward, hoisting him high into the air. You actually did it, you little genius. Get over here. Their cheers echoed across the training ground. Keep moving forward. We'll be right behind you soon. Thank you. We will definitely meet again. Bruno, his former teammate, stepped forward. Lian, you're a natural genius, aren't you? No, I'm really not. Bruno cut him off. A 16-year-old in the first team? If you're not a genius, what are we? Too much humility is an insult to us. He gripped Jan's shoulder, his expression turning serious. You represent the U17 now. Go show those veterans and managers exactly what you're made of. That way, your success becomes our success too. Isn't that right? Now say it. The face of the U17. A new fire ignited in Diane's eyes. It was time. Diane waved a final goodbye. I'll see you all at the top very soon. Memories flashed as he left the familiar pitch. On the way to the first team, Bruno's words echoed. Yes, the reputation of every U17 kid depends on my performance now. Thank you, Bruno. I won't show any more weakness. Diane stepped onto the first team training ground. He drew a deep breath. Hello. As of today, I am officially joining the first team. The veterans turned, their gazes sharp and intimidating. Oh? So the rookie has finally arrived? They began to surround him like wolves. Our cute little rookie. Want some help with your stretching? I'm just a fragile rookie here. From afar, Coach Vincenzo watched. He really is quite small, isn't he? Their next opponent, UC Sampdoria, was a defensive powerhouse. A team that thrived on brutal physicality. This is concerning. First training session. Lian stood awkwardly among the towering veterans. A heavy atmosphere descended. A senior stepped closer, tossing out a bizarre question. Why the hesitation? Just pick the ugliest guy among us. What? Is this some kind of rookie initiation? Invisible pressure weighed heavily on his shoulders. Every single player was staring him down, waiting. Pick me. Surely not me. After a long silence, he spoke. Captain 𝐏𝐫𝐸𝐿. The captain's face darkened instantly. You're actually challenging me, kid? The entire squad erupted in thunderous laughter. Haha, look at that, he chose the old man. Captain, you've definitely aged a lot lately, haven't you? While the team jeered, the grumbling captain pulled Jan aside. Jan swallowed hard, his heart racing. I'm doomed. This is really the end. But there was no explosion of rage. He simply explained that the others were just messing with him. It was their twisted way of trying to get closer. Then, he whirled around and roared at the team. Shut your mouths and get back to training immediately. I see. So he's the cold on the outside, warm on the inside type of leader. The captain turned back, placing a heavy, supportive hand on Jian's shoulder to offer some real advice. Everyone here is a bit touched in the head, but they live for football. Just focus on your training. Got it? Yes, Captain. In Jian's eyes, Captain 𝐏𝐫𝐸𝐿 might not be a man of many words, but he was the definition of a leader, one who led by action and pure effort. And then, the madness the captain warned him about truly began. Hey, why are you pulling my pants down? You started it. Welcome to the first team, rookie. This was a place where professional skill and mental maturity were parallel lines. They were destined to never meet. Chaos unfolded right before Jan's eyes as the captain sighed deeply. Be careful, January. Don't let their insanity infect you. Jan nodded politely, but a thought flickered through his mind. But Captain, you don't look any different from them to me. The whistle shrieked, signaling the official start of practice. That's when Jan realized the captain's words were true. The joking atmosphere vanished instantly. On the pitch, no one called him rookie or kid. They were predators focused solely on the ball, moving to shut Jan down. On this grass, they didn't see a child, they saw an opponent, and the brutal reality of the pro world struck him like a freight train. It happened during a fierce one-on-one duel with Ricardo Sahorara, a midfielder with a massive, intimidating physique. Jian was slammed aside without a shred of mercy. No matter how hard I try, I can't win a physical battle against him. A desperate question burned in Duyan's mind. How do players my size or even smaller survive this kind of physical warfare. But a player's pride wouldn't let Jian retreat. He stubbornly charged back into the fray, but the result remained unchanged. Indeed, technique, power, and experience, the gap between them was an absolute abyss. The boy's persistence was almost pitiful. Ricardo gave a light shrug of his shoulder. "You're still too green, Jan." Crash. Dion was sent flying once again. Sahara's mocking laughter echoed across the field. To him, Dion was just a toddler learning to walk. Damn it. Is he a literal brick wall? Finally, after failing to win a single physical challenge, Jan was completely spent. He collapsed onto the turf as his teammates swarmed around him. "Hey, the rookie's dying. Quick, someone give him mouth to mouth." Suddenly, a smaller figure stepped toward him. "One session and you're already completely wiped out? You okay, kid?" It was Tonira, the legendary defensive midfielder from Uruguay, a player famous for elite defense, despite standing only 5'6". Jan looked up at his senior with pleading eyes. "Your position requires so much contact. How do you survive with a build like that?" Tonira scratched his chin thoughtfully. How do I put this? Truth is, I'm actually not very good at those physical battles. A defensive midfielder who hates physical play? Unbelievable. Yet he was a cagnaccio, a guard dog where collisions are part of the job. Exactly. Tonira shrugged. "So, if I feel like I'm going to lose the duel, I just hit the deck." Referees tend to favor the smaller players. One clever fall, and suddenly the fault belongs to the opponent. It was a football philosophy that was ruthlessly pragmatic. Tonira continued his masterclass. It's not about tricks. It's about being smart. Why bother wrestling with these giants? He pointed directly at Sahorara. "Hey, rookie, do you know who David Silva is?" I've only heard the name, sir." "Good grief. A generation that doesn't know David Silva has reached the first team?" Another senior cried out in genuine shock. Tonora explained that Silva was only 5'7", yet the most vicious defenders in the Premier League couldn't stop him. He mastered the ball, moved a step ahead of everyone, and possessed lightning-fast intuition. He rarely ever got dragged into a test of strength. Then, the teammate looked from Jan to Tonawira and smirked. "Wait, that sounds exactly like our little rookie here, doesn't it?" "Huh?" Jan jumped in surprise. Tonira nodded in firm agreement. "No need to be so shocked. When I watched you play, I felt the same thing. For a split second, I saw David Silva standing right in front of me." Tonira looked Jan dead in the eye, his gaze full of intensity. "I'm not joking. You possess that exact same rare talent. You can definitely reach the summit. Besides, you're even taller than David was." He gripped Jan's shoulder. "Stop obsessing over your weaknesses. Focus on your true strengths." "Got it? My strengths. Focus on them?" Tonira's words struck Jan like lightning. Captain Bassi watched, knowing Jan's struggle. He saw the boy forcing a losing battle instead of taking the smarter path. Tonira's spark worked. Jan stood up, his mind finally sharp and clear. The senior was right. Why force an uphill fight? I'll play my way. An awakening. A shift. The monster was finally unleashed from its cage. Instead of brute force, Jan did what he mastered best. Moving constantly, he hunted for openings with elite tactical vision. The seniors were stunned. When did he? Jan wasn't just humble. His genius adapted at terrifying speed. He was dancing through the first-team veterans all by himself. On the bench, the manager smiled. "Our next opponent, Sampdoria, is physically massive. I hesitated to play him, fearing he'd be crushed by their power." Watching Jan soar, he realized trial by fire creates the fastest growth. Let the boy run wild and absorb every bit of experience. The coach's eyes burned. "Show them how you'll dominate Serie A." Elsewhere, a press conference began. "Coach, you played a 16-year-old rookie recently. Any thoughts on this new weapon?" Sampdoria's coach, Roberto Dapp, just smirked. 16? Never heard of him. Hope he stays off our pitch. Is that a warning? The rival manager leaned back with arrogant disdain. "No, we simply wouldn't want to break a poor little 16-year-old. But the official lineup was set. Number 20, Lian, was ready for Serie A. The challenge was thrown. The answer would be written on the grass. Pre-game, Jan scrolled through his phone. The fans were hungry for the rookie. His 20-minute debut went viral. His news source? None other than Kim Ju. Why does she keep sending these? He'd told her to study Italian properly. But one thing haunted John, the rival coach's mocking words. "We don't want to hurt him." A threat veiled in fake concern. Jan texted Ju back, but she ignored him completely. Typical Jew behavior. Suddenly, a senior peeked over. Oh, a girlfriend? Jan jumped in panic. No, it's not like that. But the locker room had already erupted. The rookie's got a girl. Show us. Seniors were scarier than the opponents. His second Serie A match kicked off. Once again, Jan started on the bench. From the sidelines, Jan's eyes were locked onto the unfolding action. Despite fears of a rough game, the pitch was strangely, eerily calm. Both sides were testing the waters. But the enemy defense? It looked impenetrable. A strict 4-4-2, clogging the midfield with a dense thicket of players. A massive fortress where even the giant Vlahovic looked tiny. Scoreless at halftime. As Jan headed for the tunnel, the coach barked, "Jan, stay out. Warm up. You're going in now. Get moving," the assistant urged the shocked boy. The chance came early. A chance to shatter that rival coach's pride. A roar echoed. Number 14 out. Number 20 Jan in. The battle begins. 0-0. No lead to protect this time. The weight of the world shifted. He knew the mission. The manager wanted him to flip the script. Be the bridge. Connect the play. Calm down and execute the plan. But the moment he touched the ball, wait. The defense was moving differently. The opposition surged forward, pushing their entire line to crush us with pressure. But Jan just smirked. Their high line meant the space behind them was wide open. Space. If I can just slip into that void first, the game is mine. Just like training, one-touch passing and rapid movement, I must pivot and scan the field. Before he could even turn, a shadow lunged from his blind spot. A scream erupted. Boom. A brutal, savage hit from behind sent Jan soaring like a broken ragdoll. The sky blurred as he crashed down. This wasn't a foul. It was an execution. A direct hit to the spine. Agony surged through him. This felt completely different. This wasn't a friendly practice match. But if I retreat now, the coach wins. Not a chance. Jan gritted his teeth and forced himself up, feeling strangely wired. His heart wasn't boiling with rage, it was burning with excitement. The referee flashed a yellow. Just a warning? The thug shrugged, but Jan's seniors were far from finished. Sahorara charged in with murderous eyes. What the hell was 𝐏𝐫𝐄𝐃? Your brat is just weak. You dare touch our youngest? Easy, Sahorara. Another teammate rushed to hold him back. The captain loomed over. Step back, January, we'll handle this. Number 12, you're finished. Our little brother says it hurts. No more playing nice. Let's grind them to dust. Jan felt a bit guilty. It only hurts a little. The pain was already fading. It was surreal. The seniors who teased him earlier were now baring fangs to protect him. Lian played along perfectly. Then Milinovic, the Serbian tank and physical monster, stepped forward. He glared with eyes like cold steel. You're dead if I catch you. The thug flinched. A wave of relief hit January. He was truly lucky to have brothers like these. The whistle blew. Jan wondered if the card came out because his fall looked so pathetic. He recalled Tonira's advice. Look as pitiful as possible. Referees always favor the victim. Did I actually do it? If Rue saw this, he would die of pure embarrassment. Jan, you okay? Ah, yes, sorry, he snapped back. The atmosphere had turned razor sharp. This wasn't football anymore. It was war. His seniors were now playing with savage intent. The opposition didn't back down, ramping up their pressing and playing even dirtier. In this absolute chaos, what should I do? Fighting power with power is a mistake. But wait, who said I need the ball at my feet to change everything? On this battlefield, my move is to redefine the game by constantly hunting for space. It's not a physical contest. It's about conquering the pitch through superior positioning. Rewind to the locker room. Coach Roberto was firing up his squad. You've heard, right? The enemy has a hyped rookie. He paced the floor, his voice dripping with contempt. A creative playmaker? If he plays today, give that brat a lesson he'll never forget. Roberto's eyes turned icy. Show him the absolute terror of trying to invade our territory. Back in the present, that warning was being enforced with brutal, calculated efficiency. Jan drifted into the left flank, and 3 defenders swarmed him instantly, sealing every gap. Number 12 sneered at him. Let's see if you're brave enough to touch the ball here. He swung an arm for a dirty trick, expecting Jan to crumble. But then voot, Jan pivoted with breathtaking grace, and the ball was suddenly glued to his feet. What? Impossible. How does he dare receive the ball with his back turned after that hit? Jan didn't answer. I'm no genius, he thought. But only a fool repeats a mistake. And honestly, anyone using the same old trick is the real idiot here. The ball was his, but the trial had just begun. 3 defenders closed the trap. Jan didn't rush. He was the one setting the trap, waiting for them to draw near. The more they swarm him, the more gaps open up. Jan unleashes a signature early cross, curving perfectly into the heart of the box. A lethal reverse ball, a truly masterclass delivery. The strikers scream for it, while the bench erupts in pure awe. His timing is absolute perfection. Why? Because Jan listens. He recalls Vlahovic's veteran advice. That last cross was elite, cutting from the right to the center, then striking with the left. That's his senior's trademark move. Jan memorized every word, executing the script with flawless precision. He knows Vlahovic's favorite hunting ground. Just deliver it there, the ace will handle the rest. Jan stalls for time, taunting his pursuers. Defender 12 is on a yellow card. He doesn't dare make a reckless move. Careful, you're 1 foul away. I know already. In this tight space, they can't let him breathe. But a half-hearted challenge? That's exactly what he wanted. A brutal nutmeg through number 5's legs. He tears through the center, leaving defenders collapsing in his wake. Breaking free from the suffocating press, Jan's vision suddenly opens wide. He baited 3 defenders just to clear the right flank. He had absolute faith that Vlahovic would be exactly where he needed to be. I have to stay in the first team. I'll play my part until the very last second. Whoosh! For my sister Ju and my father. For the seniors who fought beside me. I want to keep standing on this pitch with them. The pass lands right on Vlahovic's boot. The defender lunges, but he's far too late. Jan knows no one can stop his mentor now. Vlahovic unleashes a devastating left-footed strike. The net bulges. The stadium explodes in pure euphoria. Scoreboard update. Sampdoria 0, Fiorentina 1. The momentum shifts completely. His seniors become like a pack of wolves, shielding Jan to give him room to dominate. Now, Jan can play with breathtaking audacity. The giants of Sampdoria don't look so terrifying anymore. Especially number 12. He's paralyzed by that yellow card. The entire Sampdoria defense is forced to swarm Jan and Vlahovic. A fatal mistake. They're too focused on the duo. A Firenze teammate spots the opening. The center is wide open. Jan smirks. Kim-Ju, are you watching? I told you so. I'm not the one being schooled, it's their coach. Jan threads a brilliant reverse pass. Back to the second line. Great ball. His senior receives it instantly, unleashing a thunderous long-range rocket. It rips through the net. The final whistle blows. Final score. Sampdoria 0, Firenze 2. Jan exhales a deep breath of relief. 2 assists and a dominant victory. Surely Ju won't nag me this time. Well done, kiddo. But the peace is short-lived, as his chaotic seniors descend upon him. They ruffle his hair aggressively. You've got more guts than you look, huh? Being bold because you knew we had your back, and now you're as quiet as a puppy. Jan stands there, speechless. Leave him be, the captain chuckles. But then, the real nightmare begins. A senior whispers, Hey kid, you better brace yourself. Prepare for what? Back home, Ju and Dad are glued to the TV. Look, Jan is on. Jan's dazed face fills the screen. He's been named man of the match. Wait, why does he look so miserable? Dad worries. Maybe he's just exhausted, Ju replies, though she's curious too. The reporter approaches. Congratulations on the win. Any special instructions today? Jan stands there, like a deer in the headlights, stammering. Half spaces, positive effort. No, wait. The media crew can't help but chuckle. He's completely frozen. I'm sorry, Jan mumbles. A veteran commentator steps in to save him. That was a masterclass in escaping the press. From the left half space to set up Vlahovic's golden chance. Can you walk us through that moment? Jan fumbles again. Yes. The right. No, the left space. While Dad frets, Ju just grins. So cute. Janle, 16 years old, and another explosive performance. All of Florence is watching. They're calling you a true genius. Anything you'd like to say to the fans? Too much pressure, Dad thinks, sweating. Jan takes a deep breath, head bowed low. Yes, I really am a genius. Suddenly he speaks in Korean. I'll show you even more, so keep your eyes on me. Wait, was that Korean? The reporter is stunned. Back home, Dad bursts out laughing. My boy is finally acting like a real man. Dad beamed, watching Jan whisper to Ju. But Ju? She looked completely annoyed. "Say that again in Italian," she snapped. "I can't understand a single word." Meanwhile, the reporter prepared a final, lethal question. "Who's the first person on your mind right now?" Jan panicked. My girlfriend," he blurted out. The reporter's eyes instantly gleamed. "A girlfriend? The fans' hearts are breaking," the reporter teased. "Give her a message. Say, 'I love you.'" The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Jan's face turned beet red. "No, wait, not a girlfriend." He scratched his head, flustered. "Just, thanks for always cheering for me." "I'm an idiot!" Jan cursed internally. In his sheer nervousness, he had accidentally claimed Ju as his girl to the entire world. The interview ended, but Jan stood there like a hollow shell. His soul had left his body. How could he ever face Jigu again? Back at home, Jan's father was breaking out in a cold sweat. "Oh no, I might have to go into witness protection to save my son." Ju turned to him, her eyes burning with a murderous glint. "Sir, what exactly did Jan say?" The next morning, a thunderous voice rang out. Ju stood there, hands on her hips, her expression grim. "Jan, why on earth would you say something so ridiculous?" "What do you mean?" Jan stammered. "Don't play dumb," Ju snapped. "Your dad told me everything. You called me your girlfriend on national television." Jan's world crumbled. "No. Dad, you betrayed me." His spirit withered away, leaving him frozen like a statue. Ju leaned in, noticing his catatonic state. "Struck dumb, are we?" Suddenly, her voice took on a mischievous, predatory edge. "Our little Jan must really like me to brag to everyone like that, huh?" Jan's face exploded in red as he struggled to breathe. "No, that's not it!" he shrieked, desperately trying to deny reality. That guy on television was a complete lunatic. The person in that interview wasn't me," Jan shouted before bolting like a startled rabbit. "Hey, get back here!" Ju yelled after him. Ju chased him down, but Jan suddenly skidded to a halt. "Wait, maybe this is actually a good thing?" Then, a loud crash. Ju slammed right into his back. "What's wrong with you? I almost fell." "I'm fine." "But look, it's him," Jan whispered, frantic. Jan was baffled. Even after hearing about the interview, why wasn't Ju furious? A massive question mark hung over his head. At the training grounds, Jan stepped onto the scale with a grimace. "How is this possible? I'm eating 5 full meals every single day, 67.6 kilograms, 177 centimeters. He'd only gained 0.1 kilos. "Is this scale broken?" he wailed. "The scale is fine." "Stop whining and get to work," the medic barked. Jan slumped away, lost in his own thoughts. After that last match, he truly felt the need to grow up. To survive on the pitch, he needed to get bigger and fast. Images of the last game flashed in his mind. He had been nothing but a burden, a weakling who needed constant protection. Because of his weakness, his seniors had to fight unnecessary battles. They had to pour out twice the effort just to cover for him. He was thankful, but the guilt was eating him alive. He wanted to bulk up, but his body just wouldn't cooperate. He shoved a protein bar into his mouth, even after Ju's massive meals. He didn't just need muscle, he needed the icy composure of a pro. But the fallout from that legendary interview didn't just end with Ju's teasing. He had accidentally declared himself a genius to the world. Now, everyone from the neighbor to the fruit vendor was cheering for him. It was overwhelming. He felt truly, deeply grateful for their support. Yet, he knew the dark side of fame. Fans are a fickle force, adoring you one day and tearing you apart the next. "Get lost, you fake genius," they would scream. "He probably paid the coach to let him play." The thought chilled his blood. The pressure was suffocating. Suddenly, his 2 chaotic seniors appeared, breaking his train of thought. "Hey, rookie, answer us. If a hippo and a rhino fought, who would win?" It was the most ridiculous question Jan had ever heard. Jan blinked in confusion. "Hurry up, this is a matter of pride. How am I supposed to know that?" Jan cried out. He was spiraling, yet amazed. Despite the high-stakes away match ahead, his seniors were perfectly calm, joking about nothing. "I want to be that cool-headed," Jan thought. The hippo, I guess?" he whispered. "Do you want to die?" they roared in unison. But beneath the nonsense, Jan knew only one thing led to growth. Brutal, relentless training. "I have to give it my all today," Jan vowed. "Maybe, just maybe, I'll get a chance to sub in against Roma." Determination burned in his eyes. He poured every ounce of energy into practice, hoping Coach Luca was watching. As the session wound down, a sharp voice cut through the air. "Jan, Hold on a second. Come here. The coach's words were a lightning bolt. You're starting tomorrow. He patted Jan's shoulder. Don't overthink it. Now go get some rest. Jan stood alone on the silent pitch, his heart hammering against his ribs as he processed the news. Tomorrow. AC Roma, 7th place versus 8th. A battle for survival. He looked up at the shimmering stars above. The dream of becoming the brightest star felt distant now, because a reality far more explosive had just crashed into his life. He never imagined he'd be in the starting lineup against AS Roma. His heart hammered wildly against his ribs. Match day at the Stadio Olimpico, a true cauldron of fire. The crushing pressure of his first start was suffocating. Jan felt his limbs turning to lead. Coach Laka approached him. Jan, are you warmed up? How's your condition? I'm ready, sir. Listen close. I'll explain your role one more time. The key to this entire match is their number 7, Lorenzo Pellegrini. Do you see him? At that exact moment across the pitch, the Roma coach was giving Pellegrini his own orders. There's a reason I gave you a defensive role today. Something you've never done before. It's all because of that man. You must be the first line of defense the moment he drops deep to playmake. Do you understand? Jan tightened his grip. Yes, I'll give it my all. The coach had placed his absolute trust in him for such a massive stage. I have to do this. He stepped onto the grass as the stadium erupted. Roma, Roma. The atmosphere was electric. As the teams lined up, Pellegrini walked over and patted Jan's cheek. A greeting, or perhaps a warning. Jan stared back with unwavering eyes. There he was, target number 1. The man he had to neutralize. Lorenzo Pellegrini. He looked like a titan. Since they shared the same position, the comparisons would be inevitable. It wouldn't be easy, but losing wasn't an option. Beep! The war began. As the whistle echoed, the opposition played it slow, testing the waters in their own half. But Jan's gaze was locked on to number 7. Fiorence's strategy was to sit deep and defend. However, Jan's mission was different. If Pellegrini moved to receive the ball, Jan had to strike first. The moment finally arrived. Pellegrini dropped toward the halfway line. Now! Jan launched himself forward like an arrow, dropping deep to dictate play that was Jan's own specialty. He knew exactly how to break it. Press the back, deny the turn, and suffocate the space. The press was perfect. Pellegrini's eyes widened in slight surprise. Humph, you're pretty fast, kid. Pellegrini was forced to pass backward. Success! But immediately, the veteran drifted toward the left flank. Jan didn't hesitate. I'll stay one step ahead. He sprinted, cutting off the passing lane before the ball could even arrive. He was ready to shut down the play entirely. Crash! A wall of pure muscle slammed into him. Jan was sent flying. He had been completely overpowered in the physical duel. Damn it! I should have trained harder. He had lost the battle of strength. Pellegrini glided past with ease. Jan scrambled to his feet to give chase. It's not over yet. The defense is still holding. I can still stop him! Jan braced himself. But wait, what was he doing? Pellegrini didn't pass. From that impossible distance, he wound up his leg. Boom! A long-range cannonball screamed through the air, leaving the keeper helpless as it hit the net. The stadium exploded in a roar. Jan stood frozen in shock. What on earth was that? Boom! The ball was buried in the net before anyone could react. Even the shooter himself, Pellegrini, looked impressed by his own strike. His teammates swarmed him, half cheering and half scolding. Hey, Pellegrini, was that shot a bit overkill? He simply raised a hand in a casual, half-hearted apology. Jan exhaled sharply, his heart racing from the sheer terror of that power. He knew that while the shot was divine, it started from his own failure. Jan, it's okay. Stay focused. His teammates shouted words of encouragement, but the weight in Jan's chest only grew. After that goal, the momentum shifted entirely toward Roma. Pellegrini became a beast unleashed, intercepting passes and dismantling the formation. Jan's nightmare was only beginning. Even without flashy footwork, Pellegrini bypassed him time and again using nothing but raw speed and power. Only thanks to Fiorence's ironclad backline did they avoid conceding another goal. Being repeatedly beaten by such simple, brute force, rage began to simmer within January, not at his opponent, but at his own weakness. Cruelly, when Jan finally got the ball, Pellegrini used his own tactic against him. He pressed from behind, using his massive frame to crush any hope of a turn. Once again, Jan was trapped, unable to escape the pressure. Beep! Beep! The halftime whistle blew a momentary mercy. To the team, Holding a giant like Roma was a tactical win. But for Jan, it was the most humiliating half of his life. The seniors offered comforting pats, but the words felt hollow. Damn it. If I just had a man's strength, I wouldn't have lost that clash. He ground his teeth in frustration. Inside the locker room, the head coach finally spoke. All right, good work out there. Let's tighten our chemistry for the second half. He walked over to January. Jan, can you still run? Jan was panting heavily. Yes. I'm fine, sir. If you're spent, give me the signal. Don't push into an injury. He gave Jan a firm pat on the back. All right, everyone out. As the players filed out, Coach 𝐏𝐫𝐄𝐃 whispered anxiously. Coach, Jan looks exhausted. Shouldn't you have said something more to him? The head coach turned, his gaze sharp enough to cut glass. Who said the kid is struggling? He absolutely dominated that first half. The coach cut in sharply. Luca, listen, this is January. It's his first start, and he is only 16 years old. Judging him as a failure just because he hasn't scored yet? That is cold-blooded. Look closer. Jan has been ruthlessly hounding their key playmaker the entire time. He even launched several creative breakthroughs. Enough talk. The coach turned away, then paused. One more thing. His eyes glimmered with pride. I want to tell him. He's doing a hell of a job. He approached Jan, the last to leave the pitch, and ruffled his hair warmly. The second half began. Jan's body felt heavy as lead. Chasing this organized powerhouse had drained his stamina completely, yet they hadn't lost. Calm down, he told himself. Analyze the game. What is the real problem here? Why was he so frustrated? Was it failing to stop number 7? But he wasn't a defensive player. It made no sense. Why would the coach assign him to man-mark their greatest star? Suddenly, a spark of realization hit him. Back in the locker room, the assistant had questioned Jan's defense against number 7. Is Jan a wall? The coach had countered. My order was to delay their rhythm, not stop them entirely. That pressure alone provided our defense with the desperate breathing room they needed. On the pitch, Jan finally understood. In 90 minutes, no one can block every single play. His task was to play his part while his seniors covered the rest. He'd been blaming his age and physique. How arrogant he had been. Who was he to think he could solo their star player? His desire to shine had blinded him. Jan, wake up! He screamed internally. Focus! Just 10 more minutes! He charged forward, roaring with renewed purpose. From the sidelines, the head coach grinned. The boy's eyes had changed. No words were needed now, the coach knew. Jan was a genius who sought his own answers, never settling for mediocrity. Talents like him shared one trait, a burning hatred for defeat. Pellegrini was his ultimate puzzle. I could give him a hint, the coach mused, but I want to see how high he'll soar alone. His teammates shouted encouragement. Don't worry, Jan. We've got your back. Jan took a deep breath. Fine. Let's do this. He widened his vision, scanning every moving shadow on the field. Desperate for a home goal, Roma had pushed their lines dangerously high. This forced Pellegrini deeper. Instead of receiving the ball, he was now waiting to strike. The ball is going to find him eventually, Jan realized. If I intercept it, the counterattack will be lethal. The Roma midfielder searched for an opening. Jan appeared far away, intentionally slowing his pace to bait a gap in the defense. The midfielder's eyes lit up. The kid is gassed. He can't keep up anymore. It was a deadly trap. Anticipating the play, Jan moved a step ahead. Swipe. Jan intercepted it perfectly. He drove the ball forward with explosive speed against Roma's paper-thin defense. A senior teammate sprinted alongside him, dragging the frantic defenders away. No one dared challenge him. Jan reached the box and glanced at his teammate, freezing the last defender. A brilliant feint. Jan slipped the ball to a teammate, surging forward to break the offside trap. Without a second thought, the senior tapped the ball back into Jan's path. They had practiced this 1,000 times. Focus on the ball. Time seemed to stop. The stadium's roar fell into a stunned silence as the ball hit the net. Scoreboard: AC Roma 0, Fiorentina 1. The goal struck at the 55th minute, completely overshadowing Roma's legendary number 7, Lorenzo Pellegrini. The man hailed as Rome's next emperor, inheriting the massive legacies of Francesco Totti and Daniele De Rossi. Online, a die-hard Roma fan slammed his keyboard in pure, unadulterated disbelief. Who the hell is this number 20? How dare he outshine our king, Pellegrini? The chat exploded. It's only his third game. He's 16, and he just put the great Pellegrini in his shadow. Even Pellegrini is called a genius. But that kid? He's a monster from another dimension. Back home, Ju scrolled through her phone with an unstoppable grin. Every comment was praising January. Immediately after scoring in the 55th minute, Jan raised his hand to request a substitution. He'd hit his physical limit and refused to be a burden. Despite scoring, regret weighed on him. I could have done better. As Jan sat dejected on the bench, sudden applause erupted around him. Hey, you're incredible. Where did you come from? If you played for us, you'd be Roma's next emperor. Unexpectedly, the Roma fans were giving him a standing ovation. Jan froze. This was Roma's home turf. He was the enemy, the very player who had just pierced their defense and scored against them. Vlahovic patted his shoulder. Jan, look. You've earned the ultimate respect from the opposing crowd today. For these fans, Roma is everything. That applause was their acknowledgement of your absolute masterclass on the pitch. Vlahovic gave him a gentle nudge. So, hold your head high and walk with pride, kid. Jan tried to act cool, but he was dying of embarrassment inside. His teammates wouldn't let him off. Hey, we're leading. Why didn't you waste more time? Coach Luka ran over and pulled him into a hug. Good work, Jan. Even with the praise, Jan felt a pang of guilt for leaving the field early. He couldn't maintain the pace and had to quit. Despite the fans' respect, Jan wasn't satisfied with today. More than the glory of his goal, he felt frustrated by how emotions had clouded his first half. If he'd kept his cool earlier, he was certain he could have netted at least one more. He clenched his fists, and Ju's face flashed in his mind. Well, scoring against Roma is a start. Yet, the bitterness remained. Suddenly, a roar from the pitch broke his thoughts. Block the cross! In the 75th minute, Abraham headed in an equalizer from a perfect Pellegrini assist. The match ended in a 1-1 draw. Fioren's legendary winning streak had finally come to a halt. Vlahovic and Pellegrini swapped jerseys after the whistle. A 1-1 draw at Roma wasn't a bad result. The Fioren players approached their traveling fans. The atmosphere was electric despite the draw. It's been ages since the fans were this happy away. A senior player put an arm around January. Why the long face? Not happy? Jan mumbled softly. I just feel like it's my fault we drew. Our streak broke the moment I started. Sahorara immediately grabbed him in a playful headlock. Listen to this arrogant brat. You think you're that important? You're just exhausted, aren't you? Back in the locker room, Jan sighed. Forget the fans. Ju's reaction was what truly terrified him. 99 unread messages. He trembled while opening the chat, seeing screenshots of every tackle he took. Don't push yourself. What if you get hurt? Who's that number 7 guy trying to trip you? Why is he playing so dirty? Give me his number. I need to have a word with him. Jan broke into a cold sweat. She had been spamming him since the very first half. Incredible. Jan, you're the best. Then, a final photo popped up on his screen. It was a blurry selfie of his dad screaming in joy, looking like his soul was leaving his body. Jan chuckled. As long as Ju and his father were happy, nothing else really mattered. He almost replied, I want to see a photo of you too, but he hesitated instantly. Wait, that sounds wrong. Ding! Ju's reply came instantly. Wow, Jan, aren't we being bold today? You want to see me that badly? Jan panicked and nearly threw his phone. No, it's not that. I meant a funny photo like Dad's. His teammates watched him, worried the stress had finally broken him. I'm not wearing makeup now, so later, okay? Jan collapsed. The misunderstanding was officially complete. No, makeup is fine too, he muttered to himself, his heart racing for an entirely different reason. Meanwhile, at the under-17 grounds, Coach Tony was fuming. 5 meals a day plus late-night training? Jan had shared his insane bulk-up plan with his former mentor. It's just light training, coach, really. What did those first-team fossils say to push you this hard? I'm calling them right now. Jan had returned to his old training ground. Don't worry, coach. Everyone is treating me really well. I only worry about the boy being lonely, Coach Tony confided in Luka. Tony turned to Jan. How's your condition? No need to force that strict diet anymore. You're still growing. Forcing weight gain invites injury. Jan realized the coach was right. My body did feel off that day, Jan admitted. The coaches burst into laughter. Off your game and you still scored? I watched that with your head coach. He was screaming, That's my student, Jan blushed. It's all thanks to Coach Luka's drills. Look at him. He's even learned how to be modest now. Luka cheered happily. The warm laughter made Jan feel truly at home. Next match is Lazio, right? That Romero kid is at Lazio, isn't he? Luka asked. Tony nodded grimly. Tony sighed. Jan, you must outshine that boy Romero if you play. Who is he? Jan asked. Tony grumbled about a rival coach's endless bragging. 16. Debuted in August. That coach bragged so much I had to block him. Tony patted Jan's shoulder. Show them who the true genius is. Jan gave a confident sign. Don't worry, coach. I've already scored twice in the top flight. Laughter filled the room. Meanwhile, commentators were screaming. Behold, Serie A's hottest new star. Luca Romero nets his third. A true footballing prodigy has officially awakened. Lands next hurdle. At home, Ju showed Jan the screen. Know this, Romero kid? They're calling him the real genius. Ju pointed to the explosive online forums. The real deal. 7 games, 3 goals. At 16, he is Lazio's future. A natural talent, the comments read. Jan's expression clouded with silent determination. The world has plenty of geniuses, Jan muttered. Ju didn't notice his darkening mood. Irritation began to flare deep within Jan's heart. Jan only has 2 goals, right? Jan snapped back. I have more assists, but goals are more important, right? Ju's innocent question stabbed Jan like a dagger. Noticing his stunned silence, Ju giggled and tried to soften the blow. Just joking. Our Jan is obviously the superior genius, she teased. But Jan wasn't smiling. Let's search for your name instead. Hey, stop. Why look that up? Whoa, your comments are even crazier. They're calling you a monster for that Roma game. This is what a real genius looks like. He's a born winner. As a Viola fan, I love Jan. Jan finally breathed a sigh of relief. So, a showdown with Romero this weekend? Yeah. If I even get to play. A clash of true prodigies. Jan remained humble about his chances of starting. Ju's eyes burned with fire. You'll be out there. And you have to win. Jan sighed. Everyone wanted this battle of honor. But he was worried about something else. If I lose, will you start cheering for that kid instead? Silence fell. Ju's face hardened. What kind of stupid question is that, dummy? She pinched his cheek hard. Serie A round 12. Fiorentina versus Lazio. Jan was ready. Back on a normal diet, his body felt explosive and lighter than ever. Lazio was a powerhouse. But Jan chose to cast all pressure aside. He'd embrace his youth and play without fear. That was his greatest weapon. Jan, you ready to go? Coach Luca asked. Jan nodded with total focus. Tony and Paolo Rossini watched from the stands as the stadium erupted. Fans who once called for the coach's head were now in a feverish frenzy. The Jan effect was undeniable. The battle between the two geniuses was finally here. Rossini sighed at Tony. Dragging a kid into your personal grudge? When will you grow up? Tony shrugs. On this pitch, age is just a number. One thing is certain, Jan is about to show everyone his true mettle. Tony gazes at the field with absolute conviction. In terms of raw talent, Jan is second to none. Below, the entire team turns in unison. All right, we win this today. Forza Viola. Jan eyes his rival number 17, Luca Romero. Small but sturdy, lightning fast, and a master of the breakthrough. Most importantly, he is 16, just like Jan. Are they whispering about me over there too? Asterisk tweet. Asterisk the whistle blows as Fens takes the opening kick. Jan passes back, looking to build a slow, steady rhythm, but the opposition has other plans. In an instant, Lazio's attackers and midfielders swarm like predators across the Fiorentina half. It's exactly what the coach warned about, a relentless, high-intensity press from the very first second. Today's mission is clear. Stay composed under pressure and execute lightning-fast transitions from defense to attack. Lazio's speed makes their press lethal, but if they can break through, a golden opportunity will emerge. Center-back Milanovic receives the ball, his face tight with tension as the enemy closes in with terrifying speed. I have to move, Jan realizes. Senior, the other side is open. I'm still being marked, but the suffocating pressure is too much. Panic seized Milanovic's mind. Instead of switching play, he fires a pass straight toward Jan, exactly where the defenders are waiting. No, not here. The pass is intercepted in the danger zone. The one who snatched it? None other than Luca Romero. A dangerous breakthrough. The left flank is wide open. As Romero prepares to cross, Jan's heart sinks. Wait, our defenders are giants. 185, 195. Wait, is he shooting from there? Asterisk. Boom. Asterisk. The ball screams toward the sky. What was that? A shot from a 0-degree angle? Romero jogs past, a cocky grin on his face. Nice try, Romero. Keep it up. Despite the close call, Jan exhales. That was an unbelievable, high-risk play. Milanovic pats his shoulder. My bad, Jan. Stay sharp. But Romero turns back, gesturing mockingly. Pass it to me again next time. Jian stands frozen. Is this kid really 16? To miss a shot and immediately demand the ball. Such insane confidence. As he mutters to himself, a voice chills him. Romero whispers in Italian as he brushes past. Hey, are you some kind of genius? He smirks. Really? Jian is speechless. Is he actually mocking me? Asterisk. Tweet. Asterisk. The referee signals for a goal kick. The keeper hunts for a short option, but Lazio has them pinned. A long ball seems the only choice, but 𝐏𝐫𝐸𝐿 will be isolated. Damn it, we're completely outnumbered. The goalkeeper hesitates, sweat dripping down his face. Anxiety ripples through the team. Short passes look impossible in this death trap. Someone has to step up. I'll do it, Jian declares, eyes burning with resolve. The keeper gasps. Jian, give it to me. Jian's gaze is pure fire, stripped of all fear. He's ready to face the storm. The keeper finally commits. No other options left. Any more delay and the ref might pull a yellow card for time wasting. From a distance, Romero's smirk widens. Go ahead. Hoof it long and give us the ball back. But it's not a long ball. A short pass? To who? Romero's eyes widen as they land on number 20. Jian stands alone, encircled by two Lazio hunters. They close the trap with arrogant confidence. Yet Jian doesn't flinch. He's already seen 10 steps ahead. They expect him to force a breakthrough against both. Why fight two when you can bait one? The plan, lure them in, then strike one-on-one. First target acquired. Jian accelerates. Going for the left wing, the defender thinks. Wrong. It's a fake. Jian drags the ball back with his soul, leaving the defender dead in his tracks. A clean nutmeg. He's through. Just as predicted, the second defender rushes in to cover the gap. No panic. Jian pushes the ball wide, eyes darting toward the right back to sell the deception. The defender bites, lunging to intercept the ghost pass. Sorry, I'm not done yet. With a sharp 180-degree spin, Jian leaves them in the dust. He's out. Mission 1, break the press complete. Now, it's time for a counter-attack at the speed of light. Lazio's defensive mid charges, but behind him, their backline is a disorganized mess. They never saw this coming. A high line against a predator like 𝐏𝐫𝐸𝐿? This is the perfect stage for a killer through ball. Jian carves a path through the defense with a pinpoint pass. 𝐏𝐿𝐫𝐸𝐿 is already moving and Jian isn't stopping either. He storms the box. The keeper is caught in a nightmare, an impossible angle to close. 𝐏𝐿𝐫𝐸𝐿's genius movement completely shatters the defensive line. Stay alert. 𝐏𝐿𝐫𝐸𝐿 fires. A miracle save. Damn it, it went straight at the keeper. What a save. The ball's loose, as Coach Luca said. Fortune favors the prepared. Jian is ready. He lunges with a clinical header. It turns out, listening to the veterans never fails. Goal! Jian taunts Romero. See that, 𝐿𝐫𝐄? He roars as the stadium explodes. Who is the real genius now? Whistle. Halftime. Fens leads 1-0. Jian, minute 27. Coaches Tony and Paolo watch the replay, absolutely stunned by what they see. This team's pace is lethal. One slip, and even the Giants will crumble fast. After that early error and shot, I feared the worst-case scenario would unfold. But Jian crushed their momentum, with a legendary press break and a textbook counterattack. Executing that in the heat of battle? Paolo's eyes gleam with pure admiration for Tony. The media hyped a rivalry, but that number 17 looks completely outclassed and pitiful. Their levels are worlds apart, Tony laughs. The kid actually got mad and blocked me. Stellar work, January, Paolo sighs. Grow up, Tony. What did the kid do wrong? Wait, look. He's being subbed off? Yes. Romero's game ends after 45 minutes. His pride is in tatters. Romero kicks the tunnel wall. 16 years of pure ego, shattered. From the academy to the pros, he was always the golden boy, the youngest genius. But who is this number 20? Crush him, the coach said. Then we win. He had boasted to the world. I will show everyone what real talent looks like. Yet he scores while I get benched. Romero fumes. But surely, my dribbling is still superior. Right. Compared to passing or press breaking, true skill is in the... Wait, what? Jian dances past their best defender. He can dribble like that too? Romero is paralyzed. You are a master at this too? Jan charges forward. He enters the zone. Boom. A thunderbolt strike. 2-0. A brace for Jian. You monster. You are possessed today. I just got lucky. Romero sits on the bench, his soul leaving his body. Is this how they felt when I looked down on them? An insurmountable, terrifying wall? Tough shift today. Drink up. A veteran hands Jan some water. Thanks, senior. Jan breathes out. Pure luck. 65 minutes played. More time, and 2 goals to show. One was a fluke, but his growth since the last game was undeniable today. Feeling proud? Senior Jose, number 7, sits beside him. Worn out yet? A bit, yeah. You held the ball all day, senior. Your focus must be drained. Jan forced a smile. I guess so. Their high press forced him deep constantly. Hydrate and relax. Suddenly, a realization hits Jan like a bolt of lightning. Now I see it. Why the coach obsessed over quick transitions and press breaking. On the touchline, Vincenzo is losing his mind. Stop those useless crosses right now. Focus was key, but the truth was simpler. He refused to lose to a rival he hated. I should thank him. The fear of Jew cheering for another player drove me wild. The real genius is right here. Romero? Just the thought makes my blood boil. Jew isn't even mine. Jan shakes it off, fists tight. At least I was the genius today. A clash in the air. Goal. Leo pulls one back in the 69th. It is 2-1. The stands erupt in fury. Mark your men. We collapse the moment the rookie leaves? Bring our genius back! Popular, aren't you, genius? His dad teases. Jan just grimaces. Not at all. Fiorentina held the rhythm. But one lapse allowed their number 9 to strike. Jan ponders. If Italy holds this many geniuses, how many more monsters lurk across Europe? Success this season means one thing: a ticket to the European stage, a battlefield of elite clubs where the world's greatest geniuses await. Jan dreaded the day Gio would realize his genius was just an act. A roar erupts. Reality hits as a lightning-fast counterattack begins. Fiorentina leads 3-1 in the 76th minute. Vlahovic scores. Victory is sealed. 3-1. Jan exhales, but the nightmare has just begun. Time for the interview. Lian bows, his face masked in pure anxiety. No pranksters around to tease him. The interview starts smoothly. A clash of 16-year-old geniuses. Did you see Romero's interview? Not yet. He claimed he'd show the world the true genius today. Jan flinches. The reporter smiles. So, who is the real genius? A trap. Jan sweats, panicking. Coach LC's student. A shocking answer. The reporter stammers. Wait, Coach La? Our U17 coach. Jan sighs, relieved by his own clever escape. One last question. Your jersey sales among female fans are exploding. What is your secret charm? Jan freezes. My what? Ha ha. Show us your charisma. Jan stands paralyzed. Charm? Oh no. Drenched in sweat, he blurts out the first word. Unwavering devotion. A Korean term? What does it mean? An unchanging heart, mostly. Her eyes sparkle. You mean you're a one-woman man? So romantic. Jan thinks, not a bad explanation. The interview finally ends. Whew. Safe at last. No mistakes, right? Next day. Jan, you're trending. Ju screams. Your interview has hundreds of comments. Look, devoted to Fiorentina. So cool. Not like those money-hungry players. They misunderstood. They think his devotion is for the club. That's not what I meant. Jan mumbles. Rue glares. Then what? Rue thinks so too? Right. Absolute loyalty to the club. Liar. Rue pouts. You looked so happy with that pretty reporter, grinning ear to ear. I wasn't. Yes, you were. Rue snaps. Promise not to smile at pretty girls, and I'll forgive you. Why not? Jan is confused. Focus on football, okay? Rue blushes. Usually, he'd think she was crazy. But today is different. Her jealousy is actually adorable. You idiot, Rue stammers. Jan smiles warmly into her eyes. I promise. Wait, that smile. I'm keeping my promise. I won't smile at pretty girls. Lian turns away, ears turning crimson. Rue freezes as it hits her. A scream echoes at Viola Park. One more lap. It's the captain. It's recovery day. Why is the captain pushing so hard? Jan asks. Next up, Nerazzurri FC. Our captain came from their youth academy. To the captain, that club was an unforgettable first love. So he wants to impress his old fans? Not exactly, a teammate sighs. It's complicated. Last year, he was sent to Milano on loan. They cast him aside again. Now, he's out for cold-blooded revenge. One more lap. He once dreamed of wearing that blue and black. Now, in purple, The captain fights to prove his worth to his first love. A gripping tale of wounded pride and shattered self-esteem. The legendary Joseph Meazza Stadium, famously known to the world as San Siro, one of Europe's most ancient fortresses, a sanctuary fueled by the fire of fanatical supporters, Captain Cristino Bira's reminisces. I can never forget the day my father led me here by the hand. That single moment defined my destiny. To one day wear those iconic blue and black stripes in battle before this incredible crowd. The deafening roars of the fans still echo in my soul. Since that day, young Birashi's heart belonged only to Milano. At 13, he joined the youth academy. The day he donned those dream colors, he felt like he could soar. As the dream drew closer, his ambitions grew even larger. He finally signed his first professional contract. On his debut, he vowed to become a legendary Nerazzurri captain, just like the great Giannetti. He envisioned himself as a leader cherished and idolized by every single supporter. But now, the captain's armband he wears isn't Milano's. Before kickoff, Bossi rallies the squad. Everyone has a first love. With faces like yours, those memories are probably all tragic, aren't they? Senior, why so harsh? Then you must have felt it too, wanting to become someone better just to make them regret leaving. He locked eyes with his teammates. That's exactly how I feel today. So, lend me your strength just this once. Silence fell over the team until Dian spoke up shyly. So, we shout the chant and then... Viola, right? The captain grabbed a teammate's neck playfully. Anyone who cheers quieter than me today is dead meat. Got it? Jan jumped in terror. Yes, sir. Too loud. Focus up, the captain barked. His voice softened into a deep rumble. Thank you, everyone. He took a deep breath. Forza, Viola. Their roar shook the heavens. After the pep talk, Sahorara pulled Jan aside. Don't sweat the captain's talk about first loves. Yeah, you're supposed to marry your first love anyway. Sahorara winked. Lian, forever with Fiorentina. Jan turned beet red from embarrassment. Haha, come on. The captain patted his shoulder, his eyes burning with resolve. Jan recalled the match against Juventus. Was the captain feeling exactly what he felt back then? Juventus wasn't his first love. But for the captain, this place was once his entire world. The final love matters more than the first, Bossi whispered to himself. My final love is Florence, and today, I'll make my first love cry, no matter what. But he couldn't do it alone. With his brothers at Fens, victory was possible. Because we have a kid I wouldn't trade for anyone in Milano. His gaze fell on January. Go wild out there. Make my first love shed tears of regret. Jan felt the weight of the captain's gaze, and a fire of determination ignited within him. Beep! Kickoff! Milano's 3-5-2 clashes with Fiorence's 4-5-1. As expected, Milano pushes high, dominating the midfield. Even though Firenze fields 5 midfielders, Milano dynamically shifts to 7 by dropping forwards or pushing center-backs into the fray. Pressing a numerical disadvantage in the middle is suicide, but losing isn't an option. Don't back down! Close in! Stirred by the captain's emotional speech, the team's defensive focus is razor-sharp in these opening minutes. Keep this up. If they can't break through, they'll get desperate. That's when the risky long balls start. Just as planned, their fullbacks have pushed too far, leaving a massive ocean of space behind them. This high-risk play invites disaster. We stay focused and wait for the perfect counterstrike. There it is. Captain Bozzi makes a decisive interception. Without hesitation, he trusts Jan to find the gap. Jan receives the ball in a tight spot. Holding it too long here is a death sentence. He evades a sliding tackle with a subtle drag back, then spins gracefully to lose the trailing defender. He spots CJN wide open on the right flank. A small opening appears, but he chooses a different path. He cuts back, left, spotting his captain charging forward with gritted teeth. Dion delivers a pinpoint ball into space. The captain growls. Kid, thanks for the pass, but did you forget my age? Or do you just overestimate my speed? The pass looks too long. Wait, is it? The ball has backspin, a perfect stop pass. I'm sorry. Wait, that was actually perfect. Bossi controls it without losing momentum. Someone's on your tail, Jan screams. The enemy defender possessed terrifying speed. Racing him was suicide, so I'll use pure brute force. My aging body felt like it was shattering, but I couldn't stop now. I charged straight into the penalty box. 2 white shirts blocked the path. No time to think, only my instincts and my legs could answer now. He whipped in a cross. The header was blocked, but the keeper couldn't hold it. Jan lunged in. Goal! Beer collapsed, staring at the heavens. Do you see this? This is Fioren, the final flame of passion for the men you threw away. The team erupted in a wild celebration. Milano 0, Fen 1. Lian scores off a legendary assist from Captain 𝐏𝐫𝐸𝐿. The roar of tens of thousands shook the stadium, yet a heavy, emotional silence fell over the pitch. Captain 𝐏𝐫𝐸𝐿 pulled the youngest player into a crushing embrace, releasing years of suppressed pain. Here, at the sacred Joseph M., only the pride of the visitors remained. The white-clad warriors celebrated as if they had already seized the championship trophy. Incredible work, Jan. Captain, wasn't that sprint too much for you? An older player asked, worried, but Beer remained silent. He was weeping. The iron-willed captain, the man who roared commands at the defense, stood frozen with tears streaming down his face. Ryan stared at the team's pillar in shock. The captain is crying? The others noticed and immediately crowded around him, shielding his vulnerability. Come on, keep this momentum. Forza Viola. Jan was swept up in the fiery atmosphere, screaming with the full power of his 16-year-old lungs. A veteran whispered, Birai, pull it together. Don't let the home fans see you cry. Stay calm. Beer fought to stifle his sobs. Watching the captain, an indescribable emotion surged through Jan's heart. Through those tears, Jan finally realized the sheer weight of this goal. A cold shiver raced down his spine. Heavens. If I had missed that pass, the consequences would have been utterly devastating. But it was over. We had taken the lead right inside the heart of the monster's den. Forget it. A lead is a lead, Jan told himself. This was Joseph M., and Milano sat third in the rankings. No time for idle thoughts. Boom! The ball rattled the post with a deafening crack. Fen's keeper barely escaped disaster. The rebound fell to a Milano player who hammered it back, but luck stayed with us as it grazed the post. That was too close. My heart almost stopped. This situation is turning dangerous. On the sidelines, Coach Tony paced nervously, sweat dripping from his chin. In just 10 minutes since our goal, Fioren's net had faced 5 lethal strikes. In a 90-minute war, the tides of battle always shift. But the way Milano was suffocating them, the sheer precision of their assault was truly alarming. Press harder! Don't back down, the coach bellowed. After conceding, the Milano beast had finally awakened. They launched a frenzied counterattack, desperate for an equalizer before the half. Their strategy was simple yet devastatingly effective. Long, soaring passes from the back targeted their massive number 9, a colossal powerhouse of a striker. Their intent was clear. Launch it to the big man to hold up play, then lay it off for number 10 to finish. The problem was that number 9's aerial dominance was monstrous. He was a titan on the pitch. Fen's defenders weren't short, yet they lost 4 out of 5 aerial duels against that giant. From those headers, the ball flowed with terrifying smoothness, but the one who truly chilled Jan was their number 10. Built like an ancient Roman gladiator, he was a tireless machine, constantly smashing into defenders to carve out space. His style was the complete polar opposite of Jan's own play. Once he had the ball, he charged toward the goal like an unstoppable tank, unleashing thunderous, bone-shattering shots. Even when he missed, he didn't care. He was a force of pure aggression. Tsk! So close, he roared, ignoring his wide-open teammates. This guy is incredibly selfish, Jan thought. Yet that very selfishness, that stubborn, iron-willed persistence was his most lethal weapon. He might miss, but he never feared failure. The solo onslaught was tearing Fioren's defense to shreds. Damn it, number 10 again! He kept hammering away until, boom, the inevitable finally happened. This time, his strike didn't hit the post. It screamed into the back of the net, leaving the keeper rooted to the spot. A goal of pure power and conviction. The score was leveled at 1-1 in the 42nd minute. The scorer, Lautaro Martinez scores. The entire Joseph Miazza Stadium erupted into a volcanic roar. Do you see me now? Lautaro screamed, punching the air. His teammates, the ones he had just ignored, now rushed to embrace their savior. Lautaro, you're the man. He actually pulled off a seismic shift. Jan stood there, frozen by a sight he never imagined. If it were Jan, the crushing weight of failure would have shattered his spirit after the first mistake. Sorry, I couldn't get through. But this guy? He failed 8 times just to succeed once. Now he's celebrating like a king. Milano, scream his name even louder. He ignites the crowd, and they respond with pure madness. Lautaro, stay our number 1, don't abandon us like the others. We'll kill you if you leave. Jan wondered. Is this the iron heart required of a true ace? 2 faces, 2 worlds. One radiating arrogant confidence, the other shadowed by calculating hesitation. Inside the tunnel, a heavy gloom suffocated the fens. Focus. Tonera, hold your position or the defense will crumble. Sorry. And stop just dumping the ball to Jan during transitions. It's pathetic. Why is everyone afraid to push up? The coach's fury exploded. Are you going to lean on the rookie forever? Jan flinched. I just want to disappear, Coach Tony roared. If you believe in your play, don't hesitate. Charge forward with everything. I trust your decisions. Jan looked up, a spark finally igniting in his eyes. If anyone thinks a draw in Milano is enough, stay in the locker room. Don't bother coming out. This is a winnable fight. Just focus. Got it? Yes, sir. The team's spirit surged back to life. Jan lingered behind. Coach? Tony turned. Jan? What's on your mind? Jan hesitantly explained his tactical vision. Coach Tony's eyes widened in surprise before he leaned in to listen. Interesting. Keep going. Tony glanced at his assistant, Luca, and let out a booming laugh. Ha ha ha. Not bad at all, Jan panicked. I didn't mean it was mandatory. Relax, I see your point. Jan bowed and hurried away. I'm going, let's win this. Tony watched his back with an intrigued smile. Well, Luca, stick around long enough and you'll see everything, Luca asked. What did Jan say? That kid just proposed his own tactical shift. What? Jan did? And honestly, it's a stroke of genius. Luca studied Tony's flushed face. Your head is red. Have you been drinking? Shut up. 𝐏𝐫𝐄𝐃, Tony called his star striker. Second half, we play by Jan's rules. 𝐏𝐫𝐄𝐃 was shocked but nodded. Jan watched from a distance, heart racing. Did I overstep? He said be free. But still. Jan's anxiety started to spiral. As he muttered, a dark shadow loomed. Think you're a big shot now, commanding the whole team? It was Saurara. Insolent brat. Get back to the youth team, Saurara mocked, feigning a terrifying rage. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Jan panicked. Suddenly, Captain Bossi stepped in with a kind smile. Easy on him. I heard the coach. Don't apologize, January. That was a brilliant idea. Jan blinked, completely bewildered. Really? The captain patted his shoulder. Go out there and execute it. Jan finally exhaled. Thank heavens. The whistle blew. 1-1. Keep this momentum going. Milano stuck to their plan, spamming long balls into the center. Crossing into enemy territory was easy. They decided to stick to their usual long ball strategy. Suddenly, the Milano players froze. What is this? Number 9 and 20. They've swapped. On the tactical map, 𝐏𝐫𝐄𝐃 dropped deep while Jan surged to the very front. A total position reversal. Before they could react, Jan launched a ferocious press. Ugh, pass it. He moved like a tireless machine. 𝐏𝐵𝐺, fresh from a quiet first half, now bolstered the defense. Milano's long ball lanes were suddenly choked off. A clean tackle. Jan exploded into a full sprint. I'm counting on you, Joe. 𝐏𝐵𝐺 became the wall, just like Deco. A long ball was launched from the back, but the accuracy was off. It was too high and too fast. Their defensive line was being bypassed completely. The Milano defenders were confident until the ball dropped. But wait, Tonera was there. The tiny midfielder had surged forward. He intercepted the second ball perfectly. Tonera, you're a lifesaver. Jan had predicted this exact moment. He was ready to ignite. Milano was reeling. Florence had stopped hiding. They were gambling everything at San Siro. Remember the Milano coach's smug face earlier? Take a good look at him now. His eyes are wide, drenched in cold sweat. Why? Because his perfect system is being dismantled by a 16-year-old. Milano's strategy relied on defensive comfort. They assumed a classic striker like 𝐏𝐵𝐃𝐃 would never press. They were just strolling, unaware of the lethal trap closing in. Bam! A thunderous long pass tears through the air, but Inzaghi overlooked one fatal variable. Number 20, Lian. The kid refuses to stay anchored. He's darting like a frenzied bolt. That pure intensity is shredding Milano's game plan. Witness this momentum. Milano's 18 thought he was safe until Jan struck like a lethal arrow. Panic flares as that purple-white shadow chokes every passing lane. What the hell? He's already there! The defender stumbles in pure desperation. In a heartbeat, he tries a desperate feint to escape. A clever flick? Forget it, Jan isn't buying the bait. He smothers the space, forcing a catastrophic turnover. Boom! The ball breaks loose. Coach Tony's cunning words echo in Duyan's mind. Speed is great, but beating a defender with skill? That's how you create a true numerical advantage. Jan's move? He ignores the center and blazes down the wing. A bold gamble that drags the defense wide, leaving the middle exposed. Instead of a reckless solo charge, he slides a surgical through ball to his teammate charging forward. Genius. Absolute genius. But Jan isn't done. Does he just stand and watch? No. He ignites a sharp check run. A deceptive glance toward Vlahovic baits the defense before he cuts inside to reclaim the ball. A textbook 1-2 play. Milano's giant, number 37 Scrutiny, is still underestimating the threat. He thinks there's no shooting angle. Just block the cross to Vlahovic and it's over, he sneers. He lunges in, trying to crush Jan with sheer size. Big mistake, old man. Jan lacks Lautaro's magic left foot or elite flair, but he wields a different weapon. A monster of a teammate. With a slick flick of the outside boot, Jan sends a whistling cross straight for Vlahovic's head. The defense watches helplessly, but the distance is too great for a goal. Wait, Vlahovic acts as the wall, nodding a perfect layoff back. Milano's line pushes up, trying to spring an offside trap on Fiorenze's number 8. Is the flag going up? No, the target isn't the number 8, it's Jan. While eyes were glued to Vlahovic, Jan executed a ghost run right behind their backs. Timing it to perfection, he shatters the trap. The ball drops right at his feet. It's a one-on-one showdown. A moment of destiny. Jan's heart hammers against his ribs like a trapped beast. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. Handanovic charges like a grizzly, while a defender lunges in a desperate slide. The tension is suffocating. The angle is vanishing. Stop him! The defenders scream in a frenzy, but Jan hears nothing. The roar of the San Siro fades to silence. It's just him, the ball, and the net. No need for flashy tricks or a net-tearing blast. Just absolute, piercing focus. He swings a clinical low drive. It slips perfectly through the needle's eye between the keeper and the defender. The ball rolls. And rolls. The world holds its breath. Goal! 2-1 to AC Firenze. An impossible comeback in the heart of Milano. The stadium explodes. Jan lets out a primal roar as his teammates swarm him in a joyful frenzy. But look at him. The captain. He's actually in tears. This isn't just 3 points, it's redemption. Sweet revenge against a treacherous past. Jan did it. He restored the captain's pride. In the 75th minute, Coach Tony subs out the hero. Lian departs to a standing ovation as Amrabat enters the fray. A thunderous applause for number 20. Great work, kid, Amrabat grunts, offering a high five. Jan's mission is complete. The final 15 minutes are a grueling test. Fiorenze shifts into a double-decker bus defensive fortress. Milano attacks like a cornered beast, but that second goal seems to have shattered their very soul. Multi-million-dollar legs turn to lead. Meanwhile, Fiorenze is fueled by 200% willpower. Captain Bossi becomes an iron wall. He's throwing his body on the line, screaming orders. No gaps allowed. You want a goal? Over my dead body. That is Bossi's unspoken vow. Peep, peep, peep. History is written. AC Firenze topples the giant Milano 2-1 away. A triumph of sweat, tears, and tactical brilliance. The squad rushes to Bossi. That hardened, grizzled captain is weeping like a child. He pulls Jan and the team into a crushing embrace. Today, he's the happiest man alive. Scene shift. The locker room. And as always, when men celebrate, the shirts come off. Welcome to the AC Firenze victory feast. Bossi is still riding the waves of pure emotion. Standing in just his underwear, he declares, "True love is staying by someone's side during the hard times." Smack. A towel hits him square in the face. "Give it a rest, you drama queen." Jan watches from the corner, chuckling at the chaos. But little did he know, joy is often fleeting. The head trainer marched in with a grim expression. Playtime was officially over. National team selection week had arrived. Poor Brazen was already drained from his revenge match, yet he had to pack his bags again. "My old bones can't take this anymore," he wailed in despair. While the captain despaired, the rest of the squad cheered. One teammate turned to Jan, noting their team's heavy representation in the national roster. "Hey, rookie, aren't you joining us?" Jan looked lost. "Me? I'm nowhere near national team caliber yet. I've only started a few matches." The other stared as if he were from another planet. "No calls after that performance? Impossible." It defied all logic. Jan just scratched his head, still convinced his genius was nothing more than pure luck. 4 years, he whispered. A shadow of homesickness flickered in the 16-year-old's eyes. Halfway across the world, Jan's father, the ultimate house husband in a daisy print apron, was busy scrolling through his phone. He sighed deeply. Does this boy ever bother to look himself up online? He's probably clueless. He glanced at the screen, seeing the storm his son had stirred across the nation. The headlines were screaming in bold red. How did we miss this 16-year-old prodigy? He was the new hope of Korean football. The debate raged. Was 16 simply too young for the national stage? The secret was out. Pack your bags, January. Your motherland is calling you home. After the stadium lights dimmed, our hero returned to his everyday reality. No longer the Serie A prodigy or the cold-blooded striker, he was just a son returning home to his father's flowery apron. Wait, what on earth is Dad holding? Was that a high-fashion shirt from Milan? No, it looked more like a giant baby bib. Dad proudly flaunted his new golf gear. Jan could only stare in stunned silence, but seeing the old man's tears of joy, who could possibly criticize his disastrous fashion sense? To his father, Jan was still just a child. He served up fragrant garlic fish stew, praying his son would just play for joy. A humble wish. Yet Jan was already carrying the pride of Florence on his young shoulders. On his next day off, he was dragged out by his future boss, the one and only 𝐿𝐫𝐄𝐃. Welcome to the 82nd trial of manhood. Taking the perfect social media photo for your girlfriend. He had the tactical vision to spot a 10-centimeter gap on the field, yet he couldn't frame a decent shot to save his life. The result was tragic. A tiny girl and a massive building. 𝐿𝐫𝐿's screams of frustration echoed through the street. God truly is fair. He gave Jan golden feet but took away every ounce of artistic talent. Suddenly, a crowd began to gather. 𝐿𝐫𝐿 instinctively stepped forward like a professional bodyguard. She thought they were ruining their date, but they weren't even looking at her. Look, it's Jan. The rookie's star power was overwhelming. 𝐿𝐫𝐿 was pushed to the side as fans swarmed Jan for autographs. Clearly, she wasn't the lead in this scene. Jan turned beet red with embarrassment until a savior finally stepped in. A kind Italian grandmother offered to take a photo of the young couple. She asked one question in Italian that made Jan want to vanish into thin air. Are you two a couple? The old lady pushed them together. As their shoulders touched, the scent of 𝐿𝐫𝐿's shampoo completely paralyzed Jan's brain. He was a cold-blooded assassin on the pitch, but next to his crush, he was just a blushing puppy. His heart was racing faster than when he scored against Milan. Click. The moment was captured forever. A beautiful memory in the heart of Florence. 𝐿𝐫𝐿 was glowing, while Jan desperately tried to focus on her sweet fragrance. The date concluded with the promise of a delicious meal. 𝐿𝐫𝐿 dreamt of being a chef, while Jan just wanted to play. But 2 days later, his inner beast refused to stay quiet. Despite orders to rest, he lied to his father and snuck off to the U17 training grounds. He was a football addict, and there was absolutely no cure for his obsession. Returning to the U17 pitch wasn't about nostalgia. It was about unleashing his explosive energy. A lion had been let loose in a kitten's cage. Jan absolutely dominated the juniors with his post-Serie physique. Even Coach Luca was breaking a sweat just trying to keep up with his former pupil. Did this kid eat boulders for breakfast? Luca gasped, finally begging the monster for mercy. It was clear to him now Jan had ascended to a completely different level. He had evolved, both in raw skill and tactical brilliance. But even the brightest highlights have their shadows. Luca gestured toward the young prospects, who were watching Jan with eyes full of awe. He wanted Jan to offer the juniors some encouragement. Jan just scratched his head, still feeling awkward in his new role as an idol. Yet, amidst that sea of sparkling admiration, Luca's expression suddenly shifted. He whispered a warning to Jan, and Jan's gaze collided with a strange presence. Not everyone is here to welcome you. January, Luca's chilling words sent a sudden shiver racing down Jan's spine. He felt it then, a gaze that wasn't filled with admiration or simple envy. It was pure, unfiltered hostility. A curly-haired kid stood there, eyes shadowed like a panda's but burning with raw ambition. He glared at Jan as if he wanted to devour him whole. Luca leaned in, whispering, "Especially that boy. He has a very specific reason to harbor such deep hatred for you." Returning to that piercing, bullet-like gaze of the under-17 player, Jan was trembling, fearing a physical confrontation. Then, the kid screamed, "How do I play as well as you?" Wait, hold on. The red face, the heavy sweating, the clenched fists. It wasn't a fight he wanted. It was just a hardcore fan meeting his hero. Standing beside them, Coach Luca burst into a fit of hearty laughter. Whenever this kid gets nervous, he ends up looking like a wanted criminal. It turns out this panda-eyed boy is Jan's biggest fan, following his every step. He begged for the secret to becoming a genius. Looking into those eyes filled with hope, Jan decided to confess the cold, hard truth. "I am no genius. Jan offered a gentle smile as the younger players stood there in absolute shock. In this place, I'm the one with the least talent, because I knew that I had to use my head and think more than anyone else. It sounded humble, but the impact was incredibly cool. What you see on the pitch is the peak, but the training ground is where the real essence lies. Jan reached out his hand, pulling his junior back up to his feet. To the children, Jan's shadow now seemed massive, radiating the aura of a master of effort. 2 days later, at AC Fiorenze's training ground, the air was thick with tension. It wasn't internal drama, but rather the Italian national team failing again. Another draw? How could the Euro champions be stuck watching the World Cup from home? Sahara and the Italian players were howling in pure desperation. One man's agony is another's. Well, let's not go there. They turned toward Jan, a crazy idea suddenly sparking in their minds. They urged him to naturalize as an Italian to save the Korea? Besides you, who else? But then, a name flashed in their minds: the red number 7 jersey, a true world-class icon, Son Heung-min. The entire group went silent. Right, they forgot about that national treasure. The naturalization plan was immediately aborted. Coach Tony walked in, cutting through the banter. Put the World Cup aside. Focus on the task right in front of us. Our next match is the Coppa Italia round of 32 against Hellas Verona. This is a game we must win. However, there was a major hurdle. It was FIFA International Days. Key stars like Vlahovic and Milenkovic had left to serve their national teams. The current roster was paper thin. Tony announced they would play with a patchwork squad, promoting several youngsters from the youth team. The atmosphere grew heavy. Missing Vlahovic, their primary goal-scoring machine, was a devastating loss for the team. Who will replace him? Tony looked directly at January Yu. You'll be taking Vlahovic's position. The entire team was stunned. Jan as a central striker with that slender frame? Was Coach Tony joking, or did he want the opposing center-backs to snap Jan in half? Even Jan was panicked. Me? How can I hold up the ball like Dusan? Tony simply gave a cold smirk. He wasn't asking Jan to become a second Vlahovic. The position is a number 9, but the play style is a number 10, a false 9. On the tactical board, Tony mapped out a daring plan. Instead of staying in the box, Jan would drop deep into the midfield. This movement would drag the opposing center-backs out, creating massive gaps behind them for the wingers to exploit. Once they hit the practice field, Jan began his movement. He wasn't an attacking midfielder, nor was he a target man. He drifted in between like a ghost, appearing and disappearing at will. The opposing defenders were baffled. Where did he go? Who marks him? If they chased Jan, the defense would collapse. If they stayed put, Jan would have the freedom to craft a perfect trap. Jan received the ball in open space, turning to fire a pass that sliced the entire defense wide open. The defenders became useless and lost. The gaps were exposed, and that's when Jan's teammates charged in for the kill. Jan's tactical mind was running more smoothly than ever. But that wasn't all when needed. The false 9 could become a real assassin. Spotting a narrow opening, Jan suddenly accelerated into the box. Boom! A decisive strike blasted into the back of the net. Coach Tony nodded, satisfied. He knew his gamble had paid off. Jan wasn't just filling a hole, he was becoming a terrifying new secret weapon. However, their joy was fleeting. That evening, the Serie A Sports News broadcasted a shocking announcement. On the television screen, the image of Dusan Vlahovic appeared, looking cold and distant. Vlahovic has officially rejected the contract renewal with AC Florence. He will be departing the squad this very winter transfer window. All of Florence stands paralyzed. Their brightest star and greatest beacon of hope is preparing to leave them behind. On whose shoulders will the weight of that number 9 jersey fall? Welcome to the Coppa Italia round of 32, featuring AC Florence against Hellas Verona. Though the sky today is a brilliant blue, hearts are filled with turbulence. Just look at the mounting anxiety on the coaching staff's faces. The assistant coach is questioning Tony. Old man, are you absolutely sure about this play? Starting a rookie as a false 9 right after Vlahovic's exit? This is an all-or-nothing gamble, yet Tony, our silver fox, remains dead calm. I'm not gambling, Tony declares firmly. I am placing my absolute faith in his brilliant intellect. He believes the void left by a genius like Vlahovic cannot be filled by a mere imitation, but by an entirely different cerebral talent. Here is the center of attention. Lian, today you aren't just playing a match, you're carrying the weight of a historic experiment. Inside the tunnel, the atmosphere is as heavy as a funeral. The Florence players are paralyzed by overwhelming confusion. With Vlahovic leaving and a patched-up squad, their only hope is a 16-year-old rookie. In the stands, Furious fans are demanding answers from the board. To them, today's match is nothing less than a brutal test of the management's competence. If they lose, the head coach's seat will surely crumble. 1,000 tons of pressure weigh on Jian as he stands small and isolated on the pitch. His seniors have to rally his spirit. "Hey kid, don't shake. You are the future of this entire club." That probably makes him even more nervous. But today, we have a side character even more fascinating than our lead, Riccardo Sahara. Take a look at that bald, bearded veteran. Few realize he was once hailed as the golden prodigy of Italian football. Sahara's past is a classic tragedy. Rising at Empoli, joining the national youth squad, then making a rushed move to the giants, AC Milan. After 2 years rotting on the bench, his form plummeted, and he finally washed up at Fiorentina like a piece of discarded talent. Here, he struck a wall named Vlahovic, a young, powerful monster who pushed 30-year-old Sahara into the permanent shadows of the bench. He believed his career had reached its end, but life always has a way of surprising you. With Vlahovic gone, a door once bolted shut now reveals a tiny crack of light for the former prodigy. Sahara clenches his fist tight. "I must play today as if it's the final match of my life." The whistle blows, and Fiorentina starts the play. It's a 4-3-3 formation against Verona's ironclad 5-3-2 defense, a difficult puzzle for Fiorente's slender attack. Gian begins to move. Following instructions, he drops deep into midfield to collect the ball. But something is off. The Verona defenders aren't falling for the trap. They've read the false nine playbook cover to cover. You want to drop deep? Go ahead, because we aren't moving an inch. They maintain their defensive lines, leaving Gian unable to pull anyone out of position. Immediately, a massive Verona defensive midfielder charges him. He clumsily loses possession in a dangerous area. It's a counter-attack for Verona. But then, boom, a blue jersey lunges in for a fierce tackle. It's Sahara. The veteran bellows, "Don't fear, just play your game, and I'll clean up any mess." His senior's words act like a surge of adrenaline for Gian. Realizing he isn't alone, he begins to re-examine the tactical board. If the defenders won't mark him, it means Fiorente's midfield now holds a numerical advantage of 6 against 5. Gian shifts his thinking. Instead of trying to drag defenders, he joins the passing lanes, transforming into a fourth midfielder. Fiorentina completely seizes control of the midfield. Verona begins to unravel. While the opponents scramble for the ball, Gian suddenly accelerates. He charges directly into the heart of the defense. A Verona midfielder is forced to break rank to stop him. The trap has sprung, and space is revealed. Gian threads a pass to Sahara, who is making his move on the wing. Instead of a simple 1-2, Sahara uses his brute strength to drag the fullback away, carving open the inner channel for his teammates. Although Sahara's final strike whistles just past the post, it has proven that this new system can actually function. Gian and Sahara trade a high five. The way the veteran looks at the young rookie has been completely transformed. Skepticism has turned into respect for the boy's fierce hunger for victory. "All right, kid. Today, we're going to make history." 25 minutes in, and Verona stubbornly refuses to press. They've identified Gian as a false 9, but that very passivity is their fatal flaw. Gian receives the ball with his back to the goal. He begins to weave, slicing directly into the gap between the center-back and fullback. Sahara reads the play and cuts across the field. De Jong makes a piercing run. 2 drills are now hammering the defense at once. The Verona center-back is paralyzed with indecision. Who should he mark? In that heartbeat of hesitation, Gian slides the ball to Sahara. The defender lunges at Sahara, but the veteran doesn't strike. Instead, he executes a mesmerizing, stylish backheel into the space behind him. The ball finds Gian in full stride. It is a cutback that is perfect down to the very last millimeter. Gian traps the ball with his heel, killing the momentum to set up the perfect strike. The net is gaping as the Verona keeper rushes out. At this lethal range, pure technique is absolute king. Gian carves a divine arc past the keeper's desperate reach, finding the far corner. 1-0 for Florence. Sahara roars like a madman, charging in for a crushing embrace. Power, experience, and genius collide as Gian obliterates Verona's concrete defense. High in the VIP stands, a legendary scout is left speechless. Technical director Paolo Rossini polishes his glasses in disbelief, muttering, "That movement, that spatial awareness, the way he commands his teammates. It reminds me of a legend. Roberto Baggio in his prime. The entire stadium falls silent before erupting in pure madness. Did you catch that strike? A flawless curve, laser-focused into the top corner. Fiorentina fans rub their eyes. They aren't just seeing Jan anymore. They see the ghost of the divine ponytail, Roberto Baggio, reborn, a masterpiece of elegance and skill. And now, the celebration. But wait, our young maestro, our field artist. What on earth is he doing? He sprints to the corner flag with fiery passion, only to freeze like a statue. Look at that blank stare. He ran so hard but forgot he hadn't planned a celebration yet. A true footballing genius, but a total amateur at being cool. Saved by the squad. Sahara charges in like a freight train, crushing Jan in a massive mother bear hug. Jan might regret scoring as his ribs begin to crack. "Thank you, kid. Thank you," Sahara bellows in pure joy. Jan is dazed. "Wait, did you assist me? Why are you thanking me?" The boy doesn't realize this goal is a lifeline for his veteran teammate's dying career. By minute 38, Jan's false nine roll is operating with terrifying precision. He drops deep, stretches the field, and boom, a pass that obliterates the entire defense. This time, Sahara finishes it. 2-0 for Florence, a truly insane half. The crowd begins to whisper. Playing this well without Vlahovic? Maybe we don't even need to keep him anymore. Cruel words of the football world, but the ultimate praise for the Jan-Sahara duo. Amidst the cheers, let's talk about the man of the hour. Riccardo Sahara was once a prodigy, Italy's golden hope, only to waste his youth on Milan's bench. They labeled him the eternal talent, a classic story of a fallen star. Stranded in Florence, he lived in Vlahovic's massive shadow. At age 30, his career hit a dead end. Retirement or a lower league slide seemed inevitable. But today, look at him run. Like he's 20 again, driven not by duty, but by raw hunger. He wants to prove to the world and himself that Riccardo Sahara isn't finished yet. I want to give everything for this team. I want to keep playing here. This isn't just a star's ego, it's the prayer of a man clutching his final lifeline. Second half begins. Score is 2-0. Verona has nothing left to lose, pushing everyone forward for a desperate comeback. Pressure mounts on Florence's defense. But today, Sahara isn't just a striker, he's diving into tackles like a possessed defender. He throws his body on the line. A true warrior. "Are you okay?" Jan asks, worried. "I'm fine. Just run. I'll be your platform." Sahara gasps, drenched in sweat but eyes blazing with fire. Counterattack! Verona is overextended. Sahara steals the ball. Even with legs of lead, he looks up, searching for Jan. "Go, kid!" A long ball over the top. Jan flies down the left, but Sahara doesn't stop to breathe. He grits his teeth, squeezing out every last drop of energy to sprint 40 meters and support his junior. Jan receives it, dazzling the defender with a feint. He spots Sahara in the box, sandwiched between two center backs. No problem. Jan sees a gap that only a true genius could perceive. A low cross slices the defense, landing perfectly in the veteran's path. The ball finds Sahara. This is it. Fate's moment. Shoot, man. But oh no, his legs are spent. Sahara's shot is a complete mishit. Damn it. It's over. He closes his eyes in despair after an embarrassing miss right in front of the goal. But wait. The ball bounces weirdly, wobbling toward the net. The keeper is totally fooled by the bad shot. It slowly rolls over the line. Goal. 3-0. An ugly, lucky goal, but who cares? This is the reward for sweat, grit, and pure persistence. Sahara collapses to the turf, not from pain, but overwhelming joy. He did it. His name is on the score sheet. Minute 75. Both heroes are subbed off to a standing ovation. The crowd erupts. Sahara grabs Jan, tears streaming down his face like a child. "Thank you, kid. Thanks for not giving up on an old man like me." Jan just smiles, struggling for air. A stunning moment of two generations colliding, a rising sun and a star reclaiming its lost light. But the real drama was just beginning. As the match ended, the stadium's giant screen suddenly panned to the stands. A girl was sobbing hysterically, overwhelmed by the home team's victory. It was Kim Ju. Her makeup was completely ruined by her tears. Field reporters immediately swarmed Jan and Sahara. "Jan, is that beautiful girl crying up there your girlfriend?" Jan looked up at the screen, and the blood drained from his face. On camera, Ju was screaming his name through her sobs. It was an accidental public confession, broadcasted live on national television. "You are in big trouble, Jian. How will you explain this to your dad?" Let's return to the scene of this shocking Serie A scandal. While Jan and Sahara celebrated on the pitch, an impromptu press conference was erupting in the VIP stands. Captain Biras and the team crowded around Jan's father. "Sir, is that lovely girl crying your daughter-in-law?" With an innocent and gentle smile, Jan's father dropped a total bombshell. Yes, that is correct. My son owes her a great deal. With the official confirmation, Biras and the boys roared like they had won the lottery. They looked at Ju with awe and fear. Sister-in-law, please accept our deepest respect. Ju just wanted to vanish. From best friend to the boss of the house in 1 second. The next morning, at the training ground, Jan sensed a strange atmosphere the moment he arrived. Everyone stared with bizarre respect. Welcome, the real man. Greetings, the Casanova of Firenze. Gian was utterly clueless. He didn't realize that to his teammates, he was now a god of love, a star player with a dream girlfriend. Especially Saharara. The giant wrapped a heavy arm around Jian's shoulder with a wicked smirk. Impressive, kid. Screaming your girl's name on TV for a romantic celebration? Jian desperately denied it, but no one believed a word. Then, the conversation shifted to a much more serious note. Vlahovic, the undisputed ace, had returned from international duty, but rumors of his winter departure still haunted the entire squad. Jan stared at his senior's broad back, feeling a mix of admiration and regret. Vlahovic turned and patted Jan's shoulder. Good job, kid. A compliment from the Lion King himself. Jan's face flushed red. Even with his exit looming, Vlahovic was still watching his junior. But back to the mystery of the viral scream. When Jan shouted Ju, his Italian teammates heard Siu, or some cheesy romantic Italian phrase. A hilarious misunderstanding. Saharara insisted it was the cry of a man in love. Now, Jan was forced into a crash course. How to be a charming Italian man. Lesson number 1. You must master the art of the sincere and incredibly cheesy thank you. Look her in the eyes, tell her you are grateful. Don't be a shy Asian kid anymore, Saharara roared at January. That night, Jan's father conveniently came home late, leaving the two alone. An awkward silence filled the entire kitchen. Eating his pasta, Jan recalled Saharara's advice. His heart pounded as he finally mustered the courage to set down his fork. Ju? She jumped. Is it bad? Jan looked her in the eyes. Thanks for always looking after me. Your cooking is the best. Boom. Her face turned beet red like a ripe tomato. She stammered, completely speechless. Saharara's tactics were terrifyingly effective. Jan tried to push further with more romantic lines, but she suddenly snapped. Just eat. You are talking way too much. She turned away to hide her happy smile. It seems our dense hero is finally learning how to flirt. Romance aside, we move to round 14 of Serie A, Cagliari versus Firenze. Today, the natural order was restored. Vlahovic and Milenkovic returned to the starting lineup, sending Jan back to the bench. From the sidelines, he saw the true gap in class. Kickoff! Firenze dominated completely. Vlahovic looked like a prehistoric monster finally unleashed from its cage. He bulldozed through defenders, demanding the ball. No complex tactics were needed, just give it to number 9, and he would finish it. 18th minute goal. A thunderous strike tore straight through the netting. It didn't stop there. By the 45th minute, Milenkovic powered home a header for 2-0. Jan sat on the bench, jaw dropped. This was the true power of Firenze. In the second half, Vlahovic's masterclass continued. He dragged 3 defenders with him, opening massive gaps for his team. Then, he clinically finished for his brace 3-0. Jan shivered. He saw the difference between his false 9 role and Vlahovic's true striker instincts. Jan needed support. But Vlahovic? He was a one-man army, a tactical system unto himself, capable of deciding the entire game alone. The match ended in a crushing 3-0 victory. Vlahovic proved exactly why every top club in Europe is hunting for him. Captain Biras approached Jan, patting his shoulder. Rested enough, kid? We kept you on ice today to save your energy. Jan was puzzled. Save energy? Who are we facing that is so tough? Biras's smile vanished instantly. His gaze turned sharp, eyes burning with a competitive fire. Are you kidding? You really don't know who is next? Juan's throat tightened as the match schedule flashed before his eyes, a name that ignited pure hatred in every corner of Florence. The ultimate symbol of Italian football's dominance and iron-fisted rule, Juventus, the old lady of Turin herself, the very place Vlahovic was rumored to betray them for. This wasn't just a match anymore. It was a war for their pride. AC Milan versus Juventus. 2 giants locked in a blood feud spanning nearly a century of conflict. It began in 1928 with a crushing defeat. Since the 80s, the scars of humiliation only grew deeper and darker. Titles were snatched away by biased whistles. European finals ended in rivers of bitter, hopeless tears for the violet shirts. They didn't lose. They were plundered. The hatred peaked with the ultimate betrayal, the theft of their king, Roberto Baggio. Exploiting Fioren's bankruptcy, the Giants used their wealth to tear the heart out of the city. Baggio's departure stripped the team's very soul. From that day on, Juventus became an enemy that could never be forgiven. Ladri. The thieves. That's their name in Florence. Ju stared at the screen, paralyzed by this blood-soaked history. A chill ran down her spine. This wasn't a game of soccer, it was a declaration of total war. Online forums were exploding with rage, but strangely, the traitor Vlahovic was no longer their main target. One name dominated the screens. Lian, number 20. Let Vlahovic rot. Lian is our true future, they screamed. Juventus fans sneered in mockery. That kid we threw away 2 years ago? Now he's their savior? What a joke. Are you kidding me? Ju's blood boiled with fury. How dare they look down on him like that? Just you wait. On match day, Turin was drowned in a heavy downpour. Jan sprinted toward his secret destination. Skipping practice, he searched for one person. Jan, you're soaking wet. Why are you here? Ju cried out in shock. Jan ignored the cold, breathless. I found you. No matter what, I'll always see you watching over me. A simple, clumsy confession that hit like a thunderbolt. He needed her to know her support was his ultimate strength. Ju's face turned crimson as she shoved a raincoat at him. You idiot. Go now. You better win this. I'll win, just for you. With a radiant smile, he vanished into the rain, fueled by pure, unadulterated motivation. Allianz Stadium, the Lion's Den. Inside the locker room, Coach Tony's voice thundered with raw intensity. We lack Vlahovic, but we have our pride. Show them that Fiorentina is not some market for their taking. The lineup was announced, and the world froze. Vlahovic was benched, a total psychological shockwave. To shield him from the pressure, Tony benched his star. Now, the entire weight of the attack rested on January. In the VIP lounge, the Juventus president smirked. Without Vlahovic, they're just paper tigers. This will be a slaughter. He had no idea his worst nightmare was already on the pitch. Meanwhile, Fioren's director prayed for a miracle. Drowning in the guilt of the sale, he whispered, Please, not a blowout. Then, the whistle shrieked through the air. 10 seconds in. Before anyone could blink, Jan received the ball and charged straight into the heart of the enemy. Is he insane? A solo run? The legendary Juventus midfield froze. Rabiot lunged in with a desperate, bone-crunching tackle. Jan slipped through like a phantom using the La Croqueta. Bonucci's scream of "Stop him" came far too late. Jan ignited his engines. A burst of godlike speed tore through the defense, leaving the black and white jerseys grasping at thin air. He faced the keeper. The angle was impossible, but Jan unleashed a left-footed cannonball into the top corner. 4 minutes. That's all it took. The entire Allianz Stadium was plunged into a deafening, soul-crushing silence. The president's wine glass shattered on the floor. Coach Allegri stood frozen, his mind unable to process the impossible. Lian, the boy they discarded, had just delivered a thunderous slap to the face of the Giants in their own temple. Jan stood tall, arms outstretched in defiance. His eyes burned with a singular message. Behold, I am Lian. This is my arrival. The battle had only just begun, but the atmosphere was already thick with the suffocating scent of war. The cause? A 16-year-old boy had dared to humiliate the legendary old lady on her own sacred turf. The sleeping giant had been provoked. Their €100 million superstar erupted in a fit of absolute, unbridled rage. No more mistakes. His roar sent tremors through the Juventus defense, demanding perfection in the face of this insult. Yet, amidst the storm of intimidation, one soul remained utterly unmoved and completely fearless. To Lian, those expensive stars meant nothing. They looked like prisoners in stripes, waiting for their sentence. And on this field, he was the cold-blooded warden ready to lock them away forever. Lian, you're a monster today! His teammates swarmed him in awe, but beneath the surface, Jan was actually sweating bullets. Jan wanted to confess that he had just kicked the ball out of pure panic, but his captain cut him off. No need for modesty. Stick to the plan, but fire away whenever you see an opening. Jan could only nod vigorously. Understood, Captain. To his teammates, he was a humble soccer prodigy. Yet inside, Jan was simply relieved that his captain was so easygoing. Back to the match, Fiorentina's strategy was clear. Defend first, strike later. They used Jan as a smokescreen to spark momentum for their counterattack. Jan's mission now was to drop deep, fortify the defense, and wait for the right moment. But their opponents were formidable. A lightning-fast pass zipped toward the €117 million superstar. With one touch, Jan felt the gap, a true monster in balance and physique. They collided as Jan fought to steal the ball. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. The superstar crumpled to the turf, clutching his leg like he'd been hit by a truck. Jan froze. What? I barely touched the ball. He looked down in confusion, but then he saw the superstar's face, a sly wink. The man was acting. It was a flawless, Oscar-worthy performance. Think I didn't know you did that on purpose? The star hissed. The referee rushed over with a sharp warning. One more foul and you're off, Sahana. Jan's seniors rushed to defend him, but the young player remained dazed. This was the cunning of a world-class veteran. However, such dirty tactics wouldn't intimidate Fiorentina. Instead, it ignited their fighting spirit. We are going to give them hell today. Seeing his teammates' broad backs, Jan felt a strange surge of peace. The purple wall was now more impenetrable than ever. They shut down every assault. On the sidelines, the Fiorentina coaching staff felt the shift in momentum. This is an incredible away game rhythm, the head coach muttered, though his eyes remained narrowed with concern. In such a heated atmosphere, the most dangerous variables always begin to emerge. Just as predicted, a collision occurred right outside the box. Foul by number 5. The referee signaled sharply. The defender roared in protest. What? I didn't even touch him. But his pleas were useless. A direct free kick from a lethal distance. It seemed the defense's cool composure had finally melted under the pressure. The angle was perfect for a shot. Over at Juventus, the coaches were already wearing triumphant smirks. They had been stuck against a concrete wall, and this was their golden key. Stepping up was the €117 million man himself. Confidence radiated from his eyes. He was the hero born for this. The stadium held its breath. He charged, swung his leg, and the ball traced a deadly arc, but it missed. It rattled off the crossbar. The superstar clutched his head in agony, letting out a frustrated curse. Watching this, Jan realized something vital. Even titans like him are prone to making mistakes. He was too desperate for victory, causing his mind to overheat. But there was no time for philosophy. The ball returned to Fiorentina. Counterattack. Jan controlled the ball with clinical precision. Expecting a safe back pass, the opponents pressed high. Push up! A fatal mistake. Jan did not retreat. He spun into a solo breakthrough. It was number 20 again, tearing through the midfield before suddenly exploding with speed. He spotted Kane charging down the wing. A single through ball would be enough to end it. Jan swung his leg, but an opponent's foot lunged out. The pass was read and intercepted, a total disaster. Their counter was countered in an instant. Jan's eyes went wide. Damn it, I was too naive. The ball zipped to the flank. A lethal early cross was whipped directly into the heart of the box. And there, a defender's nightmare was waiting. The €117 million star soared, his aerial dominance proving absolutely devastating. A thunderous header. The ball screamed toward the net, but the Fiorentina keeper reacted with divine reflexes, snatching it right off the line. Despite the heavy impact, the goalkeeper forced himself back up immediately. With fire in his eyes, he roared Jan's name and launched a massive long kick. Forget modern build-up play. This was war. Pure, pragmatic football. The ball soared toward Jan, but the situation was becoming dire. His old teammate Vlahovic blocked his path, while another defender crashed into his back, sandwiched and suffocating. In that breathless moment, his genius, or maybe just his luck, kicked into high gear. Don't rush. Secure the ball. He could feel the opponent's hot breath right on his neck. Jan channeled the defender's momentum into a flawless pivot, threading a pass to the surging Vlahovic. But glory demanded a heavy price. Boom! A savage tackle sent Jan crashing to the turf. The whistle shrieked as his teammates erupted in pure fury. You looking for a death wish? Jan winced, forcing himself up. I am fine. Guys, no need for a murder charge today. He smirked through the sting. One yellow card earned, and better yet, a dead ball chance from a lethal, prime position. The official sprayed the 20-meter line, positioned slightly to the left of the goal's gaping mouth. This was prime territory for Vlahovic's thunderous left foot. A certain goal, or so everyone thought, until the atmosphere shifted. Their ace stood frozen with a grimace. Vlahovic scratched his head, his gaze flickering with uncharacteristic doubt and hesitation. Anxiety gripped January. Was he injured? Suddenly, Vlahovic turned toward him with a sharp look. Jan, get over here. Jan scurried over, completely bewildered. Yeah, senior. Vlahovic stared at the ball with a terrifyingly heavy and serious expression. Jan studied the line. This angle was a nightmare for a lefty. It simply did not make tactical sense. Before he could speak, Vlahovic's hand dropped onto his shoulder. His next command stopped Jan's heart. You take the shot. What? Jan's gaze darted between his mentor and the ball, his pulse drumming against his ribs like a war drum. Taking this kick, in this stadium, in this moment. Was this a catastrophic blunder or the birth of a legend? A golden chance for most, but for Jan, it felt like the weight of the entire world on his shoulders. Truthfully, he loathed free kicks. He hated thousands of eyes burning into him, waiting for a miracle or a failure. It was the ultimate isolation, one soul bearing the entire team's hope. So why was he the one chosen? Why would a 16-year-old rookie dare to step up against a defensive titan like Juventus? The answer was simple. Vlahovic, their undisputed king, had placed his absolute, unwavering faith in the boy. That trust ignited a fire in Jan's soul. He needed to prove his worth. He cradled the ball, kissing its leather skin. But wait, in this sacred moment of peak tension, why did his friend Ju's face flash across his mind? Focus, Jan! No time for romance. He exhaled sharply, scanning the keeper's stance and the daunting wall of defenders. The wall was a forest of giants, a literal fortress of flesh and bone standing between him and the goal. Jan narrowed his eyes. 9 meters? It felt like they were standing much closer than that. Every path seemed sealed shut by the defenders. But then, a tiny, shimmering detail caught his sharp eye. He wiped his face, not sweat, but cold water. The memory of his fall hit him. The turf was completely soaked. That pre-match downpour. The pitch was still slick. In that heartbeat, a stroke of genius struck Jan like lightning. A perfect physical equation computed in his brain. The path opened. Jan charged forward without a shred of hesitation. Forgoing the textbook curl over the wall, he locked his ankle and unleashed a low, flat-footed rocket strike. He did not aim high. He drove it into the earth. Predictably, the wall leaped skyward to block an aerial shot. They fell for it. The ball hissed like a cobra, slithering through the gap right beneath their airborne boots. The Juventus keeper stood paralyzed, his mind unable to process the sheer audacity of the low strike. The wet grass accelerated the ball to a lethal velocity. It zipped past the line. Whoosh! The net bulged. A world-class masterpiece from a total unknown. 1-0 for Fiorentina. The giants of Juventus stood stunned. What the hell was that? A voice gasped. Under the wall? Just who is this number 20 kid? His teammates swarmed him. You madman. You actually tried that? You are insane, Jan, but that was magnificent. The stadium erupted into pure chaos as Fiorentina's purple tide began to drown the stands in celebration. It was not luck, it was a calculated knuckle skid. 0 spin, 1 bounce, and terrifying acceleration on the wet grass. Jan had factored in the pitch's humidity itself. The opposing keeper broke into a cold sweat at the realization. Did he use the moisture on purpose? He shuddered. A 16-year-old with the tactical mind of a veteran. Milan hoisted Jan onto his shoulders like a young king. Look, Jan! Look at the crowd screaming for you! Thousands were chanting his name in a roar. Jan! Jan! Jan turned beet red. Put me down. This is embarrassing. The captain stepped forward, pointing at him. Don't you dare hide. That goal earned you the right to this glory. Jan gazed at the sky, remembering the bitter days of doubt and the urge to quit. He had finally arrived. He had pierced the armor of Italy's greatest titan, right before the fans who traveled so far to cheer. Across the pitch, the Juventus giants remained frozen, haunted by the shadow of the boy who humbled them. The traitor, Federico Chiesa, fresh from his move to Juventus, glared at January. Who was this, number 20? He was never here before. An ominous feeling washed over him. As play resumed, Jan's opening goal hit the opposition like a devastating heavyweight debuff. Hold the formation. Protect the rookie's lead. That was the order. The 5 minutes following a goal are always the most treacherous. But today felt different. If the veterans let this precious lead slip away, how could they ever face their talented young junior? Fiorentina's morale reached unprecedented heights. Captain Biraghi launched into a ferocious, high-stakes tackle to regain possession. Milankovic acted as a human shield to block the strike. Playing at 200% capacity, they turned their goal into an impenetrable fortress. Even when the opposition played dirty, the Fiorentina squad struck back twice as hard. Jan watched his seniors fighting like lions for him. He finally realized he wasn't standing alone anymore. He had brothers in arms ready to pull him up the moment he stumbled. The first half ended 0-1 for the visitors, a scoreline that sent absolute shockwaves through the entire league. Walking through the tunnel, Jan felt the hostile glares from the home crowd. The captain clapped his shoulder, whispering, "See that? They're terrified of you. Silencing an away stadium like this is the ultimate mark of success." Suddenly, Jan froze in his tracks. A familiar silhouette appeared, a fiery red mohawk atop a rugged, battle-scarred face. It was Jerome, the living legend Jan once idolized. But Jerome's gaze held no contempt today, only a flicker of wary respect. An unknown Asian rookie was now forcing the world's top superstars to actually feel the sting of fear. Amidst his thoughts, a weathered voice broke the silence. "Why the long face, Jan? Stomach issues?" It was Coach Vincenzo. He asked Jan how it felt facing this roaring, fiery arena. Jan swallowed hard, admitting it felt like a brush with death. Meanwhile, up in the luxury of the VIP stands, two executives in sharp suits re-watched Jan's goal. "Look at the ball. No spin at all. It's wobbling mid-air. Keep it down, director. This is enemy territory." The Fiorentina director grinned, celebrating both the goal and his brilliant financial math. He glanced down at the pitch where Federico Chiesa, the man they called a traitor, stood frustrated. "Look at Chiesa. We sold him for 40 million euros. Truly a masterpiece of a deal for our club. Indeed, that money kept us afloat." The director then pointed toward January. "And that boy? His weekly wage is only 4,000 euros. Yet look who's dominating. A 40 million euro ghost versus a budget-priced rookie who is currently commanding the entire field. Marok, I bet you this. In 1 year, Italy will be far too small to contain a talent like January." The second half kicked off, but the very atmosphere of the stadium had shifted. Juventus had stopped underestimating them. Chiesa's eyes no longer showed surprise when he looked at January. It was the cold gaze of a predator who had finally identified a true threat in his territory. The battle resumed. Despite fears regarding a 16-year-old stamina, Jan felt his body becoming strangely weightless. Perhaps it was a system boost or an adrenaline surge from his debut goal, but his recovery felt lightning fast. Fiorentina parked the bus with a lead, while a wounded Juventus desperately charged forward to reclaim their shattered pride. Their desperation left fatal gaps in the backline. Jan moved to defend instinctively, but a commanding shout stopped him cold. "Stay up there. You're the striker. We'll handle the defense, you just focus on hunting for that second goal." It was a display of absolute, unwavering conviction in his abilities. These seasoned warriors were acting as the foundation for the rookie to shine. Jan felt a responsibility heavy as a mountain. A counterattack opportunity ignited. A long ball soared over the top. The defender missed his mark, and Jan exploded forward. 2 attackers against 3 defenders. A high-pressure numbers game. Instead of forcing a solo play, Jan's predatory instincts, or perhaps his programmed nature, selected the most clinical path to victory. He cut across the field, tearing the defensive line apart and opening a massive corridor. Vlahovic instantly sensed the opening. Jan delivered a razor-sharp through ball. Vlahovic found himself one-on-one with the keeper and unleashed a clinical low strike. But no! The Juventus keeper reacted with godlike reflexes, stretching a desperate leg to deny the certain goal. Vlahovic clutched his head in agony. "My bad, Jan. That was a world-class assist I just wasted." Jan just smiled, patting his senior. "Don't sweat it. Their keeper is just on fire. Keep shooting, one will eventually drop." Momentum was on their side, but football tragedy strikes when you least expect it. A violent aerial clash erupted. Crash. Milenkovic, the unmovable rock of Fiorentina's defense, collided brutally with an opponent in midair. Scarlet blood began to flow from a deep gash on his head. The referee immediately signaled for a forced medical substitution. Fiorentina is down to 10 men. Their defensive pillar is bleeding out on the sidelines as the coach screams for a quick bandage. He knew losing Milenovic would be a nightmare, and that nightmare was about to manifest instantly. Play resumes just as Milenovic steps off. Cruel fate strikes as the slippery pitch causes the substitute to lose his footing. Saunera faceplants hard. The massive hole left by Milenovic is wide open, and Juventus won't ignore such a divine gift. They surge down the flank with lethal speed. A razor-sharp cross slices through Fiorentina's panicked defensive line. Waiting there is none other than Federico Chiesa, the traitor in number 7. He launches into a diving header. An unstoppable strike. Goal. The score is level. Juventus has punished Fiorentina's mistake with cold-blooded ruthlessness. The players collapse in despair. "It's my fault. My weakness caused this," Milenovic mutters, clutching his blood-stained head. But no one blames him. His gaze shifts, burning with a fire more intense than ever before. "I'll play the rest of this match with my life on the line." Bandaged like a holy warrior, Milanovic returns to the fray. His overwhelming aura rallies his allies while striking a chill into the hearts of his enemies. Juventus is riding a wave of euphoria, hunting for the kill. They push high, leaving dangerous gaps in their wake. But Fiorentina is prepared. Their keeper is playing like a man possessed while Jan observes the entire battlefield. He realizes standard shots won't break this keeper. He needs something monstrous, something completely unpredictable. A mad plan ignites in the young man's mind. As the counterattack begins, Jan faces defenders lunging like starving tigers. Instead of a pass or a dribble, Jan suddenly sprints directly toward the referee. What is he thinking? The defenders are baffled. Jan uses the official as a human shield, legally bypassing his pursuers in a flash. A brilliant wall pass off the referee. The press is broken, and Jan accelerates into open space. He links up with Bonaventura, drifting right to receive the return ball. The angle is tight, but the window is open. Jan winds up. Everyone expects a cross or a prayer, but he hammers the ball with absolute venom. The ball screams through the air like a guided missile, locked onto the target. The keeper covers his near post, confident in the save, but the ball isn't heading for the net. It's aiming for Vlahovic's face. Who is he passing to? Wait! Before Vlahovic can even react, the ball thunders off his forehead with a sickening crack. This wasn't a header. The ball hunted the head. Jan's power, combined with Vlahovic's skull, creates a trajectory beyond all logic. The keeper stands frozen, a mere spectator as the ball ricochets into the back of the net. Goal! 2-1 for Fiorentina. A bizarre masterpiece, an assist delivered via his teammate's face. Was this sheer luck, or the genius calculation of Strategy 5? This freak goal has shattered the suffocating deadlock. Coach Vincenzo's fifth strategy utilized Milankovic as a high-climbing decoy to bait the defense. It successfully opened paths for Jan and Vlahovic, but the cost was high. Fiorentina's defense is currently hanging by a thread. But look, Tonira, the seasoned veteran, arrives exactly when needed to provide vital cover. Their coordination is as flawless as a pre-programmed machine. Meanwhile, Vlahovic is still reeling from that facial assist. Hey Jan, that shot was pure art. Jan offers a strained laugh. No, you just had perfect positioning, senior. Jan tries to play it humble, but Vlahovic isn't buying it. Don't give me that nonsense. At that height and angle? You calculated this to surprise them, didn't you? In Vlahovic's eyes, the kid is now a tactical god. Great work. Let's keep this momentum and grab one more. I'm counting on you. Jan is left speechless. He only said he'd try his best. He never promised a second miracle goal. The weight of a senior's trust can be more terrifying than any opponent. 15 minutes remain as Juventus attacks like a cornered beast. Fiorentina defends proactively. Jan moves constantly to disrupt them until, bam, a vicious, bone-crunching tackle. The Juventus defender wipes Jan out without mercy. Fiorentina explodes in rage, Tonira charging in like an old lion protecting his pride. You coward! Can't you play fair? A heated scuffle breaks out and Jan watches nervously as the tension boils over. The opposing captain lunges forward, shoving Tonira hard in the chest. You want a piece of me? Let's go right now. Then, the moment for a master actor arrives. A mere shove. Yet, Tonira. He hits the turf like he was struck by a Mike Tyson haymaker, clutching his face in agony. Jan is stunned by the performance. That's an Oscar-winning dive right there. The effect is instantaneous. The referee doesn't hesitate to reach for his pocket. A second yellow means red. The Juventus captain is sent packing, leaving his team in total disarray. The goddess of victory smiles upon the purple jerseys once more. The opposition is down to 10 men, but a wounded beast is the most lethal. Cornered, Juventus refuses to retreat, unleashing a ferocious assault. They're going all out, striking from every angle and distance, leaving their defense wide open in a desperate gamble. Watching their frenzy, Jan wonders if Vlahovic joined a titan like this, could Fiorentina even stand a chance? Vlahovic snaps him back to reality. No time for daydreams, the final whistle hasn't blown yet. A one-goal lead is dangerously thin. Juventus strikes back, it's Federico Chiesa on the charge. He tears through the wind, but Fiorentina's defense holds firm. Chiesa is forced to cycle the ball back. A shadow soars. A Juventus defender clears it off the line with a bicycle kick. He just robbed a Puskas-worthy goal. Lian is speechless. The sheer tenacity of Juventus is nothing short of terrifying. The shot is blocked, and the counter is on. The ball is cleared. Who's there? It's number 20, Lian. The clock hits the 88th minute. With only 2 minutes left, Jan receives the ball against a high defensive line. The open space behind them is now his domain. Instead of wasting time, Jan makes a daring gamble. If this lands, the game is over. Jan hits top gear, charging toward the goal alone with the ball. The defenders chase in vain. He penetrates the box as the keeper rushes out to close the angle. No teammates in sight. It's all on Jan now. He recalls the words of his seniors. Just take the shot. His mind goes blank as pure instinct takes over. His body feels weightless, ready to take flight. Jan strikes. The ball tears through the air like a bullet, screaming into the net. The keeper is helpless. 3-1. The 16-year-old Lian drives the final nail into the Giants' coffin. His teammates swarm him in pure ecstasy. Are you insane? That goal was legendary. Just how far will you go, kid? The final whistle echoes. Fiorentina 3, Juventus 1. A historic triumph on enemy soil. David has toppled Goliath, and the stone in the sling was none other than Lian. While they celebrate below, a fateful call is made in the VIP booth. A silver-haired man picks up the phone. It's Mauricio. Didn't you recognize the director? Schedule a meeting for tomorrow morning. His eyes are locked on number 20. A calculating smile creeps across his face. It's time for a change of plans. Don't you get it? We're pivoting our winter transfer targets immediately. The target has shifted, and the name circled in red is Lian. A new chapter begins. The roars of the Fiorentina players shake the very foundations of the away locker room. This victory over the Giants isn't just 3 points, it's a declaration. No one's going home early tonight. The adrenaline is surging. They're dancing and stripping off their jerseys in a frenzy of pure joy. But amidst the chaos, someone's trying to slip away. Lian, where do you think you're going? The seniors drag him back. Wait, I'm on the phone. Duyan protests weakly as he's hauled back into the shirtless madness. A name flashes on his screen. Girlfriend. The locker room erupts into a second wave of chaos. You actually have a girlfriend? Is it Rue, the nation's sweetheart? Jan breaks into a cold sweat. Sorry, guys. Jan bolts into the hallway, catching his breath. Hello? Rue? A sweet voice answers. Congratulations, Jan. I watched the whole match. You were incredible out there. Duan beams. Her praise means more than 1,000 cheering fans. Thanks. Wait. What are you holding? Through the screen, he sees Rue holding a black and white striped jersey. Oh, this? It's Davila's number 10 shirt. You swapped with him after the game, remember? Right, he'd traded shirts with the 117 million euro superstar. Rue is ecstatic. Can I have this? Davila is just so handsome. Suddenly, Jan's smile completely vanishes. Handsome? Are you serious? She's swooning over the opponent instead of praising him? Jan's face falls. Suddenly, the victory turns bittersweet. Meanwhile, the staff announces a half-day delay before the flight. Everyone is free to roam the streets of Turin. It's the perfect chance to unwind after the battle. Captain Biragi immediately snatches January. All right, kid, you're coming with me. The veteran fashionista is determined to style his protege. These will look great on you. Try them on. Jan looks at the pile of clothes and wants to scream. It's all suits, formal shirts and 40-year-old styles. Captain, I'm only 17. Hush! This is how a real man dresses. Allow me to show you the true allure of a sophisticated grown man. Jan stared helplessly at the mirror, looking like a stiff old man, but the nightmare was just beginning. At the register, Captain Biragi flashed his elite black card and covered the entire bill. Jan panicked. Wait, Captain, I can pay for myself. My weekly wages aren't exactly peanuts, you know? Biragi smirked, donning his sunglasses with effortless cool. Give it a rest, kid. Your salary is just pocket change to me. Once you're a global superstar, just remember to pay me back. Jan was speechless. The captain's sheer wealth and generosity left him feeling both moved and deeply humbled. After being forced into a mountain of mature clothes, Jan slipped away to pick a gift for Ju. He settled on a simple, elegant white sweater. This will suit her perfectly. Biragi appeared behind him like a ghost. Buying a gift for your girl? Wrap it all up for him. However, the mood elsewhere was a sharp contrast to the boutique's excitement. Inside the boardroom, CEO Mauricio sat with a face like thunder. Phew. So, for now, the 𝐾𝐈𝐄𝐃 deal is finalized as a permanent transfer. An official move to the next report. Vlahovic. As you all know, our latest contract extension offers have completely collapsed. To be blunt, keeping him is nearly impossible now. Mauricio tapped his fingers impatiently against the desk. If that's the case, we must prioritize the highest transfer fee possible, right? The staffer nodded. Yes, sir, precisely. Sweat beaded on the staffer's forehead as he continued. Currently, The most advanced negotiations are with JVT. The director cut him off. Is there a better bid? The employee hesitated. Not exactly. It's just that an entirely different proposal has arrived. The director frowned. An entirely different proposal? The employee swallowed hard before speaking. I was contacted with a request to recruit Jan Lay alongside Vlahovic at a price equal to Vlahovic's full market value. Mauricio bolted upright, shouting in disbelief. That price for a rookie who hasn't even played 6 months in the first team? Shockwaves rippled through the room. That figure was astronomical for a newcomer. The technical director stroked his chin, deep in thought. Well, in today's market, youth is the ultimate currency. But even so, there should be a limit to such madness. It was unthinkable to offer top-tier star money for a rookie with less than half a season's experience. Mauricio burst into a laugh, filled with cold, soaring ambition. Ha! It seems 𝐏𝐫𝐸's CEO is desperate after their recent defeat. He's probably on the verge of being fired. He made a swift decision. Sending Vlahovic to England and Jan Lay to Juventus maximizes our profits. Slam! A heavy fist struck the table, making Mauricio jump. The technical director glared, his voice dripping with steel. Jan Lay is absolutely off limits. He is not for sale. Mauricio attempted to reason with him, but at that price, we have to consider it. Think of the massive profit for the club. The technical director remained unyielding. No, absolutely not, at least not now, Mauricio asked skeptically. Are you suggesting that kid's potential goes even higher? The technical director gave a knowing smile. Without a doubt, he is a world-class talent in the making. By the end of this season, Lay's value will skyrocket. But imagine if he proves himself on an even grander stage. Mauricio blinked. A grander stage? The technical director dropped the final card. Exactly. The European Champions League. He began painting a picture of the future. At that point, today's massive offers will look like mere pocket change. In his mind's eye, Jan shone brightly under the floodlights of Europe's most prestigious arena. The technical director stood, declaring firmly, "If you still doubt me, then fire me right now." A heavy silence engulfed the room. Mauricio was stunned. "No, that's not it. Who said anything about not believing you?" But he wasn't finished. He added a crucial condition. However, that scenario requires Fiorentina to secure a Champions League spot first. He locked eyes with the board, posing a decisive question. Do you honestly think that's possible without Vlahovic? With their ace leaving, can Jan and his teammates perform a miracle and steer the ship to the Champions League alone? The Fiorentina board faced a nearly impossible dilemma. Without Vlahovic, even staying in the top 4 of Serie A is a nightmare, let alone reaching the Champions League. But if they sell Jan as well, then even a Europa League spot becomes an impossible dream. The technical director spoke with absolute authority. Proceed as you wish. He turned to Mauricio, his gaze unwavering. After all, not everyone on this board is a fool. We can still protect Jan for now. However, he admitted the harsh truth: they couldn't keep him forever. He gazed thoughtfully out the window. As a businessman, he wasn't blind to the obvious reality. It's only a matter of time. Eventually, Jan will join the strongest club in the world. While political schemes brew in the shadows, the pitch air crackles with intensity. Faster, push harder. Roars of command echo across the training grounds. After their historic triumph over Juventus, morale has soared. Every step feels lighter with the taste of victory. Everyone knows this is the turning point. Coach Tony watches from the sidelines, nodding in silent approval. It was a monumental win for the team and for the players' own personal legacies. Nearby, the trainer pushes Lian through a grueling drill. Not done yet? Only one match remains before winter break. For a high schooler like Jan, vacation is calling. Hang in there, Jan, a teammate shouts. Roger that, Jan shouts back, energized. With his worries gone, even his sleep has been peaceful. Jan fires a shot with fresh confidence, but his mind drifts. Jan number 3 is already dreaming of holiday. A warm winter getaway with his father and Jui sounds perfect. Suddenly, a sharp shout shatters his daydream. Lan Jan, why are you spacing out? Jan flinches, bowing quickly. Ah, my apologies, he scolds himself. He felt so peaceful that his only worry was vacation, but reality was about to strike hard. Eyes on the ball, kid, the trainer barks. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Coach Tony observes his young pupil with deep thought. In this final clash before the break, Jan won't start. The scoreboard reads 2-0. Tony is firm. Jan's physical condition simply isn't ready for the opening whistle. Despite the 2-goal lead and the roaring crowd, Jan sits on the bench, his heart sinking. He had rested, So why did his limbs feel like lead? Lian questioned his own body. A heavy weight pressed against his chest. Was the Juventus match really that taxing on his soul? He had pushed past his limits, but he refused to accept weakness. No more excuses. His seniors are still monsters. Sayonara is running like an unstoppable machine. Keep pushing, Sayonara. Jan tracks his seniors' move. Why is the gap so wide? They're still full of life. Why only me? Then he sees it. Even while sprinting, Sayonara's face is a mask of cold, sharp focus. In an instant, Jan realizes the truth. This is the professional mindset. These veterans had already buried the joy of victory to prepare for the next war. Sayonara executes a fierce tackle, reclaiming the ball. Switch it, he bellows. Shame washes over January. He had been a fool, drowning in past glory while his spirit went soft. The battle rages on. Jan bows his head. Pathetic. I've forgotten the resolve that brought me here. He clenches his fists until his nails dig into his skin. Arg, so close, the crowd groans. If the match ends like this, I'll regret my lack of professionalism forever. Terrified of becoming a player who peaked too soon, he suddenly jumps, startled by a voice. Jan springs up like a coiled wire. His heart is racing. He takes a deep breath to steady himself. I've changed, haven't I? Jan whispers. He gathers his courage and approaches Coach Tony. Excuse me, Coach. Tony turns, surprised. The clock hits the 37th minute of the second half. The referee's whistle pierces the air. The substitution board glows. Number 10 is coming off. Number 20 enters. Lian exhales, stepping onto the pitch. Thank heavens, I finally have a chance. On the bench, the trainer asks curiously, Coach, what did Jan say to you just now? Tony wears a mysterious smirk. Oh, nothing much. In his mind, he sees Jan from moments ago. With eyes blazing, the boy had pointed at the tactical board. Senior, I'll move into this space. The trainer guesses Jan just begged to play. Coach Tony lets out a soft chuckle. Ha! Lian said that? Tony recalls Jan's real plea. He wanted to bleed for the team. The moment he enters, Lian sprints back to defend. His teammates are stunned. What are you doing? Tony laughs heartily. He looks genuinely satisfied with his young prodigy. Tony explains that Jan's initiative was great, but fighting to fix his own flaws is true greatness. On the pitch, Jan executes a perfect, bone-crunching tackle. Tony watches his star pupil. This is the mark of a true world-class player. Jan gasped for air, drenched in sweat, yet his eyes blazed with pure resolve. That final whistle signaled a performance the young star could truly be proud of. The battle reached its end. Fia secured a smooth victory to perfectly wrap up the first half of the season. After the match, Coach Tony pulled Jan aside. I've arranged a world-class training retreat for your father, and I'm eager to see your evolution in 2 weeks. Jan let out a jubilant cry of excitement. Whoa, really? A place that incredible actually exists? Coach Tony just scratched his head with a sheepish grin. The environment is top tier, he winked mysteriously. But more importantly, a legendary coach is waiting there. At the airport, Jan froze in absolute shock. Standing there with a radiant smile was none other than Luca, the renowned U17 youth coach. Coach Luca! Luca waved back. Thanks for coming out to meet me. Jan greeted him with a respectful, deep bow. Luca patted his shoulder. Hop in the car. During the ride, Jan felt a pang of guilt. I'm so sorry for disturbing your holiday, Coach. Luca waved it off. Don't say that. You've traveled a long way too, he added excitedly. Coach Tony is actually quite thrilled about this training. Besides, I'm currently mentoring another student. Training together will ignite a fire in both of you and push your limits. Jan was instantly curious. Another student? Luca gave a cryptic smile. You'll find out soon. It's actually an old acquaintance of yours. The car pulled up to a breathtaking seaside villa. Jan's jaw dropped. It was Coach Tony's private luxury holiday estate. Then, walking out from the house, Gino! Jan shouted. The boy with slicked back hair and a confident aura waved back coolly. Long time no see, January. It was Gino Canvani from Palmo FC, he smirked. I've been keeping an eye on your recent performances. Jan couldn't contain his joy. Gino, how have you been? The two old friends shared a powerful, heartfelt embrace. Gino shrugged. Nothing special, just the usual grind. Since a genius like you is still training, I can't afford to fall behind. Jan beamed, truly happy to see him again. Gino pushed him away, his face turning bright red from pure embarrassment. Hey, you're the real genius here, Gino. It turned out Gino had transferred to Palmo just to secure more time on the pitch. Coach Tony stepped out to greet them. "Coach, it has been far too long." Since Palmo was Tony's former club, Jan had come here specifically for exclusive, one-on-one coaching during the winter break. Gino bragged, "I've already made 3 appearances off the bench." Jan was genuinely impressed. "So that's how it is." Jan mused that even a true talent like Gino had to change clubs just to play. He realized just how fortunate his own path had been. Training with him would be the ultimate motivation. Gino's spirit was already catching fire. "Let's go. We have to make every second count." Jan answered with a firm nod. The hellish training camp had officially begun, and the focus was on physical conditioning, Jan's greatest weakness. They ran through the sinking sand, pushed to their absolute limits. With every heavy step lung into the sand, Jan focused. If his feet grew stronger, his explosive power would soar. Tony coached them every step of the way. "Why am I running with these kids at my age?" the old man grumbled. But he never quit. The grueling routine continued daily, but it wasn't just blood and sweat. Jan also found a moment to enjoy the magic of Christmas on the glowing city streets. "Jan, look at that!" Ju pulled at his arm. "Is it pretty?" "Yeah, it's not bad," he replied softly. Jan watched Ju's radiant smile under the festive lights. "It's absolutely beautiful," he whispered. Was he praising the scenery or the girl beside him? The 2 weeks vanished like a whirlwind. The day of departure arrived. "Keep fighting, Jan," Gino said, shaking his hand. "You too, Gino." The 3 parted with heavy hearts. Jan looked back at his mentors. "Coach, just wait. I'll prove that I'm number 1. Still as humble as ever, I see," Tony chuckled. "Have a safe trip, kid," Coach Luca added with a warm smile. Jan's eyes welled with tears. The moment to leave had truly come. He bowed deeply one last time. "Coach Tony, Coach Luca, thank you for everything." The 2 teachers watched their student's retreating figure, their hearts overflowing with hope for his future. 2 weeks later, at the Fiorentina training ground, Jan finally returned. "Well, look who it is." Captain 𝐏𝐫𝐸𝐺𝐵 walked over. "Long time no see." Jan grinned. "How was your holiday?" 𝐏𝐵𝐸𝐺𝐵 scanned Jan from head to toe in shock. "Wait, you look much leaner and sharper." He began checking Jan's transformed physique. Jan tried to deny it, but his rock-solid muscles were the ultimate proof of his hard work. Suddenly, the locker room doors flew open. "Enough chatting. Everyone, get out to the pitch immediately." The head coach entered with a grim expression. Jan stepped onto the field. After 2 weeks, official training was back in session. Had he truly evolved in such a short time? He looked around. The stadium atmosphere and his seniors seemed exactly the same as before. As the gates opened and light flooded in, Jan froze. He had forgotten one vital thing. His eyes searched for a familiar silhouette, Senior Vlahovic. He was nowhere to be found. He was no longer a part of the team. A cold emptiness filled the air. Memories of the fans' protests and the harsh labels of traitor hurled at Vlahovic flashed through his mind. Fan loyalty can shatter in the blink of an eye, can't it? It is natural, considering the team just lost its ultimate ace. Captain 𝐏𝐵𝐸𝐺𝐵 grips Gian's shoulder. "From now on, everything rests on you." He locks eyes with the boy, voicing the heavy truth no one dared to speak. The new ace, Finalizing. The weight of a team and an entire city now falls upon his young shoulders. Does he have what it takes to fill the massive void left by Vlahovic? First match of the second half. SSC Empoli. 𝐏𝐵𝐸𝐺𝐵 rallies the men in the tunnel. "Listen up," he commands. "Vlahovic is gone, and the fans' fury is no joke." 𝐏𝐵𝐸𝐺𝐵 continues. "The rumors had been swirling for ages. The fans saw this coming. But when betrayal becomes reality, the pain is absolute. You all know that." 𝐏𝐵𝐸𝐺𝐵 sharpens the gravity of the looming battle. "We are sitting at 5th. One more push and we secure a top 4 spot." Jan's eyes widen as 𝐏𝐵𝐸𝐺𝐵 stares him down. What does the top 4 truly mean? "It means the Champions League next season," Jan stammers. 𝐏𝐵𝐸𝐺𝐵 nods. "Exactly. But the irony is cruel. In this critical hour, their star jumped ship mid-season to join Juventus, their bitter, sworn enemies. The image of Vlahovic in those black and white stripes haunts them like a nightmare. If you were a Viola fan, wouldn't you feel utterly betrayed? Like we failed them?" 𝐏𝐵𝐸𝐺𝐵's voice turns cold. "Do you understand why today's victory is mandatory? They need a win, and it must be a slaughter." His gaze burns into January. "Especially you, Jan. Show the fans that our offense thrives even without Vlahovic." "Understood," Jan shouts, though his heart feels strangely hollow. The professional world is heartless. Just weeks ago, they were celebrating a victory over Juventus together. Now, He's one of them. It feels like a sting to the back, but everyone has their reasons. Now, he's just an enemy to be crushed. Jan inhales sharply, clearing his mind. Focus on the mission. The whistle blows, and the stadium atmosphere turns bone-chilling. The fitness coach whispers, "Coach, this is more terrifying than I expected." The tension is suffocating. It feels less like a match and more like a looming riot. Boos rain down. Sellouts. Management. Get out. Is this even a team anymore? Coach Tony remains a pillar of calm. Ignore the noise. Focus on the pitch. He turns to his staff. Don't blink. Watch every single movement. Our new era begins now. Everything revolves around Lian, not Vlahovic. On the pitch, Jan is a blur of motion. He's playing the false nine, a role he's begun to master since the National Cup. Today's prey is Empoli, the very team where Jan's professional journey began back in U17. Let the memories fuel the fire. Jan slides a clinical pass to number 20. Give and go. He slices through the lines. The Empoli defense is in complete shambles. Who is this kid? Jan wreaks havoc, fainting inside before exploding down the flank. A cross, a fake shot, then a sudden burst of speed. The defender hits the dirt. Who's waiting? Jan fires a low cross. A purple shadow strikes like a bolt of lightning. Jan charges the box. He could shoot, but a tactical pass is the killing blow. He releases it, a pass that tears the dense defense wide open. Tap in. Goal. The net ripples. 1-0. Scorer. Sahan. Assist. Lian. 22 minutes in. Sahan grabs John, laughing. You've gotten much sharper, kid. Incredible run, senior. Jan beams. Coach Tony watches from the touchline with a satisfied nod. The training is paying dividends. Jan looks lighter, faster, and more lethal than ever. Sahan ruffles his hair. You're flying out there. The fitness coach is speechless at Jan's performance. Coach Tony smirks. Of course he is. He's been showing us this brilliance all week. That was the undeniable proof of his 2-week grind. But the fitness coach remained skeptical. He's just warming up after that break, right? Coach Tony chuckled, watching the pitch. He clearly favored Jan, but how could he possibly improve further? Suddenly, Tony's eyes widened. Unbelievable. Jan was blurring across the grass, dominating every single hot spot on the field. He was just there. How was he here already? The explosive power of his legs had finally awakened. A true monster had arrived. Jan tore through the field like a raging cyclone. Was that a speed burst? An opponent gasped. Jan snatched the ball away in a heartbeat. It wasn't an illusion. Jan charged forward, carving through the Empoli defense like a hot knife. Senior! Jan fired a clinical pass to Sahonara, the man currently on fire today. Perfect pass. Sahonara caught it cleanly and immediately centered it back for the charging January. Damn it, too long! The ball sailed too deep toward the baseline. The defender moved to shield it. How can anyone reach that? The ball headed out of bounds. The chance seemed completely dead, but Jan refused to quit. Was this his new training talking? Tony watched, breathless, as Jan accelerated. That pass wasn't meant for him. It was a total blunder deep in enemy territory. I can make it! Jan lunged, sliding to save the ball. The defender froze in total shock. In that split second, everyone realized that dizzying speed was terrifyingly real. Those brutal sand dune sprints with Tony were finally paying off. Pure explosive power. Jan whipped across mid-slide. The ball curved perfectly. Whoosh! The lead widened to 2-0. Jan struck. 84th minute. The final whistle blew. Fiorentina takes it 2-0. The stadium exploded. This victory meant everything. Reporters swarmed Jan immediately. Congratulations on the massive win. Jan, how does this first win feel? Did you have a secret strategy for today? Jan was drowning in questions. Was there no training manual for handling the press? Then, a sharp question pierced through. Your close friend Vlahovic just moved to Juventus. Any comments? Jan hesitated, recalling his coach's words. Ignore the noise. Focus only on the pitch. Jan took a steadying breath. Of course, it's a real shame he left, he replied. But what truly matters? He locked eyes with the camera. The reporters gasped at his intensity. Don't tell us you're leaving too, the fans fretted. Ah, no, not that at all, Jan declared boldly. I mean that by the end of this season, we will stand higher than Juventus. Total silence fell. A 16-year-old rookie had just declared war on the league giants. The silence shattered into an uproar. Meanwhile, A panicked staffer burst into the executive office. "Director! Everything's going crazy!" Mauricio looked up gloomily. "What now? Is someone burning Vlahovic's house? Or am I getting death threats?" The staffer stammered. "No, sir. Have you seen Jan's interview? I turned it off after the match." "I'm busy. Sir, you really need to see this." The director's eyes nearly popped out. Then, he roared with laughter. "Higher than Juventus? Really?" Their star had defected, and the board was being branded as greedy, money-chasing fools. Yet in this chaos, their lucky star didn't just win, he made a legendary declaration. Headlines erupted. "The new king." Jan's words had instantly quelled the fans' burning rage. "Who's our next opponent?" Mauricio asked. "Napoli, sir." "Perfect," he smirked. "Keep monitoring the fans. And get the marketing team in here right now. Move." Mauricio stared at Jan's glowing image on his phone. Ambition flared in his eyes. "We're making this kid a legend. We will finish the season above Juventus." Jan's declaration was like ice on the chaos and a spark in the ashes of their despair. Coach Tony clapped enthusiastically. "That's my boy. Look at that damn confidence." "He's the one," an assistant added. "The new king of Firenze." Tony smiled with pride. "Who needs Vlahovic anyway? Let's make sure that traitor regrets ever walking away." The initial gloom vanished, replaced by burning resolve. Was it the stadium's suffocating intensity? Jan stood frozen, his mind reeling from this completely unexpected turn of events. Lian slapped his back hard. Coach Tony stepped forward, his hand heavy on Jan's shoulder. "You're our hero." The title sounded grand, but the pressure felt like a mountain. It was all because of that cursed interview. Jan slumped, venting his regrets to Ju. "Practicing your superstar persona?" Ju teased. Jan could only blink in pure confusion. "Your words have caused a total frenzy. You're officially the legendary hero of Fen now. Guess you're too famous for us now?" Jan's face flushed as he waved frantically. "I only spoke the truth." Ju poked his forehead, that big mouth as a curse. But then she smiled brightly. "Regardless, you've become the true hero of Fen. You better dominate the next match." Jan collapsed, sweating from the sheer pressure. "Just kidding," Ju laughed, though her voice held a hint of genuine worry. "If you talk big and fail to deliver." Jan sat up, letting out a heavy sigh. "Words can be gold or dynamite." Ju looked at him firmly. "I believe in January." Her warm, trusting gaze made Jan's heart skip a violent, sudden beat. Why? Just hearing Ju's voice made the crushing weight of pressure simply melt away. "So what if you fail? If anyone talks trash, send them to me," Ju declared. Jan smirked. "I'm a genius hero, after all." Ju just shook her head. Only around Ju could he truly let his guard down like this. "Jan, you really are." Ju giggled as Jan began boasting and bragging again. Perhaps it was just his destiny. Meanwhile, the locker room was absolute chaos. Roars of laughter echoed through the halls. What on earth was this? The team held a massive banner, a sparkling chibi Jan labeled the hero. "Look at this heartthrob, those rosy cheeks." Jan wanted the floor to swallow him. Every lamppost in the city had one. The seniors laughed until they cried. Management was milking that interview dry. They'd plastered his face across the city. Don't tell me. They distributed these posters to the fans too? This felt like a massive prank. He imagined a stadium filled with his face. The captain grinned. "This will be quite the show." Jan let out a wail. The door slammed open. Coach Tony entered, his expression turning deathly serious. The scary octopus had arrived. Their opponent today, Napoli, currently ranked third. To rise, we must drag the giants down. "Are you ready?" Coach Tony stared at January. "Make your interview a reality. Run until you burn." "Forza Viola!" The team roared as the whistle blew for kickoff. No opponent is easy in this league, but Napoli was a different breed of beast. The match exploded into life at a frantic, breakneck pace. Our defensive 4-4-2 met their aggressive 4-2-3-1. Watch the flanks. Napoli dominated, using lightning-fast wingers to pierce through our defensive lines. We had to shut down the wings at all costs. Because of him, Victor Osimhen, Napoli's number 9. A true monster in the air. He'd already scored 9 goals. He soared, his header rattling the goalpost. To win, we had to cage him. But a defensive slip opened the wing. A lethal, low cross whipped in at high speed. "Don't let him loose." The defender lunged too late. Osimhen was faster. Impact! 0-1, Napoli. Osimhen scores in the 15th minute. His 10th goal of the season. "It is fine. Keep chasing." The captain roared, desperately trying to rally their spirits. But despite his cries, The crushing pressure showed no signs of fading. "Focus, everyone!" he shouted. Yet their opponent's momentum only surged higher, relentlessly pinning Fiorentina back into their own territory. The rhythm had shifted completely. The entire flow of the match was now firmly under Napoli's iron grip. Coach Tony gnawed at his nails, praying for a miracle play to break the enemy's momentum. Beside him, Jan's heart raced with restless anxiety. "I need the ball at my feet to make a move," Jan thought. "Should I abandon the front and drop back to help the defense?" Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the roar of the crowd. "I believe in you, Jan." It was Ju. He looked up, his resolve hardening. "No, I have to trust my seniors." Jan cast aside his doubts about retreating. He knew his teammates would eventually find a gap and deliver the ball to him. At that exact moment, 𝐏𝐫𝐄𝐃 executed a flawless interception. "Great steal, Milan," Jan screamed, demanding the ball as he broke forward. 𝐏𝐫𝐿𝐼𝐄𝐃 spotted Jan instantly and launched a thunderous long ball over the top. Jan smiled. "He did it. I knew I could count on him." Jan controlled the ball perfectly with his chest. At this height of the formation, he considered slowing the pace to wait for his teammates to catch up. But something within Jan shifted. "We are coming!" his teammates yelled, rushing to support him. Napoli scrambled back with terrifying speed. Jan realized that slowing down would only let the chance slip away. 3 or 4 defenders were closing in, but he spotted a sliver of open space down the right corridor. "Can I really do this alone?" Suddenly, the stadium erupted like thunder. "Show them. Go, Jan. Our hero will lead us." A hero? To be honest, being called a hero felt almost ridiculous to him. Yet, in this fleeting second, the sheer weight of their faith in him felt far greater than he had ever imagined. A surge of invisible energy coursed through January. Perhaps he was the only person in this entire stadium who still doubted his own power. Then I must believe. Just as he had pushed himself to make Ju proud, he poured his entire soul into this leap of faith. Jan closed his eyes for a heartbeat. If he could deceive his own fears, perhaps he could achieve the impossible. Jan's eyes snapped open, glowing with a lethal sharpness. He exploded forward. "What? Am I truly this fast?" He felt weightless, gliding across the grass as if a powerful force was propelling him from behind. It was a terrifying burst of speed. Coach Tony and his assistant stood frozen in shock. "Run, Jan! Break through them all!" He was tearing the Napoli defense to shreds. A defender lunged in with a sliding tackle, but Jan was a step ahead. Did I push it too far? No. Jan lunged, his toe grazing the ball just in time. "I can do it!" He surged past the last man. The defender could only watch from the ground as he tumbled helplessly. He didn't fully understand why they trusted him so much, but their love and expectations were now his greatest weapon. Jan faced the keeper as the shooting angle narrowed. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a thunderous volley. The ball screamed like a cannonball into the top corner. The net bulged violently. 1-1. Jan scored in the 45th minute, just before the whistle. An unbelievable masterpiece. But the battle was far from over as the teams headed for the halftime break. Inside the Fiorentina locker room, the air was thick with tension. The coach's voice boomed, sounding like he wanted to devour his players alive. "Milan, Nastasic, if one of you watches the ball, the other must mark the man. Even if it takes 3 of you, stop them." The players could only bow their heads under the verbal assault. "Yes, sir." Jan sat huddled in the corner, drenched in sweat. He could feel the coach's murderous aura directed straight at the veteran defenders. Coach Tony wasn't finished with his lecture yet. "Listen up. After the recent transfer of Vlahovic, the fans' fury is no joke. Their anger is just as loud as the opponent's cheers." He scanned the room, his gaze stern and unyielding. "Hear me well. If we win today, we climb to 4th place in the standings. That means we will leapfrog over Juventus." The team suddenly snapped to attention. That goal was far too tempting to ignore. Coach Tony pointed toward the door. "You all know exactly how the fans are feeling right now, don't you? Use this chance to reignite their passion." "Well, what are you waiting for?" Captain Biraghi slammed his fist into his palm. "Let's go. Let's fight for our fans." Jan followed behind them, feeling inspired. Our team really does have a fiery spirit. They're dead meat now. His teammates grinned, their eyes burning with newfound hunger. Jan felt a surge of adrenaline in his chest. The coach's words had set his very soul on fire. The captain turned to Jan with a final reminder. "We must win this. 4th place is within our reach." The pressure was intense. Indeed, as long as the defense held firm, Jan was ready to make history. Up in the stands, Ju suddenly noticed something strange. They say there are moments when foreign languages suddenly become clear. Now, she could perfectly understand the chatter around her. It was like magic. She leaned in closer, only to realize that every single person was talking about January. Lai just danced past 4 defenders. It gave me goosebumps. Ju looks like he's about to lose his mind. His magnetic aura is undeniable. The stadium is erupting. Fen's hero, is charging for that 4th spot. Look at Duan, leading the way with such a dominating presence. That back view, no wonder everyone is obsessed. Ru watches Jan from the stands, sighing. Her little Jan feels like a distant memory now. She's proud, yet feels a sting of childish envy. The whistle blows, the second half begins. The pace is breakneck. Refusing to settle for a draw, the opposition launches a relentless assault. Napoli's pressure is suffocating. Captain Fen screams, "Eyes on the formation. Hold the line." They're bound by ironclad discipline, holding deep for a counter instead of wasting energy in midfield. Milan, watch that gap. A single slip-up now means certain death for the team. Milenkovic's reply is sharp. Got it. The enemy is pushing their line incredibly high. Their hawk-like gaze scours the pitch, searching for even the tiniest crack in Fen's fortress. In this heart-pounding crisis, Lan Jan stands isolated deep in the enemy's territory. Watching his 10 teammates suffer while he stands idle, the guilt is eating him alive. This stillness is pure agony. Jan aches to sprint back, to tackle, to share the burden. Suddenly, Coach Tony's words from the locker room flash through his mind. "Jan, you're the alpha lion here." Jan blinks, baffled. "Huh? Me?" Lions look lazy, right? They lounge while the pride hunts. But listen, when the hyenas strike, the king rises to protect his own. Do you see? Tony points a finger. This half, you're that lion. Conserve your energy. Wait for it. Tony grins, calculating. Then, deliver the fatal strike when they least expect it. If you retreat now, our only chance to counter will vanish into thin air. Don't just run. Ambush them. Jan clenches his fists, resolve burning in his eyes. He must suppress his instincts. He has to trust his team and his role as the king. Jan takes a deep breath and lets out a low growl. Grrr. Ozing just stares, confused. Is he crazy? Ozing wonders. 30 minutes of the second half have already bled away. Lian keeps running, but anxiety creeps in. I haven't even touched the ball yet. Ozing is stuck to him like a shadow. This guy is as tenacious as a leech. Jan sighs heavily. Some lion I am. I feel more like a lost kitten. That fierce roar has faded to a tiny meow. Ozing watches him like he's a total freak. He was growling just now. Jan maintains his poker face while screaming internally from embarrassment. Being the king is exhausting. With Napoli's monsters attacking, the seniors are forced to defend. No one can blame them. Napoli is hitting them with the force of a hurricane. The pitch is tilted, but then a rare opening. A long ball flies toward Jan. Jan charges, but their defense is a fortress. Boom! A bone-shattering tackle stops him cold. Shut down! Jan hits the turf hard as the defender looms over him like a giant. He can't shake his shadow. Drenched in sweat, he gasps for air. Don't. Give up. Ozing throws a mocking smirk. Jan snarls and slaps his own cheeks. Wake up, Jan! Slap. No more doubt. Time is short, but one perfect chance, that's all I need. Jan's eyes turn predatory. He won't surrender, not while there's a single second left. He tracks the play as a thunderous shot is fired. The keeper makes a god-tier save. Napoli pours back in. A point-blank strike. And it whistles just inches wide. Damn, no angle. Tony watches from the sidelines, a slow smirk forming. Perfect. The defense is holding firm. They're being hammered, but the net remains untouched. As the clock ticks, desperation sets in. Look, the Napoli players are starting to argue. There's no opening. They're forced to recycle the ball, their deadly momentum finally slowing down. Napoli's back pass is intercepted. A flash of purple strikes from the shadows. Incredible anticipation. It is Bonaventura. He snatches possession away. Where did he even come from? The Napoli players are paralyzed with shock. Even the best defense eventually crumbles. Smirking, Bonaventura fires a pass to January. I have been reading your every move. A counterattack begins. Jan charges down the flank. Sahanara overlaps, but the ball stays with the playmaker. Senior, pull wide. Jan screams, signaling Sahanara to stretch the defense. It is a perfectly weighted delivery. Sahanara burns down the left wing. Simultaneously, Jan sprints past defenders into the box. 90 minutes are up. This is the final roll of the dice. Jan ignites his remaining stamina, haunting the giant defender's blind spot, like a predator aiming for the throat. Like a sudden strike, Jan slips through to meet the cross. A decisive finish. The stadium falls silent. The whistle blows and victory is ours. Final score: Napoli 1, us 2. Jan Les brace at 90+1 seals the 2-1 win. Teammates carry their hero amidst the chaos. Forza Viola, the youngest is our king. Praise be to the savior of the pitch. Vlahovic fails while Jan shines. Juice scrolls through her phone, smiling as her Italian finally pays off. Jan is a god today. But wait, why is my comment getting so much hate? Her screen shows, Jan is my boyfriend. Below it, a landslide of angry fans is roasting her. Hate all you want. The truth remains the truth. Cut to the training ground the next morning. Heard the news? A new face is arriving. Makes sense. With Vlahovic gone, we need reinforcements. He is here. The doors swing open as Coach Tony enters with a mysterious stranger. Listen up, everyone. We have a new member joining our ranks starting today. Most of you know him, but give him a warm welcome. The newcomer stands shyly, hands behind his back. Coach Tony introduces him. He joins from Argentina's Leo, only 16 years old. He turns with a confident, radiant grin. I am here to dominate alongside January. I am Luca Romero. Jan freezes in place. Me? A partnership? But who is this kid exactly? Jan stares intensely at his new teammate, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Another 16-year-old? A partner? A friend? Or a rival? An electric tension fills the air. Jan! Why the long face? Tony calls out. Captain Biragi smirks, patting the coach's shoulder. Leave him be. The poor kid just hasn't moved on from Old Flame yet. Old Flame? Jan's eyes widen. Biragi teases. Don't tell me it is Jew. Why bring her up now? Is it someone else then? Jan sighs. No, it just feels empty without Senior Vlahovic. He hangs his head. Biragi laughs out loud. I get it. You two were the ultimate duo. Then his face turns serious. But you knew him longer than any of us, didn't you? Jan blinks. Biragi looks toward the horizon. We all feel the void he left behind. But think about it. His massive transfer fee let us fly to away games instead of taking buses. The money kept us in peak condition and allowed us to scout future legends. His departure gave the club exactly what it needed to survive and thrive. So we keep our heads up. That is the professional world. Jan nods, enlightened. It is true. Life is never as simple as it seems. Suddenly, a strange voice interrupts. Why interrupt my deep speech? I need to eat too. Biragi points toward the newcomer. Jan, forget Vlahovic. It is time to form a new legendary duo. Jan gasps. With who? Dian, my friend! A youth lunges forward, hugging Jan from behind. Jan screams in surprise. Did you see me blow past Herrera? We are both geniuses. What do you think? Is he crazy? Jan breaks into a cold sweat, struggling to escape this hyperactive energy. Are you speechless because we are on the same side? Info box. Luca Romero. Luca keeps rambling without a pause. Jan covers his ears. So loud! Romero just laughs. Jan stood speechless. Does my name mean genius in Korean? Only a true genius recognizes another. Jan forced a smile and stepped away. Time to practice, he muttered. How could I forget such a loudmouth? If Coach Luca hadn't ordered me to crush him, I might have forgotten him entirely. Romero persisted. Training? What kind? Can I join? Fine, I'll join you. No thanks, Jan thought to himself. Regardless, Romero had officially joined us on a loan deal. The captain called him the legacy of Vlahovic. Romero patted Jan's shoulder. Happy I'm here, right? I haven't forgotten you since that match. He's noisy, but a deeper squad eases the pressure on starters. Romero shouted. I get it, but can you say that more quietly? So you never forgot me either? On the field, Coach Tony's usual playful attitude vanished. His voice grew stern, demanding absolute, unwavering focus from every single player. Pay attention. The second half is starting. His eyes swept over their sweat-drenched faces, emphasizing their harsh reality. Now, focus. You all know this is where the real battle begins, right? The team roared in unison. Yes, sir. The aging but passionate coach continued to fuel their inner fire. After a smooth start, the next match is our greatest challenge and our biggest opportunity. He pointed at Sayonara. Who is our next opponent? Sayonara stood tall and answered clearly. It is AC Milan, sir, a name that terrifies every club in Serie A. But not Tony, he bellowed. That's right, We face the league leaders, AC Milan. We will trample them and keep moving forward. The red and black giants loomed like a specter over the pitch. To win, Fiorentina needed a miracle. According to a certain narcissist, that miracle was the combination of two legendary geniuses. Romero, the newcomer, stuck to Jan like a shadow. Jan, our first match together is against the Titans, AC Milan. He laughed gleefully, his eyes sparkling with delusion. Isn't this just pure destiny? Together, we'll create a legendary drama. Jan froze, sweat pouring down his face. Romero didn't stop. If we both start, what's the plan? I should probably take the center, right? Ha ha. He even offered a fake apology to their senior. Sorry about that, Senior Torreira. Jan watched his new teammate dance around him and sighed. Being friends with him will be exhausting. Jan bolted away at full speed. Whoa! Romero watched Jan's receding figure in total confusion. Jan collapsed onto his bed with a heavy sigh. Romero drained my energy. I need Ju's healing presence. Ju? Ju was glued to her phone, completely ignoring January. He felt a sting of jealousy. Dating your phone now? Ju giggled. Your sense of humor is amazing. Jan felt annoyed. What's so funny? He snatched the phone. Who is it? Who's keeping her eyes off me even when we're together? I'm getting really irritated. Pow! A heavy punch landed on Jan's face. Ow! Why are you peeking? Jan clutched his face. What was that for? Ju turned bright red. You startled me by peeking. Wait. Thinking back, she's been glued to that phone and smiling to herself for days now. Ju hurriedly deleted the messages. It's all gone. Now I have to rewrite everything. Jan was curious. Who is she talking to? He noticed an Italian book. Jan, forget those books. Date an Italian to learn fast. Captain Biraghi's wild advice echoed in his head. Let me introduce you to someone. Keep it a secret from Ju, of course. Jan panicked. What are you saying, Captain? Back to reality. If it's not that, why is she always smiling? Suddenly, I'm annoyed. Does she think I have nobody to call? Jan checked his contacts. Nothing. Only 23 people. Just family, coaches, and seniors. He broke into a cold sweat. I really only have Ju. Hey, Jan turned to ask her. AC Milan is our next opponent, right? Are they really that good? Ju didn't look up. Yeah, probably. They are top of the league. Jan worried. Then winning will be hard. Is her rumored boyfriend an AC Milan fan? Why the sudden interest? Jan's face flushed as Ju looked up and stared at him. What do you mean? They're your next opponent, so of course I'm curious. Ju replied casually, her eyes sparkling. Jan stammers. The match is this Saturday. It's crucial. Do you know about jinxes? They aren't absolute, but how do I put this? Every time you come to the pitch, we win. It is like magic. I swear. Jan rambled breathlessly, desperate to hide his burning cheeks. Rue looked confused. What are you mumbling about? Jan froze. It was time to lay his cards on the table. The jinx was just a cover. He truly wanted to see how she felt. Hey, the away game is coming up. Would you want to come with me? If his gut was right, she would hesitate. Jan held his breath, heart drumming against his ribs. Suddenly, Rue let out a joyful cheer. Wait, for real? I can actually go? Rue's eyes sparkled. Of course! What should I even wear? Jan's heart skipped a beat. Something comfy for cheering is probably best, right? Watching her smile, Jan could not help it. Rue, who were you texting so happily earlier? Rue blinked innocently. Texting? I haven't sent a single message today. Jan's jaw dropped in pure confusion. But I saw you smiling at your phone. Rue laughed, holding it up. Oh, I was just translating articles about you. The fan comments were hilarious. Unbelievable. Jan stood there, speechless. Rue started walking ahead. Hey, what are you thinking about? Are you coming, or what? Jan dashed toward the airport. A massive weight finally lifted. Having her there would be amazing, but also a little nerve-wracking. Rue was literally skipping with joy. Jan sighed, thinking it would be much more relaxing if they could just take a private bus alone. But the coach was fuming. I would rather put you on a private jet and make those other slackers take the bus. Just like that, Rue got a VIP seat on the team plane. She was beaming, but Jan felt a storm of worry brewing in his gut. He had warned them many times before, but would his legendary seniors actually listen to him? This could go south fast. Keep it professional when she is around, okay? Jan had pleaded. Captain Biraghi just gave him a mischievous, knowing wink. Don't sweat it, kid. We will make you look good. Jan tried to stay calm. Even the coach said it would be fine. Welcome, we have been waiting. The entire Fiorentina squad stood in sharp suits, bowing in unison like a mafia gang greeting their supreme boss. Cold sweat ran down Jan's neck. Right this way, milady. Allow us to escort you. Rue was completely dazed. Oh, thank you. As they ushered her to her seat, Jan facepalmed. He knew they would not let this go easily. The players bowed with ridiculous reverence. Is this seat acceptable, boss? Your word is law here. Jan's jaw hit the floor. They were treating her like a literal queen. She is not a mafia boss. They were overacting like crazy. Suddenly, a heavy hand landed on Jan's shoulder. Perfect plan, right? Before Jan could even react, Captain 𝐏𝐫𝐸 lunged forward and slammed his hand over Romero's loudmouth. Shut it, man, Jan sighed. Romero was the only one who didn't get it. Genius players belong with the goddess. Romero muffled through the captain's fingers. 𝐏𝐫𝐸 let out a boisterous laugh. Rue just giggled, looking completely charmed. Wow, everyone here is so incredibly welcoming. They are. Just joking, Jan stammered. He tried to explain the madness, but Rue looked like she was having the time of her life. He stayed quiet, seeing her so happy. But then, a high-end flight attendant appeared out of nowhere with a silver tray. Pardon me, a welcome gift and blanket for the guest. Jan's heart stopped. Wait, was that the coach? It really was Coach Tony. He was bowing low, playing the part of a servant perfectly. Please, enjoy your flight, your highnesses. Jan collapsed in his seat. This is not fun at all. Rue tilted her head curiously. Wait, isn't that your head coach? Even the coach was in on it? Jan had totally underestimated this team of lunatics. With a thunderous roar, the plane soared skyward. The cabin settled into a peaceful silence. Rue smiled to herself. The coach really went all out just to make Jan look cool, huh? Yeah. My acting was Oscar-worthy, a player muttered in his sleep, earning a muffled laugh from the quiet cabin. Rue watched Coach Tony sleeping. Coach, you are shaking too much, the captain whispered. Shut up, came the sharp, nervous reply. The tension before the big match was suffocating, but with their goddess of victory on board, maybe they actually had a chance. Winning would not be easy. Coach Tony's eyes snapped open, reflecting a sea of deep, calculating shadows and heavy worries. They had a goddess, but the enemy had a monster. AC Milan's number 11 stood like a giant, radiating a terrifying, murderous aura. A true lion was waiting for them. As the clash of kings drew near, could Jan and his goddess survive the Lion of Milan? Amidst the stadium's electric roar, the phone in Rue's hand suddenly vibrated, a small spark of light in the chaos. It was a text from January. Did you sleep okay last night? Rue's eyes softened, a gentle smile touching her lips. Of course. The team dorms are incredible. I am so comfy I never want to leave, she replied, feeling totally pampered. Then came a cheeky, teasing follow-up. What about your door? Did you make sure to lock it tight before bed? Who knows what a guy like you might do? Jan's face turned beet red. What is she even saying? He sputtered, typing furiously. Rue's final message popped up on the screen, followed by a bright, glowing heart emoji that seemed to dance. I will be watching you. Good luck today. Boom! Jan's heart exploded in his chest, making him jump like he had been electrocuted. A heart! She sent a heart! He slapped his cheeks, gasping for air. Focus, Jan. It is just an emoji. Do not lose it now. Steady your heart, January. Stay calm. Yet, despite his efforts, his trembling gaze betrayed the storm of anxiety within. Today's showdown was monumental. The legendary AC Milan stood before them like an immovable mountain. The thunderous anthem of the Rossoneri erupted, causing the very foundations of the San Siro to tremble. The visiting fans radiated absolute confidence. After seasons of wallowing in mediocrity, this sleeping giant was finally waking up to reclaim its glory. Everything shifted the moment Coach Pioli took the reins. The era of stagnation was officially over. They finished last season as runners-up, narrowly losing the crown to their bitter rivals, Inter, in a heart-wrenching finale. Now, with their 4-2-3-1 system perfected and the top spot in the league secured, their arrogance was backed by lethal results. A perfect blend of battle-hardened veterans and hungry prospects, their average age of 25 radiated the most explosive energy in the league. Across the pitch, the AC Milan superstars were practically radiating bloodlust. They were ready for a total massacre. It had been ages since the world witnessed a team prepared with such cold, calculated precision. Coach Tony of Fence remained unfazed. No need for fear, the Giants were clearly wary of our secret ace. Is that him? He looks like a lost kid. Number 20? Seriously? Why is he so tiny? The stinging whispers of the Milan players reached Jan's ears. He lowered his head, sharp eyes gleaming beneath his bangs. You know, I can hear every word you're saying. You're not exactly being subtle. To them, Jan was just a lucky rookie, a mere shadow trying to fill the massive void left by 𝐼𝐿ajović. They were eager to see if this rumored prodigy was truly a lion-hearted warrior or just another fragile human. Then, the ruler of the penalty box appeared. Number 11, Zlatan Ibrahimović, a living legend, a god of the pitch. The war begins. The whistle blew. The opponents were a whirlwind, fast, aggressive, and overflowing with relentless power. Following the coach's warnings was one thing, but Milan didn't even bother with a feeler period. They went straight for the throat. Immediately, a soaring long ball cut through the air. The defense scrambled, but marking Zlatan alone was a death sentence, because beside that veteran lion lurked a literal hurricane on the wing. Number 10, Rafael Leão. The league's most lethal winger ignited his engines, eating up the grass with his massive strides toward the center. Leão whipped in a cross, but its trajectory was bizarre. Was that even a pass? What on earth is happening? The ball hung awkwardly in the air. Too high to header, too weird to volley. Fence's defense descended into pure chaos. Suddenly, like a phantom appearing in a nightmare, Ibrahimović was right at the drop point. How did he get there? He launched into a breathtaking, acrobatic volley, a predator who could find the net from any angle, in any posture. Was that a pass or a shot? The ball shrieked past the crossbar, leaving everyone breathless. Zlatan's madness was on full display. Jan stood frozen. Is this the true Zlatan? A lightning-fast winger paired with a monster who defies the laws of physics? Zlatan roared at Leão. Can't you cross properly? Leão flinched, stuttering out a quick apology. Jan snapped back to reality. Relying on luck or a miracle wouldn't work against these monsters. This was going to be a bloodbath. I have to do something. He clenched his fists. I need to change the flow of this game, right now. Push up! The opponents launched another assault. Jan waited, eyes scanning for a single sliver of hope. For 11 agonizing minutes, Jan hadn't even touched the ball. The suffocating pressure forced him to retreat instantly. This was bad. The opponents weren't just a step faster. They were burning with an overwhelming, unstoppable momentum. Fence was being crushed by players willing to throw their lives away. Only Terziano's heroic saves kept them from total collapse. The helplessness was suffocating. If 𝐼𝐿ajović were still here, would things be different? Jan immediately shook the thought away. Focus! Jan! Coach Tony's voice thundered across the roaring stadium. Watch their left flank. Jan's heart raced. The left. That's Rafael Leão's territory. Of course. Their entire offensive engine is built around that single, explosive left wing. Jan visualized the tactical map. Their fullbacks were pushed so high they were practically playing as central midfielders. That meant the space behind their left wing was wide open, a gaping hole waiting to be exploited. Jan cursed his own stupidity. Comparing himself to the enemy was a fool's errand. If 𝐼𝐿ajović were here, he'd already be attacking. Sohin! Jan screamed, gesturing wildly. I'm taking over the left flank. Cover me! He would dive straight into the enemy's weakness. Sohin nodded firmly. Go! Pierce their left side. As Jan shifted to the right to exploit the gap, Sohin dropped back to cover. Leão's eyes widened in pure shock. What? Pulling a striker back for defense? They think shutting down my left wing will be that easy? Stay sharp, Leo. Then, without warning, Jan strips the ball right from Leo's feet. He's breaking away at full speed. Perfect defensive synergy. This is the golden opportunity. If Sohin can just drop back to block the path of that overlapping fullback. There. Bonaventura delivers a pinpoint pass into the space ahead of January. Beautiful ball, senior. Jan lunges forward like a lethal arrow. Now, he tears down the vacant left corridor. Humph. A Milan defender charges in with a snarl. Did you think we wouldn't notice this weakness? We only left it open because I can handle you alone. A defender as massive as a bear looms over January. Jan grits his teeth. Tsk. No wonder the center-backs spread so wide. They're fast, too. If I cut back into the middle now, their cover will arrive faster than I thought. Milan's defensive mid is already tracking back, but a cross is useless with no strikers in the box. Jan makes a split-second decision. For now, he swings his leg, forcing a corner for Fiorentina. Smart move, his opponent grumbles. The counterattack didn't end in glory, but it's fine. In this tension, a corner is a deadly chance. Believe in yourself and just strike it, Jan. His teammates cheer. On a dead ball, there's no need to rush their tempo. Jan takes a deep, steadying breath. Asterisk. Whew. Asterisk. Time to settle down. He scans the box. They have monsters, but we have Milan. We don't back down from anyone. Chaos erupts in the penalty area. Don't you touch me. Get your hands off. The whistle screams. Focus. Where should I put this? Jan spots Sayonara, dragging his marker to the near post. The two Milans are using their massive frames to dominate the center. He narrows his eyes. Or an outside foot flick toward Nastasi at the back post? Jan sprints, strikes, and the ball carves a wicked supernatural arc. What? The entire stadium falls into a deafening silence. The ball finds no one. It curls with impossible spin, soaring past every defender and the keeper. Jan watches, dazed, as it ripples the back of the net. The referee's whistle blows frantically. What was that? A direct goal from a corner kick. And with the outside of the foot? That's insane! Is there anything you can't do, kid? Lian can't believe his eyes. Ha, that was. The captain rushes over, ruffling his hair. Lian, did you mean to do that? Lian stammers. Not exactly. I just wanted to cross it deep. I got lucky. The captain roars with laughter. Right? You think it was luck too, don't you? He bellows to the entire team. All right, everyone, follow me. The true master of this goal is someone else. The captain leads the squad toward the stands where Ju is sitting. Everyone, pay homage to the goddess who brought us this luck. The entire team kneels or raises their hands in a grand salute to Ju. Ju freezes, her face turning beet red. Huh? We're winning everything today. The goddess of victory is on our side. But in the shadows, Zlatan Ibrahimovic radiates a terrifying, murderous aura. Goddess of victory? Pathetic. He glares at his demoralized teammates. Hey, don't you dare falter. Keep breaking through. Keep crossing the ball in. His eyes burn like a demon's, locked onto January. For those who dare speak of luck in my stadium, I'll show you the power of a true god. The scoreboard flashes a provocative update. AC Milan 0, Fiorentina 1. Scorer, Jan, 15 minutes in. The tension is at its peak. Despite Firenze's shock lead, the wounded giant AC Milan still dominates the pitch. Get that ball into the box. Zlatan roars, demanding crosses. The Firenze defense is under apocalyptic pressure. The opponents are always one step ahead, creating endless threats. They bombard the goal relentlessly. Yet, somehow, Lady Luck continues to smile on Firenze. The ball rattles the post. Again! Zlatan is losing his mind, screaming in pure frustration. Damn it! How many times have we hit the woodwork today? His teammate responds, trembling. That's the third time, sir. 3 shots that looked like certain goals, all cruelly denied by the goalpost. Jan watches his rival's despair from a distance. He thinks to himself, asterisk, just go into the net already. Asterisk. It's almost pitiful to watch, but Firenze's luck hasn't run out yet. In a zero-pressure situation, an opposing defender inexplicably whiffs his kick. The ball rolls toward Firenze like a gift fallen from the heavens. At this point, luck is practically our 12th man. Then, Torelli Milan's midfield anchor clobbers senior Tonoira in a fierce challenge. Tonoira, are you okay? Teammates rush over as Tonoira groans in agony on the grass. Where's the medical team? I think my leg is broken. Despite their dominance, everything is falling apart for Milan. The referee pulls out a straight red card for Torelli in the 45th minute. Torelli is stunned, pleading for mercy. But it's useless. This fateful red card completely shatters the opponent's morale before the half ends. Jan stands silent in the center of the pitch. This luck feels almost supernatural. Could it really be all thanks to Ju? Regardless, an incredible momentum is carrying us through this match. Thank you. Tanira looked broken earlier, yet now he's sprinting like nothing happened. The ball is back. Blessed by the goddess, every pass from Firen carries a touch of divine magic. Jan takes the ball amidst the team's fervor. Senior, aren't you pushing yourself too hard? He's still brimming with intense energy despite that devastating injury from before. But a strange unease grips January luck as theirs. Yet his heart won't stop racing. We should have scored again. Predictably, Milan swaps a striker for a defensive wall. Down a man, they have no choice but to retreat into a desperate defense. Surprisingly, Leo stays on the pitch. Coach Tony barks out, "Listen up, everyone. Even short-handed, their lethal weapons are still lurking on the field. Don't forget that. Target their weaknesses. Don't let up." The captain rallies them as the half begins. The enemy's flaw is exposed for all to see. They simply lack the numbers. The veterans drain Milan's stamina with relentless passing, yet Jan's instincts scream danger. The red card was fair, but this overwhelming advantage feels strangely hollow to him. Damn it. This isn't skill, it's just luck. Milan's defense is crumbling into pieces. Jan whispers to himself in the heat of the moment. Is this arrogance? He glides past defenders easily. Suddenly, Jan is pulled aside. What's wrong? Are you unwell? You've slowed down significantly. The coach looks on with deep concern. I'm fine. Sorry. Then why play like that? Did you think victory was already guaranteed? That sharp question stings. Was he really starting to sleep on his own success? Sahonara claps his shoulder with a playful wink. Just stay focused on the pitch, kid. I'll set up another goal for your lucky goddess. Jan blushes. What goddess? He laughs, but guilt weighs heavy. A true professional burns bright until the very end. My seniors are fighting tooth and nail while I'm drowning in my own ego. A sudden turnover snaps him back to reality. I'm still so far from being great. From now on, absolute focus. Defense! Push up! He shouts, commanding the entire field. In the stands, a legend watches with a smirk. Number 20. He's truly gifted. Cafu notes, down a goal and a man at home. We can't just hide. If number 20 pulls the defense like that, he'll create a massive, fatal opening. The entire left flank has been left completely wide open. Jan sees the script. He pings it to Sahonara and explodes forward with terrifying speed. It's surreal. The middle is a total vacuum. Is no one going to stop me? He breathes deep. No one can catch him. His legs are a blur of fire. Free and clear, he takes the return pass. It's him versus the keeper now. In that heartbeat, the source of his nagging dread finally becomes crystal clear. We struggled so hard until that red card. My mind was only on surviving then. The keeper screams as Jan winds up. This isn't luck, it's a cold, calculated strike. Without the threat, the tension evaporated. The match has simply become boring. A lethal finish. The net ripples. See? I told you to trust your senior. Jan stands frozen. No joy, just silence. 2 goals against Milan. Just like that? Madness. He mutters. Great pass, brother. He trudges back to the center circle. His teammates watch him anxiously. Is this the ultimate peak of my own arrogance? Victory came too easily. After Jan's second strike, AC Milan's spirit shatters into dust. Even their stars, Liao and Catan, are subbed off in a state of total defeat. Get that away from me! A lion doesn't need a towel! Clatton snapped, shoving the medic aside with a face twisted in bitter pride. The fire had died. For Milan's players and fans alike, their spirit had vanished. A chilling silence descended over the San Siro. But January? He wasn't finished. No way. He refused to let these final moments slip away into nothingness. Regardless of the score, he needed a target to keep his focus razor-sharp until the whistle. He was a true professional. Duan steeled his resolve, searching for that spark of passion. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto someone. Wait, him? There he was, the opponent's number 19. Drenched in sweat, his eyes were still ablaze with fierce resentment. Found you. Jan signaled for the ball and suddenly drifted wide. What is he doing? Why is their number 20 heading for the touchline? The Milan players watched in confusion. It was Theo Hernandez, the powerhouse left-back who had terrorized the flank throughout the first half. A provocative smirk played on Jan's lips. I finally found my prey. Standing before Hernandez, their gazes clashed like lightning. Jan wondered if he was being a bit too cruel. No, definitely not. This was just like the drills he'd perfected under Coach Luca. This was the ultimate motivation. Theo Hernandez gritted his teeth. What is this brat muttering? Jan made up his mind time to make life miserable for him. It was a bit childish, but it was time for some payback for his seniors. Jan began his technical assault on Hernandez. Jan already had 2 goals, yet his hunger remained unsatisfied. Only 8 minutes left on the clock. Jan's playground was just opening. For Milan's defense, these 8 minutes will be a living nightmare. Will Jan manage to check every name off his revenge list? Find out in the next chapter.